Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 52, 49, Top 10 Changes. Chapter 52, Chapter 49, Top 10 Changes. Tsang Star Virtual World. Early morning, Central Plaza area. A towering Kanglen evolution ranking stood erect while a middle-aged man with reddened eyes casually sat on a chair, his gaze occasionally flicking towards the evolution ranking. His name was Pei Lu, a member of the Pei family from Kanglen Star. The Pei family was a well-known family of evolvers on Kanglen Star. There were two types of evolvers, unique type evolvers and general type evolvers. Among the unique type evolvers, there were many categories, one of which included lineage evolvers. Lineage evolvers, the foundation of many evolver families, had their evolutionary abilities passed down through their bloodlines. Compared to other evolvers, the cultivation for lineage evolvers was much easier, merely needing to continuously unlock the potential of their bloodlines. Of course, the drawback was also clear: the limit of their bloodline was their own limit. Prior to reaching the limit of their bloodline, they wouldn't encounter any setbacks or obstacles, but once they reached that limit, it was basically impossible to break through. The Pei family was a third-rank lineage evolver family. I wonder why the family head is so concerned about the evolution ranking. Pei Lu was somewhat bored. In 10 minutes, the evolution ranking was due for an update. Ever since, half a year ago, a path called the Martial Path Evolutionary Path broke into the top 100 of the ranking. The family head then ordered him to watch over it at this time every day and to immediately report any changes back to the family. Actually, not just the Pei family, but other powers on Kanglen Star had basically started sending people to guard the evolution ranking. The Kanglen evolution ranking was not just a list of ranks, many evolutionary paths recorded on it were connected to the future situation on Kanglen Star. For example, if a citizen wished to try becoming an evolver, they would naturally prefer choosing an evolutionary path listed on the evolution ranking. Evolvers of the same evolutionary path naturally gravitated towards each other and easily grouped together. Over time, forming a group was nothing unusual. At that moment, as long as the creator of this evolutionary path stepped forward, they could easily rally a response, and establishing a force corresponding to that evolutionary path was merely a matter of speaking out. The 100 evolutionary paths on the Kanglen evolution ranking represented the most powerful 100 forces on Kanglen Star. These forces were deeply intertwined within Kanglen Star, and their influence even spread to nearby star domains. Half a year ago, the Martial Path evolutionary path had risen remarkably, entering the top 100 of the ranking and causing a massive impact, dropping many jaws in surprise. Just a few months later, not a few citizens on Kanglen Star embarked on the Martial Path evolutionary path. Although no evolvers of corresponding realms, i.e., the Grandmaster realm, had yet appeared, given enough time, it was only a matter of when. Since the Martial Path evolutionary path had appeared on the evolution ranking, it must have been recognized by the three goddesses, ensuring the correctness of its cultivation progress. freewebnovel.cm, Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Pei Lu's expression became slightly serious. He had reviewed this evolutionary path in the Innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter. He had also recognized where the advantages of this evolutionary path lay. That was its low threshold. Compared to other evolutionary paths which required various external substances and medicines, or even special environments. The Martial Path evolutionary path almost had no requirements, simply needing citizens to cultivate day after day as instructed. Perhaps stepping into the Grandmaster realm is difficult and requires some talent, but for the innate realm, out of 3,000 or 4,000 citizens, producing one was not very difficult. It's a pity. The limit is not high, only third rank. Pei Lu couldn't help but shake his head. His bloodline was also only third rank, but on Kanglen Star, the world of bloodlines had always been uniform, only occasionally seeing existences with bloodlines reaching the 4th rank or even the 5th rank. However, recently, the Martial Path evolutionary path moved up from 93rd to 78th place, which is quite interesting. Did the founder improve the related concepts? Pei Lu couldn't help thinking to himself. He was not too concerned about it. The Kanglen evolution ranking was divided into 4 layers. The top 10 was 1 layer. From 11th to 30th was 1 layer. From 31st to 50th was 1 layer. From 51st to 100 was 1 layer. From 51st to 100, the difference among these 50 evolutionary paths was not significant. The limit was also generally third rank. Centuries ago, no new evolutionary path had broken into the evolution ranking. But changes from the top 50 to the top 100 in the ranking were not uncommon. The Marshall Path evolutionary path, its potential is already set, belonging to the 4th layer of the evolution ranking. Perhaps soon, there will be evolvers of this path establishing a force that could shake Kanglin's star. Pei Lu stroked his chin and speculated. Just then, the distant towering evolution ranking's surface suddenly became blurry. It's updating. Pei Lu's thoughts twitched, and he watched intently. At that moment, other figures in the plaza similarly looked over. Very soon, new text re-emerged. Pei Lu, out of curiosity about the Marshall Path evolutionary path, directed his gaze straight to the 78th place. Why is the Marshall Path evolutionary path gone? Pei Lu was shocked. Subconsciously, he looked further down. 79th place. 80th place. 90th place. 100th place. Pei Lu's expression changed. Could there be a problem with the Marshall Path evolutionary path? Was he kicked out by the goddess of wisdom? Pei Lu found it hard to believe. At the same time, he began from the 78th position and looked upward. 70th place. 69th place. 60th place. 50th place. Until he had seen all the rankings of the last 50 positions on the evolution ranking. Pei Lu still did not see the Marshall Path evolutionary path. What on earth happened? Pei Lu's eyebrows furrowed deeply. At that moment, Pei Lu suddenly noticed that the other people in the plaza had become somewhat noisy. Especially a few individuals, who couldn't control themselves and stood up from their positions, craning their necks to look up at the top of the evolution ranking. What's happening? Pei Lu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. For several months, he had been watching the updated rankings on the evolution ranking right here. The other people in the plaza had also been very quiet, so what was happening today? Pei Lu didn't understand. Subconsciously, he looked towards the top of the evolution ranking, the top 10 positions. It was just a glance. Pei Lu then saw that the 8th evolutionary path on the original evolution ranking had become the Marshall Path evolutionary path. This. Pei Lu's eyes widened, and it took him a long time to collect his thoughts. The Marshall Path evolutionary path. Number 8. Wasn't it 78th yesterday? Pei Lu was completely taken aback and instinctively looked at the 11th position. The Titan evolutionary path. This was originally the 10th on the evolution ranking. Now it had been pushed down to the 11th place. This is big news. Pei Lu swallowed hard and immediately began to contact the family head to send this information back. Shuiyue Residential Complex. Residence 32. A strange man stopped, standing in front of the door. Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan, this is the item you purchased, you can open it with your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy handed over by the other party, running his finger over the top of the alloy box. Beep. Fingerprint verified. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, and Lin Yuan took the alloy box directly. The box was light, and if it weren't for the faint sensation of huge energy fluctuations inside, Lin Yuan might think there was nothing much inside. As expected of cosmic spiritual objects. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He could feel the energy fluctuations inside the box, belonging to Taiyang and Taiyin, even though they were not as strong as the power of Taiyang and Taiyin inside the true martial sword in the Dragon Tiger world, they were not far off. Mr. Lin Yuan, if you confirm there's no issue with the item, you could sign here. The deliveryman next to him spoke up to remind him, looking at Lin Yuan with a hint of envy. Even though he didn't know what was inside the alloy box, he knew that the delivered item was of the highest class. And usually, an item of this level was valued at least in the tens of millions, and anyone who could casually offer tens of millions in civilization currency was not ordinary. After Lin Yuan's signature, the deliveryman then turned and left. Lin Yuan, holding the box, returned to the underground training grounds. Click. The box opened. It revealed two containers made from a special transparent metal inside. The left container displayed a fiery red color, while the right one displayed a deep blue color. Truly beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at the two types of cosmic spiritual objects. After admiring it for a moment, he immediately began to train. 2 days later, the underground training ground. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged. In front of him, both solar essence and lunar marrow were almost consumed. Second layer limit. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the solar essence and lunar marrow, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. With these two types of cosmic spiritual objects, Lin Yuan had restored all of his strength in just 2 days. Chapter 53, 50, Endless Starry Sky. Chapter 53, Chapter 50, Endless Starry Sky. Strength hasn't been affected at all. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then nodded slightly. Although, in the dragon-tiger world, he had grown familiar with his own power. But after all, the main world was another world and there were subtle differences between different worlds. The Tao of Taiji. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and his feet left the ground, floating in midair. In the dragon-tiger world, as long as one reached the level of a heavenly master, one could walk in the air. In the main world, due to the different focuses of the various evolutionary paths, the rank at which one could achieve levitation also varied. Most evolutionary paths allowed for levitation at the 3rd rank. A few special evolutionary paths enabled levitation at the 2nd layer. Of course, there were also some evolutionary paths that only granted the ability to levitate at the 4th rank. Lin Yuan came to the rooftop of the residential building. He stepped out, his body suspended in the air, ready to soar. But suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. His body shrank back. This isn't the dragon-tiger world. In the dragon-tiger world, Lin Yuan could fly however he wanted. But in the main world, on the highly advanced Kanglin star, did it really seem like the planetary defense system didn't exist? With Lin Yuan's speed and life fluctuation, as long as he dared to appear in the sky, he would inevitably be detected by the planetary defense system. If he were to be surrounded, that would still be okay, but if he were mistakenly identified as a different species invader, and were to be directly targeted by electromagnetic cannons, laser beams, and other energy weapons, even Lin Yuan would suffer a significant loss. Respected Level 3 citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, if you wish to fly, there is no need for any concerns, you may roam the skies of the entire eastern continent at will. A solemn and cold voice came through. It was the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan was currently on top of the residential building, which did not fall under the privacy space agreed upon by the Human Alliance. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom had the right to observe. Then, deducing Lin Yuan's intention from his earlier actions, the goddess of wisdom considerately provided relevant advice. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's mind immediately settled. As long as the goddess of wisdom thought there was no problem, that was all that mattered. Even Kanglin Star's highest security planetary defense system, if the goddess of wisdom wanted to take control, she could do so at any time. Whoosh! Lin Yuan shot straight into the sky. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, as he levitated, the invisible fluctuations enveloping Kanglin Star seemed to be torn open by a small gap. Centered on Lin Yuan, in a radius of several hundred miles, all sensing devices and monitoring methods failed. Beep. In the security center of Kanglin Star, a staff member looked at the enormous monitoring screen with a surprised expression. What's wrong? A colleague casually inquired. Nothing. The goddess just redirected some data, answered the staff member. That's normal, said the colleague with a shrug. The goddess of wisdom managed all the civic logistics for the entire Human Alliance and often took control of Kanglin Star's security systems. Redirecting some data was hardly a cause for concern. High above Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan lay on his back on a cloud. His gaze turned toward the direction of outer space. A bit further out and I should be beyond Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the protection of Kanglin Star, one would have to face various kinds of radiation from the starry sky, and without oxygen and other materials, an evolver below the 6th rank couldn't survive long in the true starry sky. This is the starry sky. Lin Yuan had never observed the cosmic starry skies up close, quite like now. For a moment, he was somewhat entranced. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. This continued for more than half an hour. Only then did Lin Yuan snap out of his immersed state. It's a pity, the starry universe is too far away for me now, feeling it out forcefully, it's impossible to gain anything in a short time. Lin Yuan sighed. Like in the dragon-tiger world where he contemplated the Tai Chi Yin and Yang Dao. It took Lin Yuan almost 10 years to fully comprehend it. As for the more vast and boundless cosmic starry sky, Lin Yuan thought that to fully understand it might take hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years, or possibly even longer. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan's current realm was too low. If Lin Yuan were at the 6th rank, 7th rank, or even 8th rank, and then observed the cosmic starry sky, his speed of comprehension would certainly far surpass his present rate. The essence of what could be comprehended with against heaven's understanding depended on the height from which Lin Yuan stood. Simply put, the stronger Lin Yuan became, the more he would comprehend. It's still more convenient to directly purchase an evolutionary path for comprehension. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The evolutionary paths, including the martial path evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan himself. They are all in-depth analyses of certain paths or powers. Compared to comprehending nature and the universe, comprehending an evolutionary path is like taking a shortcut. It's like how students learn from textbooks, although in theory, without textbooks, they could still learn, deducing complex formulas on their own from real-life situations. However, doing so would be incredibly inefficient. Nowhere near as simple as learning directly from a textbook. Next, Lin Yuan continued to watch the cosmic starry sky for a while. Then he returned to his residence in Shuiyue Residential Complex. Once his consciousness connected to the virtual world, Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space. The virtual world is divided into two parts, one is personal space, and the other is public areas. Public areas are subdivided into Central Plaza area, living area, trading area, arena area, and so on. So many private messages. Upon checking, Lin Yuan found over 10,000 unread private messages. It's about the martial path evolutionary path. Having briefly read the first few messages, Lin Yuan roughly understood what was going on. The Celestial Phenomena chapter, and the Yin and Yang chapter he uploaded 2 days ago caused the potential of the martial path evolutionary path to skyrocket, pushing its ranking on the Kanglin evolution ranking into the top 8. This naturally caused a disturbance among the various powers on Kanglin Star, prompting many people to attempt to contact the founder of the martial path evolutionary path. Since Lin Yuan had concealed his citizen number, only leaving a moniker called Yuan, those who wanted to contact him could only do so through private messages. Not very interesting. Lin Yuan spent half an hour to browse through the more than 10,000 private messages. The messages mainly fell into 4 categories. First, wishing to get to know Lin Yuan. Second, wanting to recruit Lin Yuan into their own faction. Third, wishing to ally with Lin Yuan. Fourth, inquiring about issues related to the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan largely ignored the first 3 types of messages. It was only the 4th type. People who sent the 4th type of messages were generally intending to try the martial path evolutionary path, or they had already embarked on it. These individuals wanted guidance from the founder of the evolutionary path himself, Lin Yuan, and were willing to pay a hefty sum for it. One of the messages said they were willing to pay 10 million civilization coins for 3 hours of Lin Yuan's guidance. 3 hours. 10 million. Lin Yuan was indeed tempted. After his own promotion to 3rd-rank citizen, the congratulatory gift from the Cosmic Human Alliance was also of this amount. Moreover, for guidance, it was not necessary to do one-on-one tutoring, one could easily teach a class with dozens of people at once. Even Lin Yuan could release paid videos of the martial path evolutionary path. Even if the price were a bit lower, as long as he, the founder, published it, would the citizens who had embarked on the martial path evolutionary path not buy in? Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. How many citizens are there currently practicing the martial path evolutionary path? Lin Yuan asked directly. He had uploaded the Marshall Path evolutionary path more than half a year ago. With the publicity of the Kanglin evolution ranking, he estimated that many citizens had become aware of this evolution path by now. After all, most evolution paths have various restrictions, such as requiring financial support and so on. But the Marshall Path evolutionary path doesn't greatly demand financial resources. Of course, here, not greatly is relative to the current living standards of citizens. At the very least, one should not eat too lightly since practicing martial arts requires the support of qi and blood, and every meal should contain meat. And this requirement poses no difficulty for human citizens. In the starfaring era, even if you completely lie flat and do not work, you can still receive welfare payments from the government every month. As long as there are no demands for the quality of life, there are no problems. Currently, the number of citizens who have completed the innate chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path is 1,232, and for the Grandmaster chapter, there are none. The Goddess of Wisdom provided the answer. So soon? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. You must know, the innate chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path corresponds to innate realm martial Taoists. And in the martial world, innate realm martial Taoists could dominate an area. The Great Zen Temple, with 1,000 years of heritage, had several thousands of martial monks but only just over 50 who had reached the innate realm. But Lin Yuan quickly reconsidered and felt it was normal. This is Kanglin Star, where technology is incredibly advanced. Although the Marshall Path evolutionary path doesn't demand much financially. If one has abundant financial resources, for the Grandmaster chapter and Great Grandmaster chapter one might have to rely on oneself, but for the innate chapter, it's still possible to utilize external resources. In the martial world, methods for quick advancement in the innate realm include consuming heavenly spirit fruits. And these so-called heavenly spirit fruits, in the main world, would probably be some sort of spiritual objects, which somewhat positioned citizens are likely able to purchase. Chapter 54, 51, Choices. Chapter 54, Chapter 51, Choices. However, while reaching the innate realm is easy, progressing to Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster is difficult. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The innate realm corresponds to the evolvers of the Cosmic Human Alliance who have not yet entered a rank. The Grandmaster, on the other hand, is a ranked evolver. Wanting to step into the Grandmaster realm through the Marshall Path evolutionary path required perfect mastery of one's own power, something that external forces couldn't assist with. Virtual World Kanglin Star, Central Plaza Area. Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared here. Kanglin Evolution Ranking. Lin Yuan looked up towards the distant majestic leaderboard. At the top of the 8th line, the words, Marshall Path Evolutionary Path, were engraved. Perhaps because of the significant changes in this evolution ranking, there were many more people in the Central Plaza area. What is so mysterious about the Marshall Path evolutionary path that it has made it into the top 8 of the evolution rankings? I heard that the second layer of this evolutionary path involves the fusion and transformation of two types of extreme forces, which is why it soared from 78th to 8th. The fusion and transformation of two extreme forces. My God, who is the mastermind who created this evolutionary path? Not sure, but on Kanglin Star, only a few scholars who study evolutionary paths or those research teams could possibly develop such a high-level evolutionary path. Apart from them, no one else has the foundation to develop this kind of evolutionary path. The crowd in the plaza whispered among themselves. Lin Yuan listened casually. Those who could enter the virtual world were either second-level citizens or above, or evolvers, with sources of information far and wide. There were all sorts of speculations about the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Some even thought that the Marshall Path evolutionary path must have been uploaded by scholars from other planets who specifically came to Kanglin Star. Otherwise, why had they never heard of such a potentially immense evolutionary path? Lin Yuan remained expressionless. The discussing crowd would never dream that the creator of the Marshall Path evolutionary path was him, a student who had not yet reached 20 and had just graduated. There's no need to reveal my identity now. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The founder of the Marshall Path evolutionary path had already attracted the attention of various parties. If Lin Yuan were to reveal his identity, the benefits were few, but the drawbacks were plenty. Indeed, with Lin Yuan's status always capable of advancing to 4th-level citizen, he attracted the attention of the Goddess of Wisdom. With the Goddess of Wisdom's intervention, she could suppress all internal human voices. But what about externally? What about those different species? Lin Yuan, not even 20 years old, had already developed a martial path evolutionary path capable of reaching the 6th rank. Not just on Kanglan Star, but even in nearby star domains, it was considered extremely prominent. And the more prominent it was, the more it would attract the attention of those different species. If it were just about another high-rank evolver, the different species might not consider it much. After all, even the strongest evolver could only dominate for a limited time. But if Lin Yuan were truly to develop the martial path evolutionary path up to the 6th rank, a completely new 6th rank evolutionary path would represent not just one 6th rank evolver but a continuous group of 6th rank evolvers. Those different species lurking in the shadows, once informed, would certainly opt to assassinate Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan died, the martial path evolutionary path would lose its founder, making it very difficult for others to continue on this path. This was precisely why Lin Yuan could not expose his identity. Even the goddess of wisdom suggested that Lin Yuan keep his identity hidden. As for his citizen level, Lin Yuan's rapid multi-level advancement in citizen level was indeed somewhat strange. But who could know that the merit points Lin Yuan used to increase his citizen level were obtained through uploading the martial path evolutionary path? In the Cosmic Human Alliance, there was more than one way to earn merit points, as long as one could gain the recognition of the Goddess of Wisdom and the other two goddesses. Huilin Community. Residence number 118. This residence was a gift of apology from Chu Shiyu's grandfather to Lin Yuan during a family banquet at the Lin family a while ago. Although it couldn't compare to the mansions worth tens of millions in Shuiyue residential complex, it was still valued at 5 to 6 million, which was far superior to the previous residence where Lin Yuan and his family lived. Afterward, Lin Yuan let his parents move in, since he spent most of his time in Shuiyue residential complex, and this residence was not needed. Early morning. Lin Yuan was sitting on the living room sofa. I really became an evolver. At that moment, Lin Yuan's father, Lin Shoucheng, rushed out, full of disbelief. He felt his body brimming with strength, a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones. Xiao Yuan, what on earth is going on? His mother, Lu Qiong, also had an incredulous look on her face. They had just woken up this morning to find Lin Yuan standing in front of their bed, telling them that they had become evolvers. Initially, Lin Shoucheng and Lu Qiong did not believe it. Becoming an evolver was not that easy. It was said that many evolution paths required enduring brutal training, and only those who could withstand it had any hope of becoming evolvers. Yet they had been living a life of utter comfort recently. With Lin Yuan's influence, Lin Shoucheng's position had risen several ranks, which was truly like riding the spring breeze. There was simply no precondition for becoming evolvers. But now, feeling their bodies as if rejuvenated and the warm current continuously circulating within them, one could only imagine the astonishment in the hearts of Lin Shoucheng and Lu Qiong. Don't worry, I purchased a special potion and used it while you were sleeping so you could wake up as evolvers, Lin Yuan explained with a smile. In fact, last night, Lin Yuan had performed the marrow cleansing for Lin Shoucheng and Lu Qiong. With Lin Yuan's strength, even a simple marrow cleansing could significantly enhance their physiques, meeting the standards of an evolver. Ah. That special potion must be expensive, right? Xiao Yuan, don't be reckless with money. Your dad and I don't necessarily need to become evolvers. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong immediately asked with concern. Lin Shoucheng also nodded incessantly at the side. It was said that even the lowest grade genetic potion cost 1 million civilization coins and also required corresponding permissions. And for both of them, it would be 2 million, which was more money than they could ever earn in their lifetimes. Don't worry, it wasn't much money, it's part of the benefits for evolvers, Lin Yuan said casually. For him, the marrow cleansing did not cause any loss of primordial qi, with Taiyin and Taiyang converting into each other, taking only a few breaths to recover. Moreover, this marrow cleansing was far more effective than any genetic potion. Genetic potions work by replacing a few genes in the body to strengthen oneself. Once someone takes a genetic potion, it is as if their path is permanently fixed, they cannot switch to other evolution paths. But marrow cleansing merely enhances the physique, allowing Lin Shoucheng and his wife to take any evolution path they choose in the future, leveraging their strong physiques to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Ah, I want to become an evolver too, his sister, Lin Yi, came over, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lin Yuan. You are still too young. Don't rush, give it a few more years. Lin Yuan, dismissing the completely crestfallen expression on his sister's face, said a few perfunctory words. Although Lin Yi did not believe this reasoning, the fact remained. Even if they were truly to undergo marrow cleansing, it had to be considered only after full physical development. Otherwise, it might prematurely fix the body and lead to consequences like halting its development. Who would have thought, Lin Shouqing, would one day become an evolver in this lifetime, Lin Shouqing said with an emotional look on his face as he listened to Lin Yuan's explanation. It is often said that a son relies on his father, and whether it's a case of officials or rich second generation, it seems it has reversed in the case of Lin Shouqing now. Nighttime. Shuiyue Residential Complex. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged in the underground training arena. A layer of light screen appeared in front of him, constantly flashing various evolution paths. Having restored his full strength, Lin Yuan planned to purchase one evolution path to comprehend and perfect his own martial Tao. The evolution paths Lin Yuan was interested in were mainly 4th-rank evolution paths and 5th-rank evolution paths. And adding the cost of direct purchase, naturally, they are not cheap. With Lin Yuan's current financial status, he could afford only one. After selecting for a long while, Lin Yuan finally narrowed down to a choice from 3 evolution paths. These 3 evolution paths were the Golem evolution path, the Force evolution path, the Myriad Forms evolution path. Chapter 55, 52 Chikuan Star Domain. Chapter 55, Chapter 52 Chikuan Star Domain. Each of the 3 evolutionary paths has its strengths and focuses on different aspects. The Golem evolution path is created by studying the flesh of a starry sky alien race known as golems. When cultivated to the extreme, one can incarnate as a golem. Of course, it is a weakened version of the golem. The golem race is a powerful alien race whose physical bodies can traverse the cosmic starry skies. Although the golem race is rare, every adult golem is capable of contending with 6th-rank human evolvers in strength. Even a weakened version of a golem incarnated through the golem evolution skill can be comparable to 4th or 5th-rank evolvers. Incarnating as a golem, forget it. Lin Yuan pondered carefully for a while and shook his head. It's undeniable that the golem evolution path has its unique insights into the transformation of the physical body. This is also why Lin Yuan included this evolution path as one of the final 3 options. However, the ultimate stage of cultivating this evolution skill requires altering one's bodily form, which Lin Yuan found somewhat unacceptable at the moment. It's not that Lin Yuan finds the appearance of the golem race unattractive, but once he starts cultivating this evolution skill, he would have to follow through to the end. Even if Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, were to find a way to start over, it would certainly be incredibly troublesome. With that in mind, Lin Yuan turned to the Origin Force evolution skill. The Force evolution path is a 5th-rank evolution skill that focuses on comprehending the ubiquitous origin force within the cosmic starry skies. Origin Force is a very special energy. Unlike the extreme energies of Taiyin and Taiyang alone, it can encompass everything. This is somewhat similar to the Tao of Taiji that emerges from the fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang. As for the final Myriad Appearances evolution path, it leans more towards the evolution of the spirit and soul. It excels in soul attacks and can be seen as an upgraded version of the Psyche Master evolution path. The Force evolution path it is, Lin Yuan decided in his heart. The similarities between the Force evolution path and the Tao of Taiji within the martial Tao path make this choice more beneficial for Lin Yuan. Beep. As 40 million civilization currency was deducted, Lin Yuan immediately received the complete Force evolution path. Unlike buying physical items, virtual things like evolution paths can be obtained instantly. Tisk, it's really expensive. Lin Yuan commented with some emotion. But since it wasn't his own money being spent, but rather the credit limit from the central bank, he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Open, Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly. The icon belonging to the Force evolution path immediately became blurry. The first thing that caught his eye was a red font warning. This evolution path must not be disclosed to others, or else it will be subjected to the Supreme Court's judgment. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, any evolution path is legally protected. Unauthorized sharing is prohibited. Ordinary citizens have 2 ways to obtain an evolution path. One is, like Lin Yuan, to directly purchase with civilization currency. However, normal citizens usually buy the evolutionary paths piece by piece. For example, if they are buying the 5th rank Force Evolution path, they would first choose to purchase the 1st rank section. After completing the 1st rank, they would go on to buy the 2nd rank section. This way, the financial burden is greatly reduced. A complete Force Evolution path is worth 40 million, but if it's just the 1st rank section, it might be acquired for tens of thousands. The second way is through a contract with other powers if one really doesn't have the money. The power would sponsor you and give you the chance to become an evolver. If you eventually become an evolver, you must serve the power for 50 years or 100 years. If you don't become an evolver in the end, it's likely you'll have to serve that power for most of your life. The powers here could be official or unofficial. Lin Yuan, having previously been included in the compulsory conscription quota, considered signing a contract with a power to become an evolver first. However, reservists spotted by the military district seldom get poached by unofficial powers. I wonder how much the Martial Dao evolutionary path is selling for now, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. After uploading the Martial Dao evolution path, Lin Yuan set the price for the 1st rank content at 10,000 civilization currency. There was no choice, as the Martial Dao evolutionary path was just a quasi-2nd rank evolution path when Lin Yuan uploaded it. Even with a theoretical potential of 3rd rank, it still couldn't compare with the Force Evolution path. Setting the price at 10,000 civilization currency was within a reasonable range. As for the content of the 2nd rank of the Martial Dao path, due to its connection with the Dao of Taiji, Lin Yuan directly set a high price of 500,000. A few days ago, Lin Yuan learned that over 1,000 citizens were cultivating the Martial Dao evolution path. If these 1,000+ people only purchased the 1st rank content, then it sold for over 10 million in total. After the official 7/10 share deduction, that leaves over 3 million. After related taxes and fees, Lin Yuan would get roughly 2 million in hand. Of course, this doesn't rule out the possibility that a few wealthy individuals bought the complete Martial Dao evolution path outright. I'll know in a few more months. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The revenue split for evolution paths is settled once a year in the virtual world. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yuan began to formally view the Force Evolution path. Before the main text of the evolution skill, there's a section on its origins. Cosmic Human Alliance, Moon Spirit Star. Moon Spirit Star is a higher-grade life planet in the Chikuan star domain. Kanglin Star also belongs to the Chikuan star domain, but it is a middle-grade life planet. Chikuan star domain possesses 8 major star systems, each encompassing hundreds of billions of stars, as well as more than 120,000 life planets. The origin force of the universe is a very special energy, it's gentle, and it's vast. Lin Yuan read carefully. At the same time, Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to gloss over the Force Evolution path and arrive at an insight into the essence of origin force. As if in a trance, Lin Yuan seemed to find himself among the cosmic starry skies. Here, countless forms of energy existed. There was the power of Taiyang, the power of Taiyin, and more so, the origin force. Lin Yuan could feel the affinity the origin force had for him. He even attempted to control this gentle power. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. What's this? Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. He saw that at some point, a layer of grime had appeared on the surface of his skin. Have I completed the origin force body refining? Lin Yuan quickly realized. Body refining with origin force is one of the signs of great proficiency in controlling the origin force within the Force Evolution path. One engages the omnipresent origin force of the cosmic starry sky to refine the body. How much time has passed? Lin Yuan glanced at the time. 8 hours. A shock went through Lin Yuan's heart. He had been immersed in cultivation for such a long time. If other evolvers who were practicing the evolution skill of origin force knew that Lin Yuan merely took 8 hours to reach great proficiency in controlling origin force and had completed origin force body refining, they would probably feel suicidal. In the practice of origin force evolution skill, the hardest step is to perceive the existence of origin force. Just this aspect alone usually requires several years for ordinary evolvers to experience and feel. As for quickly advancing to great proficiency in origin force and body refining, Don't even think about it without several decades. Unless one's physique is special and innately close to the universe's origin force, that's roughly the time frame. But Lin Yuan took only 8 hours. This was simply freakish. Body refining with origin force did not cause any rejection by the Taiyin and Taiyang powers within my body. It seems this evolution path is very suitable for my understanding. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, feeling that his choice did not have any mistakes. Within the cosmic starry skies, various complex energies intertwined with each other. Without the guidance of the origin force evolution path, even with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, to lock onto a type of energy that suits oneself from so many energies, it would take a terrifying amount of time. Not to mention, the universe's origin force is a very suitable power for Lin Yuan. With the Tao of Taiji as the foundation, and the universe's origin force as the main body, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, faintly seeing the direction towards the third rank. In the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan had reached the second layer limit with the Tao of Taiji and even had 1 foot into the third rank. But ultimately, he was not at the third rank. Now, however, as he continually grasped the essence of origin force, Lin Yuan was not far from stepping into the third rank. Time had passed by another 8 hours. While Lin Yuan continued to be engrossed in comprehending the Tao of origin force, a female mechanic robot arrived at the underground training field, pulling a trolley in front of Lin Yuan. "Master, it's time to eat," the female mechanic robot said. In the interstellar age, most families arranged for a housekeeper robot at home. This female mechanic robot was the housekeeper robot bought by Lin Yuan, responsible for housework, cooking, acting as a bodyguard, and so on. When Lin Yuan lived with his parents, his mother, Lu Qiong, disliked the soulless food prepared by robots. She usually cooked herself. Lin Yuan didn't have such feelings. With his current powerful digestive abilities, he wouldn't have any problems even with raw food. Opening the dining table, the housekeeper robot served 7 or 8 dishes. They were mostly meat dishes, cultivated from the genes of various enormous starry sky beasts, containing an incredibly high amount of energy. If an ordinary citizen ate this meat, just 2 or 3 bites would be overwhelming, but Lin Yuan was different. With his powerful body, digesting this meat was only a matter of 1 or 2 hours. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan finished all the food. In fact, with Lin Yuan's current conditions, he could completely rely on taking nutrient solutions to maintain the nutrients required by the body. But years of dietary habits made Lin Yuan still prefer to eat various kinds of visible food. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to continue immersing himself in cultivation, a video call suddenly popped into his view. "Who's looking for me?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Mr. Liao. Chapter 53, Combat Power Glasses. Chapter 53, Combat Power Glasses. Mr. Liao is the chairman of the Dongning City Evolvers Association. Lin Yuan had met with him a few times and they got along quite well. Click to answer the call. Mr. Liao's hologram appeared in front of Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, how are you considering the matter from last time?" Mr. Liao asked with a smile. The matter from last time, Lin Yuan recalled. During the Lin family's banquet, Mr. Liao, the chairman of the Evolvers Association, personally visited to invite Lin Yuan to represent Dongning City in the Kanglan Star Arena competition. As for the reward, as long as Lin Yuan managed to rank within the top 5,000 in the Kanglan Star Arena competition, the Evolvers Association of Dongning City would provide 50 million yuan as a reward. Of course, what Lin Yuan truly valued was not the 50 million, but rather the rewards given by Kanglan Star officials for placing within the top 3,000, or even within the top 1,000 or 500. There were many kinds of rewards. Cash, in fact, was the least valuable among them. All kinds of cosmic spiritual objects. Many evolution paths. Even treasures of different species. All were included in the list. Furthermore, exchanging blows with other evolvers. For Lin Yuan, that was also a good thing. With his against heaven's understanding, he could glimpse the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent's evolution paths. Although it couldn't compare to directly reading the evolution paths. If quality was insufficient, quantity would make up for it. The most important thing was that the virtual world hosted the arena competition. This was equivalent to Lin Yuan not having to risk anything. He didn't even need to travel to gain all the aforementioned benefits. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. That's good. Mr. Liao breathed a sigh of relief internally. Compared to other evolvers, Lin Yuan was still a second-layer citizen. While the Evolvers Association could indeed manage evolvers, they had no control over higher-level citizens. Therefore, he was exceptionally polite to Lin Yuan, much warmer than he was towards any first-rank 12-segment evolvers. By the way, if Mr. Lin has time, could you come to the association tomorrow? There are 3 other evolvers who will be participating in the arena competition with you. You could get to know each other in advance. After all, there is a team match in the competition and you will need to cooperate with each other. Mr. Liao said cautiously. No problem. Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Since becoming an evolver, the number of other evolvers Lin Yuan had met could be counted on one hand. Now presented with the opportunity to interact with other evolvers, he wasn't about to let it slip away. Who knows, maybe he could gain something from them with his Against Heaven's understanding. Those who had been chosen by Mr. Liao to participate in the competition were probably all first-rank 12-segment evolvers. Evolution paths practiced by evolvers of this level were generally not simple. After finishing his conversation with Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in comprehending the Force Evolution path. Lin Yuan was comprehending the Force Evolution path, not practicing it. He was integrating the Force Evolution path into his own martial Tao through the way of Taiji. That is what Lin Yuan was doing. Comprehending other evolution paths certainly did happen among evolvers, but like Lin Yuan, directly assimilating an entire evolution system was quite alarming to hear. Yet Lin Yuan was confident about it. Firstly, the Taiji Dao was quite compatible with the cosmic origin force. Secondly, given the exaggerated efficiency of his Against Heaven's understanding, completing this task was merely a matter of time. Whether it takes months, or 1 or 2 years. The next day, Lin Yuan ended a night of practice and got ready to visit the Evolvers Association. Ordinary citizens might feel listless the next day without sleep. But for an almost third-rank evolver like Lin Yuan, this was hardly an issue. With the Tao of Taiji and the continuous cycle of yin and yang, it was rare for him to be in a bad state. No matter how great the expenditure, a few cycles of Tai-yin and Tai-yang would restore him. Mr. Lin. The security guard at the Shuiyue residential complex saluted Lin Yuan with respect upon seeing him. Those who lived in this complex were invariably wealthy or distinguished. Moreover, when Lin Yuan initially purchased his residence here, the sales manager Mr. Wang's extremely respectful demeanor had been observed by many. Even if unaware of Lin Yuan's exact status, it was clear he was not someone they could afford to overlook or treat negligently. Whoosh! Lin Yuan walked out of the Shuiyue residential complex. A sleek black hovercar was parked on the roadside. It was indeed the dedicated car from the Evolvers Association. Waiting outside the Shuiyue residential complex from early in the morning. Mr. Lin, please come inside. A tall man in black got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for Lin Yuan. With current scientific technology, autonomous driving had long been perfected. But when receiving important guests, real drivers were still often preferred. After all, compared to cold intelligence, it's more pleasant to interact with a living person. The Evolvers Association. The 23rd floor. 3 figures were sitting casually. I don't know what's gotten into Mr. Liao this time, inviting some unknown person to the competition. The figure on the left said casually, his tone clearly dissatisfied. His name was Chao Rong, an evolver with impressive evolutive talent. He had already reached the level of a first-rank 12-segment evolver. He had participated in several previous competitions, and while he hadn't achieved any impressive rankings, his performances had been good. The 4 evolvers from Dongning City who were to participate in the arena competition all knew each other quite well. However, at this year's competition, Mr. Liao intervened, forcibly replacing one of them and enlisting another evolver to join the 3 in the competition. Chao Rong understood Mr. Liao's intention. Their past performances in several competitions had been poor and he wanted to improve the results by changing members. But randomly replacing a member with someone unfamiliar could lead to the final results not improving and possibly even declining. Since Mr. Liao sees potential, he must indeed have some skill. The figure on the right hesitated for a moment before speaking up. This figure was named Lu Shiguang, a bloodline evolver, who was now at the first rank, 12th segment. Humph. Chao Rong snorted coldly. He then turned to look at the figure seated in the center. He was the strongest evolver among the three of them. Chao Rong, you make a move later, try to test his limits. Zhong Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke. In Dongning City, among the evolvers eligible for the arena competition, Zhong Bai was undoubtedly the strongest. In past arena competitions, Zhong Bai performed well, almost breaking into the top 5,000 once. No problem. Chao Rong immediately became excited. After discussing the new member, they started talking about their own matters. I brought back a good thing from Heiwu Star this time. Chao Rong took out a pair of black-framed glasses and introduced with a hint of pride, these glasses are the latest research achievement from Heiwu Star. They can capture minute pieces of information and then provide an approximate assessment based on the combat power. Oh. Lu Shiguang looked curious. Zhong Bai also looked over. Hee, let me show you guys. Chao Rong put on the black-framed glasses and then looked towards Lu Shiguang. Shiguang's combat power is 986, which is above average for the first rank, 12th segment. Chao Rong pressed the side of the glasses and said. The combat power of the first rank, 12th segment is usually between 800 and 1100. My combat power is 1003, somewhat stronger than you, Shiguang. Chao Rong said, quite pleased with himself. Take a look at my combat power. Zhong Bai couldn't help but speak up. Big brother Zhong, your combat power, is actually 1098, almost reaching the first rank's limit. Chao Rong, wearing the glasses, looked towards Zhong Bai and exclaimed with slight surprise. He knew Zhong Bai was the strongest among the three of them, but he hadn't anticipated Zhong Bai to be so formidable. It seems quite accurate. Zhong Bai nodded slightly, making a comment. Recently, he had made further progress on his evolution path and was indeed nearing the limit of the first rank. He hadn't told anyone about this, yet now Chao Rong had noticed it, evidently showing the glasses were no simple accessory. What is the observation limit of these glasses? Zhong Bai suddenly asked. Ordinary second-layer evolvers should be detectable. Chao Rong replied. As it was the newest product and additional functions were still under development, there were many inadequacies in the glasses at the present. Second rank, that's enough. Lu Shiguang remarked with a sense of emotion. There wasn't a single true second-rank evolver throughout Dongning City, so these glasses were quite practical. That's for sure. Chao Rong spoke with a tone of self-satisfaction. To acquire these glasses, he had paid a significant price. Naturally, he was extremely happy to be able to show off in front of his friends. Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened. Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the others immediately stopped their conversation. It must be that person arriving. Chao Rong immediately felt assured. Mr. Liao had scheduled a time with them, which was about now. Don't worry, big brother Zhong. Chao Rong took a step out, not forgetting to nod towards Zhong Bai. Soon, a young man stepped out of the elevator. Is this the person Mr. Liao recommended? Lu Shiguang scrutinized him carefully. After looking for a while, Lu Shiguang felt something was amiss. Why hasn't Chao Rong spoken until now? Wasn't he supposed to test that person's limits? Zhong Bai beside him also looked puzzled. The two of them subconsciously turned to look at Chao Rong. What they saw was Chao Rong standing rigid, and upon closer examination, it became apparent that his forehead was beaded with sweat. Even his legs were trembling faintly. This. Chao Rong's right hand pressed the glasses, his thoughts in turmoil. In his view at that moment, all he saw were the blood-red warning hints displayed by the glasses. Extreme danger alert, subject detected. Combat power, 2000. Combat power, 3000. Combat power, 5000. Combat power, 9000. Boom. The black-framed glasses that Chao Rong was wearing exploded outright. Chapter 57 Chapter 57, Chapter 54 My combat power is only 1000, he must have at least 10,000. Evolvers Association, 23rd layer. The shattered glasses fell to the ground. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang couldn't help but their expressions changed. They knew Chao Rong's personality well. He was fearless of both heaven and earth. Since he had just agreed to test Lin Yuan's strength, it was unlikely that he would back out halfway. Unless... Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang exchanged a glance. As evolvers with highly developed brains, several speculations quickly formed in their minds. Combat power glasses were the latest scientific achievement of Heiwu Star. Although they were not yet perfected and could malfunction or explode. If that were the only issue, Chao Rong certainly wouldn't have displayed such trepidation. It was very likely that before the glasses exploded, Chao Rong saw something through them. It's best not to offend this person. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts surfaced in Zhong Bai's mind, and he immediately took a step forward, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Mr. Lin, the three of us have been waiting here for you for a long time." "It is I who have arrived late," Lin Yuan replied, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. His gaze swept over the fragments of glasses scattered on the ground without leaving a trace. Just now, he had vaguely sensed a weak feeling of being watched. It must have originated from these broken glasses. However, this feeling of being watched was very faint. At most, it could slightly perceive part of Lin Yuan's strength. As for his real trump cards, they were hidden inside his body. Unless he unleashed his full power, they would be very difficult to detect. "This way, please. Mr. Liao has specially prepared food from other planets, which can be somewhat helpful to evolvers like us," Zhong Bai said enthusiastically. Lu Shiguang also showed a smile on his face. I wonder what exactly did Chao Rong see? Lu Shiguang's gaze occasionally swept over the distraught Chao Rong. If Lin Yuan were not present, he would probably have eagerly asked by now. At the dining table, Lin Yuan took a sip of the wine in front of him. "Good wine." Lin Yuan commented with appreciation. His comment on the wine, of course, referred to more than just the taste. As the wine went down his throat, it began to slowly improve his body. An ordinary citizen who drank this wine could probably extend their life by 3 to 5 years. Even Lin Yuan's already strong physique could feel a slight boiling of his blood and qi. "This wine is called Tianji wine, a treasured collection of Brother Zhong. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's visit, we wouldn't have had the pleasure," said Lu Shiguang, unable to hold back his words. Tianji wine, even for first and second layer evolvers, was a luxury item. The price of a pot of Tianji wine on the market ranged from 5 to 10 million yuan, and Lin Yuan's glass of Tianji wine was valued at 500,000. It was worth the salary of an ordinary citizen's decades of work for just one sip of this wine. Of course, the reason Tianji wine was so expensive was, first, because of its delicious taste. Second, it was due to the slight enhancement to one's physique it provided. Zhong Bai had sneakily brought this pot of Tianji wine from home. He stored it in the Evolvers Association, wanting to savor it slowly. He wouldn't have been willing to bring out the Tianji wine if it hadn't been for realizing the importance of Lin Yuan and if Chao Rong's recent acts hadn't potentially caused some misunderstanding. Following that, the few exchanged conversations for a while. Lin Yuan also gained some understanding of Zhong Bai and the other two. Zhong Bai was pursuing an evolutionary path called Mind Power Sorcerer. Controlling mind power, capable of killing from a distance. The Mind Power Sorcerer evolutionary path was one of the more widely spread evolution paths within human civilization. It fundamentally involved continuously developing one's mind power to then influence reality. Mastering this evolution path to the 4th or 5th rank could, with just a thought, cause a volcanic eruption or movement of the Earth's crust, scenes of natural disasters. Lu Shiguang, however, was a bloodline evolver, with all of his abilities stemming from his own bloodline. Lu Shiguang's bloodline quality reached the 2nd layer. Nonetheless, even as a bloodline evolver whose cultivation difficulty was lower than that of other evolver paths, advancing from the 1st to 2nd layer was not an easy feat. Additionally, the concentration of Lu Shiguang's bloodline was not very high. He had been stuck at the 12th segment of the 1st rank for over a decade. Interacting with Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang had been quite beneficial for Lin Yuan. As they chatted face to face, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the others. His against heaven's understanding occasionally provided feedback, granting Lin Yuan some enlightenment. Especially, Zhong Bai's Mind Power Sorcerer Evolution Path insights could entirely complement the martial path evolutionary path. After all, the so-called mind power was essentially the power of the soul, a kind of psychic force. An hour later, Lin Yuan exchanged virtual world citizen numbers with Zhong Bai and the others before excusing himself to leave. 23rd layer, inside a room. Zhong Bai and the others returned here after seeing off Lin Yuan. Indeed, not simple. Zhong Bai frowned as he thought for a while, then spoke. The not simple he referred to naturally meant Lin Yuan. If at the beginning he had been cautious because he couldn't figure out Lin Yuan's strength, as well as because of Chao Rong's behavior. Then after having a discussion with Lin Yuan, he naturally had other thoughts in his mind. Putting other things aside, Zhong Bai clearly perceived that Lin Yuan had an exceptional understanding of the nature of evolution paths. When asking about his own psychic evolution path, every question Lin Yuan asked was something Zhong Bai had pondered without answer, even having to consult higher-rank evolvers with great effort to barely resolve. But Lin Yuan sorted it out in a few words. Keep in mind, the evolution path that Lin Yuan cultivated was not that of a psychic. Without having studied it, yet already grasping the gist and even occasionally offering insights that greatly benefited Zhong Bai. Chao Rong, what on earth happened to you? What was that just now? Lu Shiguang nodded in agreement, at the same time turning to look at Chao Rong beside him. At this moment, Chao Rong was unusually silent. Mr. Lin's combat power. Upon hearing this, Chao Rong's face showed a look of fear. Indeed, it was combat power. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang both confirmed in their hearts. They had previously speculated that Chao Rong was affected by having seen Lin Yuan's combat power through combat strength glasses, hence his behavior afterward. How much combat power does Mr. Lin actually have? Lu Shiguang immediately asked. My combat power is only 1,000, but Mr. Lin's combat power is at least 10,000. Chao Rong's voice trembled slightly. No, it's over 10,000. The combat strength glasses had exploded from overload after detecting a combat power of 10,000. Hence Chao Rong believed that Lin Yuan's combat power was definitely more than 10,000. Over 10,000 combat power. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang suddenly took a deep breath. This was indeed the combat power that a true second-layer evolver would possess. Even most second-layer evolvers couldn't reach this level of combat power. Mr. Liao didn't say that the people invited this time were about the same level as us, Lu Shiguang muttered to himself. They had 1,000, Lin Yuan had 10,000, no, over 10,000. How is that similar? The combat strength glasses shouldn't be mistaken. Chao Rong added from the side. If the combat strength glasses had exploded upon seeing Lin Yuan without capturing any data, it would have been possible that there was a fault with the glasses themselves, as they were a new type of technological product and the possibility of malfunction cannot be discounted. But the fact that the glasses exploded after capturing the general data of Lin Yuan's combat power due to being over the limit, this only indicated that the glasses' configuration was inadequate, yet the information captured was not problematic. What are you thinking about? Seeing the two fall silent, Zhong Bai suddenly laughed. Isn't it a good thing that Mr. Lin is so strong? Zhong Bai asked in return. Facing the upcoming tournament, the stronger one's power, the higher the ranking one could achieve, and even if one couldn't squeeze into the top 3,000, they could still receive Mr. Liao's personal compensation. Indeed, it's a good thing. Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong exchanged a glance, their eyes suddenly lighting up. They instantly realized that for them, Lin Yuan was a formidable pillar, clinging to him might allow them to climb dozens of ranks in the tournament. Evolvers Association, 30th floor. After leaving the 23rd floor, Lin Yuan didn't return to the Shuiyue residential complex. Instead, he went to the 30th floor, planning to meet Mr. Liao in person. In addition to getting acquainted with the three teammates for the upcoming tournament, Lin Yuan had another purpose in coming here personally. How did it go? Zhong Bai and the others didn't give you a hard time, did they? Mr. Liao asked with some concern. He naturally knew about the personalities of Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the others. He understood that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Yuan to integrate with the group. But there was also nothing he could do about it. As the chairman of the association, he had the authority to allow Lin Yuan to join, but he couldn't force Zhong Bai and his group to be without objections. It's all right. That pot of Tianji wine was quite good. Lin Yuan remarked casually. He had a very favorable impression of this wine. If it weren't too expensive, he would consider buying a few cases. Huh. Since when has Zhongbai become so generous? Mr. Liao's face showed shock. He had also coveted that pot of Tianji wine for a long time, but Zhongbai had never offered him a drink. Yet with Lin Yuan, just after a single meeting, it was brought out. Mr. Liao, another reason for my visit is to ask for your assistance with a matter. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Chapter 58, 55, Meeting Yuan, Teacher. Chapter 58, Chapter 55, Meeting Yuan, Teacher. Please speak. Mr. Liao's expression became serious, yet he felt relieved inside. For him, having Lin Yuan make a request was less worrisome than Lin Yuan having no desires or demands. I would like a virtual world cabin slot. Lin Yuan said. A virtual world cabin slot could scan the entire body, thereby perfectly simulating the flesh body, and then synchronize it with the flesh body in the virtual world. Having returned from his travel through dimensions, Lin Yuan's strength had greatly increased, but his virtual world flesh body remained as it was before the journey. If it were other evolvers, they wouldn't have much need for a virtual world cabin slot. After all, it would take them who knows how long to enhance their strength even once. However, Lin Yuan possessed an against heaven's understanding, and his own strength could be said to be increasing every moment. Not to mention that every return from his journeys brought about a qualitative change. Therefore, he needed the virtual world cabin slot to constantly update his strength within the virtual world. A virtual world cabin slot. No problem. I will have someone send it to Mr. Lin right away. You're still at the Shuiyue residential complex, correct? Mr. Liao agreed without a second thought. After all, a virtual world cabin slot was not a restricted item. As long as someone was an evolver, they had the right to apply for the use of a virtual world cabin slot from the association. Giving Lin Yuan one was no big deal. Objective achieved. Lin Yuan chatted idly with Mr. Liao for a few more sentences. Then he stood up and returned to the Shuiyue residential complex. That afternoon, Lin Yuan received the virtual world cabin slot. Following the usage instructions to scan his body with the slot and copy it perfectly, Lin Yuan immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual world. Inside his personal room, Lin Yuan unleashed his full power in one strike, and a terrifying force spread, directly piercing through a mountain peak in the distance. Now that's more like it. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. On Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan couldn't afford to strike at full power, let alone strike casually. After all, with his strength, a casual strike could result in the deaths of tens of thousands of citizens. Fewebnovel.com. But in the virtual world, all of this could be ignored. With Lin Yuan's current citizen privileges, the size of his personal space had reached 10,000 square kilometers, and it could simulate any environment, which was more than enough for him to indulge in. Let's see the number of practitioners currently on the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan opened his personal interface and viewed the details under the martial path evolutionary path. Evolution path, martial Dao. Number of practitioners in the innate chapter, 2,598. Number of practitioners in the Grandmaster chapter, 0. It's increased by over 1,000. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. When he had checked a few days ago, the number of citizens practicing the innate chapter was just over 1,200. But Lin Yuan soon reasoned that it might be the publicity effect of the Kanglin evolution ranking. The martial path evolutionary path had already made it into the top 8 of the evolution ranking, so it certainly wasn't low in exposure. Let's check the private messages. If the price for mentorship is right, I may as well accept a few. Lin Yuan began to browse through his private messages. Many people were interested in the martial path evolutionary path and were willing to pay a hefty sum to ask Lin Yuan, the path's founder, for guidance. This way, they could also gain a clearer view of the characteristics of this evolution path and whether it was truly suitable for them. Ah, how many flesh bodies have I gone through? Which evolution path is right for me? Within a vast hall, Lolan he complained as he climbed out of the nurturing pod. He stood about 1.5 meters tall, with a forehead covered in mysterious patterns. Young Master Lolan, within the many evolution paths of human civilization, "There is not a single path that is smooth sailing," said a black-robed elder standing beside him respectfully. I know, Lolan," he said helplessly. He glanced down at his brand-new body and grimaced, "Looks like I have to start all over again." A few years ago, Lolan he had taken a fancy to the heterogeneous blood evolution path and purchased a large supply of precious blood from giant star beasts for cultivation. The heterogeneous blood evolution path allowed one to accommodate many giant beast bloodlines and eventually merge them into one's body. Once cultivated to the extreme, one could easily transform into any star beast or ferocious beast encountered. This evolution path was incredibly powerful, especially in the early stages. Of course, there were risks. Different ferocious beast bloods could reject each other, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a body exploding. Lolan he had died because of this method. However, Lolan he always synchronized his consciousness with the cloud, and with preparations made in advance, he had replicated an untrained body. After exploding and dying, his consciousness transferred to the new body, perfectly avoiding true death. Although he had survived, the cost was huge. First of all, much of the investment into cultivating the heterogeneous blood path had gone to waste. But Lolan he wasn't concerned about that. His father held a high position and had plenty of money. It was the wasted time that was the real issue. Shao he, this time in choosing your evolution path, you should exclude those that rely on external forces or items, a gentle female voice advised. Lolan he knew it was his mother reminding him. Okay. Lolan he sighed. He wasn't suited to walk the evolutionary path of his parents. So he could only pick another suitable one from the various other evolutionary paths. But after over 10 continuous attempts, every time he practiced halfway, he would die. Just pick a random one this time. Lolan he was a bit despairing, but still, following his mother's instructions, he skipped over those evolutionary paths that relied on external forces and objects. Lolan he started browsing at random. The potential of this evolutionary path actually reaches the 6th rank. Lolan he's gaze suddenly stopped, looking at an evolutionary path named Martial Tao. Currently, only the first-tier chapter and second-layer chapter have been published, and even so, its theoretical potential reaches the 6th rank. Lolan he's eyes showed surprise. A 5th-rank evolutionary path with a theoretical potential reaching the 6th rank. Isn't anything strange? After all, the difference between them is not big. But a 4th-rank evolutionary path with theoretical potential reaching the 6th rank. That's somewhat unthinkable. And the Martial Tao evolutionary path that Lolan he saw had just the first-tier chapter and second-layer chapter, yet its theoretical potential had reached the 6th rank. That was even more surprising for Lolan he. Father said, the goddess of wisdom doesn't lie. Let's take a look at this evolutionary path. Lolan he impulsively bought both the first-tier chapter and second-layer chapter of the Martial Tao evolutionary path. Then he began to read them carefully. Lolan he's expression was grave. He couldn't understand it. Ask the founder of this evolutionary path, and let him give me some guidance. After pondering for a while, Lolan he felt that the Martial Tao evolutionary path was somewhat suitable for him, so he offered a payment for its founder to give him some guidance. Let's make it 1 billion. Lolan he thought of an amount. The price for guiding him, Lolan he, definitely can't be low. 1 billion should be about right. The founder's name is Yuan. Lolan he checked the detailed information of the Martial Tao evolutionary path and directly sent his request along with the payment via a private message. Shuiyue Residential Complex. Lin Yuan was browsing through private messages. Just then, a new private message came through. I'm Lolan he, hoping to receive guidance on the Martial Tao evolutionary path, and for that, I am willing to pay 1 billion civilization coins. How much? Lin Yuan read it again. 1 billion civilization coins. Lin Yuan blinked. He too could take out 1 billion civilization coins. For other entry-level evolvers, gritting their teeth and scraping together the funds, they could also come up with such an amount. But this 1 billion civilization coins was merely to ask for his guidance for 1 hour. That was a bit extravagant. Agree. Lin Yuan immediately chose to agree. Why refuse free money? As Lin Yuan accepted the request, the virtual world sent out another application. Lo Lan he has invited you to his personal space. Do you accept? Agree. Lin Yuan accepted once more. Out of caution, before going there. Lin Yuan adjusted his appearance a bit. The next moment, the space around him transformed. Lin Yuan appeared in a vast golden hall. In the center of the hall on the throne was a figure clad in a purple robe. This figure was only 1.5 meters tall, with a forehead covered in mysterious patterns. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Lo Lan he immediately came down. He then slightly bowed to Lin Yuan, saying, I have seen, Yuan, teacher. Coming from his parents' teachings, Lo Lan he respected any creator of an evolutionary path immensely. Chapter 59-56, The Mysteries of the Flesh. Chapter 59, Chapter 56, The Mysteries of the Flesh. Hello. Lin Yuan said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at the other person with a hint of curiosity. Lo Lan he's exposed personal information was scarce. Besides his name, there was only his place of residence. Thunder Rain Star Region. It was a high-level star domain very far away from Qikuan Star Domain. Lin Yuan didn't know much about it. However, to pay 100 million civilization coins just for an hour of guidance. This Lo Lan he, surely he was either rich or noble. How does Elder Lin plan to guide me? Lo Lan he asked. You've paid the money, so you make the call, Lin Yuan said very politely. 100 million for an hour. That's nearly 30,000 civilization coins per second. The few words that Lin Yuan had just spoken had already netted him hundreds of thousands of civilization coins. Then let's spar. My father once said, a powerful evolutionary path surely wouldn't lack combat ability. Lo Lan he took several steps back, his gaze growing sharper. Be careful, Elder Lin. Although this body of mine hasn't undergone specific cultivation, it's naturally strong, not inferior to most second-rank evolvers, Lo Lan he warned. Come on, Lin Yuan said, his eyes calm. Lo Lan he didn't give him a sense of danger. Whoosh. Lo Lan he's figure disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared beside Lin Yuan. And slammed a punch down. Such quick speed. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised, he could tell that this was purely physical speed without using any other powers. Facing Lo Lan he's downward punch, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, blocked the punch. Then the Tao of Taiji operated, borrowing the power from that punch and directly blasting it onto Lo Lan he's body. Bang. Lo Lan he's figure flew backward, slamming hard into the ground dozens of meters away. He immediately got up from the ground, his eyes wide as he looked at Lin Yuan. What kind of technique is this, so soft and weak, how come the punch I threw ended up hitting me? Lo Lan he was somewhat annoyed. If he'd been thoroughly crushed by sheer strength, he would have accepted it. But the feeling that he was just a bit short of victory made Lo Lan he feel like he could win. Again. Lo Lan he's figure disappeared once more. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The Tao of Taiji, the transformation of yin and yang, was best at using the opponent's force against them, the classic, 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. An opponent like Lo Lan he, who only knew to use strength and speed without any technique, was simply naturally countered by the Tao of Taiji. Although it's said that sheer force can overcome any technique, at the moment, Lo Lan he was far from that level. Aya! Lo Lan he roared loudly, his speed increasing again as the mysterious patterns on his forehead faintly lit up. This time Lo Lan he had learned, not attacking Lin Yuan right away, but rather approaching Lin Yuan's blind spot from behind before making his move. Bang! As expected, Lo Lan he flew backward again. I don't believe this. Lo Lan he stood up with a whoosh. If this had been the real world, Lo Lan he's body by this point would have been seriously injured. But this was the virtual world, and with just a thought, his body was restored to its original state. Shoo! Lo Lan he rushed in front of Lin Yuan and punched him in the shoulder. But for some reason, Lo Lan he felt as if there was a vortex inside Lin Yuan, into which all the external forces would merge, only to be sent back out unchanged. Bang! Lo Lan he crashed 100 meters away. Don't rely solely on your strength, Lin Yuan reminded him. If it had been a real fight, an opponent like Lo Lan he wouldn't have even been able to get within 100 meters of Lin Yuan. But now that Lo Lan He was paying a hefty sum for Lin Yuan's guidance, it was naturally not the same treatment. Lin Yuan tried his best to advise the other party, allowing him to experience up close the vortex of the Tao of Taiji that transformed others' strength. Even to give Lo Lan He a deeper understanding, Lin Yuan deliberately suppressed his own strength to the first rank level. Lin Yuan had to make Lo Lan He feel that his money was well spent. Boom. 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 Time after time. Each time Lo Lan He was sent flying back, coughing up blood. This made Lo Lan He feel extremely frustrated. Why every time, he was just that little bit short. Just that little bit short. In the end. Stop. I'm done fighting. Lo Lan He sat down on the ground with a thud. He then had his intelligent assistant analyze the footage of their fight. Are you saying Elder Lin, from start to finish, only used first-rank strength? Upon detecting this through the intelligent assistant, Lo Lan He was instantly shocked. He was clearly aware that his physical prototype came from an extremely rare special species deep in the universe, exchanged at great cost by his father. Having a body replicated from such a special species held tremendous potential and terrifying aptitude, reaching the level comparable to that of a second rank without any cultivation. And Elder Lin was just using first-rank strength to beat him up. Elder Lin, is this the martial path evolutionary path? Lo Lan He immediately jogged to Lin Yuan's side. Indeed. This is the way of Taiji. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod. The way of Taiji is not the way of strength, it leans more towards the grand momentum. Lin Yuan began explaining patiently. Lo Lan He seemed to understand yet not quite grasp it. This way, by injecting a wisp of the power of Taiji into your body, it can last for a month. If you ponder this wisp of Taiji power regularly, it will help you in cultivating the way of Taiji. Lin Yuan said with a smile. This method was similar to perceiving the essence of Taiyang and Taiyin in the true martial sword. However, with Lin Yuan's current strength, the power of Taiji would have difficulty existing outside the body for a long duration, but for Lo Lan He, it was enough. Okay. Lo Lan He nodded. At this moment, he developed a deep interest in the martial path evolutionary path. He, Lo Lan He, also wanted to be as dashing as Lin Yuan, standing still and sending the enemy flying. Too cool. Seeing Lo Lan He's agreement, Lin Yuan placed his right hand on Lo Lan He's shoulder. A wisp of Taiji power, formed from the combination of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang, slowly entered Lo Lan He's body. As the power of Taiji entered Lo Lan He's body, Lin Yuan's perception naturally spread within. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. Lo Lan He's physical body appeared similar to that of a normal human, but its essence was completely different. Lin Yuan noticed that the countless blood vessels within the body intertwined and combined to form certain special patterns. And at the deepest regions of his organs, at the cellular level of the microcosm, myriad runes were flowing. All of this formed a kind of perfect balance, all confined within a single body. Perfect. Truly perfect. Lin Yuan started to become captivated. Your perception is against the natural order, observing an unknown physical body, should you gain enlightenment. Your perception is against the natural order, observing an unknown physical body, should you gain enlightenment. Your perception is against the natural order, observing an unknown physical body, should you gain enlightenment. Countless spiritual lights surged into Lin Yuan's mind as he began to comprehend Lo Lan He's physique. Lin Yuan had the feeling that if he fully understood this body, he could improve the essence of his own physique. This had tremendous special significance for Lin Yuan. In the short term, improving the physical endowment of his body in the main world would enhance the foundation of his strength and speed in the future. In the long run, every time Lin Yuan traveled through the door to the myriad realms and his consciousness descended upon a new body, each one could benefit from this understanding. During the second passage, if Lin Yuan could fully understand the essence of such a physique, it would be impossible for him to be thrown out into the wild and face a life and death crisis immediately after birth. With this kind of body as a prototype, Lin Yuan would only need a few hours to complete the transformation of an infant's body. By then, not to mention tearing apart tigers and leopards with his bare hands, he would at least not be much weaker than an adult. Teacher Yuan, are you all right? Lo Lan He, seeing that Lin Yuan had not yet removed his right hand from his shoulder, became somewhat puzzled. I'm fine. Your physical body is somewhat special. It needs some time. Lin Yuan casually found an excuse, looking towards Lo Lanhe's body with even more intense fervor in his gaze. This made Lo Lanhe somewhat nervous, but recalling Lin Yuan's strength from when he had soundly defeated him, he obediently stood still. After half an hour, Lin Yuan reluctantly lifted his hand. All done. Lin Yuan let out a light sigh of relief. Although he hadn't completely penetrated the secrets of Lo Lanhe's body, Lin Yuan had memorized all the structures of the body. What remained was nothing more than continuing to ponder back home. Okay. Thanks, Teacher Yuan. Lo Lanhe also felt the power of Taiji within his body. When the time comes, I'll seek advice from Teacher Yuan again if I have any questions. Lo Lanhe felt he had gained a lot. Little did he realize that Lin Yuan had seen through to his very core. Shuiyue Residential Complex. Residence number 32. The underground training facility. Lin Yuan's consciousness disengaged from the virtual world. His mind was still filled with the many mysteries within Lo Lanhe's physique. Truly, an excellent gift from heaven. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Using the door to the myriad realms, he had traveled twice through time, spending 100 years to step into the second layer. Meanwhile, this body had naturally grown into the second layer shortly after birth. Simply monstrous. This body, it must not be purely human. Lin Yuan surmised inwardly. During his perception, he vaguely sensed an ancient and vast meaning contained within. Nevertheless, as long as I comprehend it fully, it will be mine. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued his contemplation. In the time to follow, Lin Yuan divided some of his focus on comprehending the third rank, intending to comprehend the mysteries of this particular body. Striving to fully understand this kind of physique before his third traverse. So that if his consciousness descended into the body of an infant again, he would not be as helpless as during the previous passage in dealing with extreme situations. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lo Lanhe sought out Lin Yuan twice more, paying 2 billion for the guidance. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to take another careful look at Lo Lanhe's physique, getting ever closer to full comprehension. One day, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, ending his seclusion for the day. Because the tournament on Kanglin Star had begun. Chapter 60, 57, Don't Panic, We Still Have Mr. Lin. Chapter 60, Chapter 57, Don't Panic, We Still Have Mr. Lin. The tournament was not only popular on Kanglin Star. It was one of the hottest and most followed events across the entire Cosmic Human Alliance. After all, those who could participate in the tournament were evolvers, and specifically, young evolvers under the age of 100. These evolvers were the future of the Cosmic Human Alliance. They naturally had a certain star effect. FreeAbnovel.com. In the era of interstellar travel, the general public had long stopped idolizing those little fresh meats who were incapable of fighting. It was the powerful evolvers who attracted the attention of all citizens. Virtual World Kanglin Star. Tournament Area. A huge arena resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, surrounded by seats that ascended from low to high, packed densely, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. At the top of the arena, on a high platform, the figures of Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan, and others appeared. This is the arena of Dongning City. The upcoming matches, if drawn to be in Dongning City, will be held here, said Mr. Liao. Actually, he was mainly speaking to Lin Yuan. Zhongbai, Chao Rong, and others had already participated in more than one tournament and were clear about these matters. Understood. Lin Yuan looked down at the arena below, nodding as he spoke. You all need not be nervous, just perform normally, and don't feel too pressured, comforted Mr. Liao. The tournament was about to begin, and adding pressure now would backfire, so it was better to offer some comforting words to help them relax. Mr. Liao, I wonder who our opponent from Dongning City will be this time. Have you had someone predict it yet? Lu Shiguang suddenly asked in a low voice. As soon as this was mentioned, the eyes of Chao Rong and Zhongbai immediately lit up. Knowing your opponent in advance could give you a huge advantage. After all, most evolution paths had their strengths and weaknesses, and if one could know in advance and target them accordingly, one could at least gain a significant initiative. In cases where the strength level was similar, The outcome depended on who understood the other side better. How can you predict with so many cities on the eastern continent? Mr. Liao rolled his eyes. If it were the later stages of the tournament, when the number of participating city contestants had decreased to a certain number, it might be possible to make predictions based on past patterns. But the tournament had just started, and with nearly 10,000 cities on the eastern continent, it was simply impossible to predict. Of course, it was not possible to precisely predict which opponent it would be, but it was possible to determine a rough range. The initial opponent in the tournament was selected based on past performance. To put it simply, the strength of Dongning City's opponent could not be much stronger than that of Dongning City itself. All right. You all go get ready. In 2 hours, the tournament will begin and the opponent will be announced, Mr. Liao said. The start of the tournament was a grand event throughout Kanglan Star. Although most citizens could not enter the virtual world, they could watch the matches live through broadcast. Wow wow wow, Mom, Dad, come quick and watch the tournament, Lin Yi said while sitting on the sofa, surrounded by 4 virtual screens displaying the arena scene. All right, coming, Lin Xiuqing and his wife Lu Qiong approached with smiles on their faces. They were evolvers and had the right to enter the virtual world, but since Lin Yi was not, they couldn't just leave her behind and enjoy the virtual world themselves. The couple and Lin Yuan were all evolvers. Having only Lin Yi not being an evolver had already caused her much discontent, and if they treated her differently, she would turn the whole house upside down. Where's brother? Lin Yi kept looking around. Lin Yuan was also participating in the tournament, and as a representative of Dongning City, Lin Xiuqing and his wife were naturally aware of this. He'll probably appear when it starts. Lu Qiong smiled and said, I hope big brother will put in more effort. Lin Yi clenched her fists as she spoke. In this tournament, I must perform well to show father and let him know, I am not much weaker than Lin Yuan. In the virtual world, within the tournament area, Lin Yan's figure appeared, having made his decision. A year ago, at the Lin family's family banquet, his father, Lin Hao, had planned to give the advanced training spot to Lin Yuan. As a result of his speaking out of turn, the atmosphere had turned awkward. Ultimately, one influential figure after another arrived to pay respects to Lin Yuan, indirectly embarrassing his father, Lin Hao. Lin Hao was disappointed in him, thinking he was not living up to expectations. Now that Lin Yan had become an evolver, could this spot still be given away? Was it not because Lin Yan was not competent enough to become an evolver that Lin Hao had thought this way? After returning from the family banquet, Lin Hao had severely reprimanded Lin Yan all night and had even personally beaten him up. With this experience, Lin Yan finally became an evolver several months later. To this day, although he had not yet advanced, he was qualified to participate in the tournament. The scope of the tournament was all evolvers. The city representatives would face representatives from other cities, whereas freelance evolvers would face other freelance evolvers. Although Lin Hao knew that his current strength was still far inferior to Lin Yuan's. After all, the reason Mr. Liao personally visited during the banquet was something his father, Lin Hao, had later come to understand fully. But now, at least Lin Yan had the possibility to look up to Lin Yuan. If he could look up to him, then in the future, he could surpass him. Has the tournament started? Hurry up and take a look. One doesn't know what achievements Dongning City will garner in this tournament. Ha ha ha, just better not end up at the bottom like last time. Citizens of Dongning City, one after another, opened the live broadcast and watched intently. Virtual World Kanglan Star, Tournament Area. It's over, our opponent this time is Zijing City. As the tournament officially began and upon learning who their opponent was, Chao Rong suddenly felt anxious. Lu Shiguang felt the same. Zijing City was the least desired opponent among those they had anticipated facing. In the last tournament, Dongning City ranked 9,985. Whereas Zijing City ranked 7,652. The difference between them was over 2,000 ranks. It was said that the strongest evolver in Zijing City followed the giant evolution path. Once fully exerted, his stature could surge to a whopping 5 meters. Although his strength was also at the first rank, 12th segment, his real combat power was almost close to the second layer. For a typical second-layer evolver, defeating this giant was not an easy task. If they were outdoors, Chao Rong and Lu Shiguang might have some confidence. After all, if they couldn't defeat him, they could still run away. Evolvers of the giant evolution path were known for their lack of speed. But how could they run in a tournament? The arena was only so big, where could they run to? Furthermore, the official administrators of the virtual world, to prevent evolvers from deliberately stalling, would reduce the arena size after a certain time during the match. In the previous tournament, the reason Zijing City achieved a rank within the top 7,000 was thanks to this evolver of the giant evolution path. A giant. Lu Shiguang sighed. This evolution path required innate strength and a constitution stronger than ordinary people for the evolvers intending to practice it. It is indeed somewhat troublesome. Zhongbai, who had been silent up until now, frowned. Clearly, he also found the situation challenging. However, Zhongbai seemed to think of something, and his brow relaxed slightly. But don't panic, we still have Mr. Lin. Chapter 61, 58, Rapid Promotion. Chapter 61, Chapter 58, Rapid Promotion. The city competition, consisting of individual and team battles. Individual battles were easy to understand. Team battles were 4v4. A struggle between 4 evolvers and another team of 4 evolvers. Therefore, team battles tested the coordination skills between members more heavily. At Dongning City Arena, the host Sunbin made his appearance. As a well-known local host, Sunbin could be called a regular at the arena over the years. His ability to do so came from Sunbin's own capabilities. Having an in-depth understanding of many evolution paths, he often could explain the battle situation in real time and provide his judgment. Combined with his humorous and unhackneyed speech, his status as an arena host was naturally unshakable. Next to Sunbin stood a young woman, who was also a host of the arena competition. It had always been customary for Dongning City to have 2 hosts for the competition, 1 male and 1 female. This female host was obviously commenting on the arena competition for the first time, and her expression was slightly nervous. Today marks the beginning of the arena competition, and our Dongning City will welcome opponents from other cities. I believe that this time, the representative evolvers of Dongning City will surely surpass previous performances. Sunbin spoke with enthusiasm. Regardless of whether they could surpass the past, they couldn't lose in momentum. Alright, let me introduce them now. Our representatives from Dongning City start with Zhongbai, a familiar face to everyone, with first rank 12 segment strength. I believe Zhongbai is now very close to reaching the second layer. The second one is Chao Rong. The third is Lu Shiguang. The fourth one. Sunbin paused deliberately at this point before continuing. The fourth representative is participating in the arena for the first time, but since he can stand here, he must have extraordinary qualities. Next. Host Sunbin also introduced the 4 representative evolvers from the opposing Zijing City. Ultimately, the host started to wrap up. The opponents are strong, and everyone is aware of Zijing City's past records, but I have greater faith in the 4 contestants from Dongning City. Sunbin declared loudly, now, let the battle begin. Brother, good luck. Lin Yi clenched her little fists, cheering for Lin Yuan. I see everyone's mood isn't very good, saying things like Dongning City is sure to lose, Zijing City is too strong, without a shred of chance of winning. Lu Qiong looked at the bullet screen that kept flying by and couldn't help saying, they also say that it was already tough to win, and now they've added a newcomer, aren't they mocking our Xiao Yuan? Zijing City's strength is indeed very formidable, especially that giant team captain. As a veteran viewer, Lin Shouqing objectively remarked, from the records of past competitions, the chances of Dongning City winning are very slim, one might even say minimal. Having said that, Lin Shouqing noticed Lu Qiong's frown and hurriedly explained, but this has nothing to do with Xiao Yuan. Even if Xiao Yuan didn't participate, with the lineup Dongning City has had in past arena competitions, we couldn't have won anyway. These people just like to shift blame. Our Xiao Yuan hasn't done anything, yet they've already slapped a label on him. Can't you say something good about Xiao Yuan? Lu Qiong glared at Lin Shouqing. I have a lot of confidence in Xiao Yuan. Lin Shouqing immediately laughed apologetically. Yes, I too have a lot of confidence in our Xiao Yuan. With Xiao Yuan here, Dongning City will win for sure. Lin Shouqing's face was full of flattery. In the center of the arena, Lin Yuan, Zhongbai, and the other 2 appeared on one side. Mr. Lin, how should we play now? Zhongbai quickly asked in a low voice. He was well aware that, under normal circumstances, they had no chance of winning against the four from Zijing City. Lin Yuan was their only hope. Therefore, without even thinking, Zhong Bai and the other two immediately decided to center their strategy around Lin Yuan. Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong also watched Lin Yuan intently. How should we play? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. You guys go first. Just crush them head-on, frubnov.com. Lin Yuan spoke. Okay, huh? Zhong Bai agreed without hesitation. Then he realized what he had just agreed to. We go first. Zhong Bai glanced at the four from Zijing City across from them. Especially the towering figure standing right in the center, over 2 meters tall. He couldn't help but swallow. If Lin Yuan didn't go first, and they did, far from crushing the opposition, they would probably be the ones crushed. Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong also looked puzzled. Evolvers specializing in the giant, evolutionary path were best at taking head-on confrontations. The three of them go straight in. Wasn't this playing to their disadvantage? Just do as I say. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Okay. Zhong Bai gritted his teeth in response. After all, this was the virtual world, and even if they died, their bodies in the outside world wouldn't be affected. At worst, they'd just lose this arena competition. When Zhong Bai learned that their opponents were from Zijing City, he didn't have much hope anyway. Whoosh! 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 Zhong Bai, Lu Shiguang, and Chao Rong charged directly at the four evolvers from Zijing City. Meanwhile, inside Lin Yuan's body, the Taiyin and Taiyang forces formed a Taiji, with the Yin fish and Yang fish slowly revolving, transforming into an invisible force that spread in all directions. Taiji Field. This was an ability Lin Yuan had comprehended when incorporating the origin force into the Tao of Taiji. Within the range of the Taiji field, he could easily suppress his opponents. Lin Yuan could also use the force of the field to closely observe everything about his opponent. In fact, as early as in the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan had already had an inkling of the Taiji field, which was perfected only after contemplating the force evolution path. Elsewhere, the four evolvers from Zijing City were also sizing up Lin Yuan and the others from a distance. When they saw Zhong Bai and the other two charging at them without hesitation, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Courting death. The burly figure leading them sneered coldly. If Zhong Bai and the others had relied on their speed, he might have been somewhat concerned, but now they were charging straight at them. Come, let's crush them together. The burly figure's body suddenly swelled up by a large margin, reaching a height of 5 meters as he strode towards Zhong Bai and the other two. Behind him, the other three evolvers from Zijing City also had smiles on their faces. In their opinion, the evolvers from Dongning City were giving up on themselves, making a suicidal charge. That was it. Let's see what methods the contestants from Dongning City will use to face the four evolvers from Zijing City. This is, my god, Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the others are leading the charge, heading straight for their opponents. What are they planning to do? Even the host Sunbin was surprised by this scene. Having commented on who knows how many arena fights, he had never seen such a tactic before. When facing giants who are evolvers on the path of direct confrontation, there indeed is a strategy of direct suppression. But that is the choice of evolvers who are also proficient in head-on collisions. Yet at the moment, whether it was Zhong Bai, Lu Shiguang, or Chao Rong, none of them were the type of evolvers who faced their opponents head-on. And as for the newcomer Lin Yuan, he was even hiding behind without making a move. It seems that our contestants from Dongning City feel they cannot win and have decided to end this match in the most heroic way possible. The host Sunbin slightly shook his head, feeling it was all right. At least they showed a fierce spirit, rather than fleeing in panic. And in the end being crushed by that giant in a more spectacular fashion. No, what is this? Sunbin turned his gaze to the arena, originally thinking it was a one-sided situation. But when the two sides came into direct contact, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Zhong Bai and the others, who should have been torn to shreds by Zijing City's giant right off the bat, miraculously didn't sustain any injuries. Instead, the four evolvers from Zijing City suddenly became somewhat restrained. They were actually being suppressed by the former. How could this be? On the arena, Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the other two were utterly baffled. In close combat, they realized that the four evolvers from Zijing City had drastically declined in both speed and strength. Especially the giant opponent, whose full force strike was easily dodged by Zhong Bai as if it was nothing. What's going on? Zhong Bai could see that the expressions of the four opponents were equally shocked and somewhat frustrated. Clearly, they also did not understand why this was happening. It's Mr. Lin. In the blink of an eye, this thought flashed through Zhong Bai's mind. As an evolver, one's mind may not be brilliant, but it is certainly not foolish. Taking into account Lin Yuan's instruction for them to engage directly and the current performance of their four opponents. Firstly, it rules out the possibility that their strengths had increased. Thus the only explanation could be due to Lin Yuan. Did Mr. Lin make his move? Suppressing them? Is this the ability of a field? Zhong Bai speculated in his heart. The power of a field is a form of control over a certain range or space. Only a few special evolution paths delve into such abilities at the second or third rank. Your Against Heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the giant evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Your Against Heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the fire evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Your Against Heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the psychic master evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Your Against Heaven's understanding is profound. You observe the bloodline evolution path up close, continuously perfecting your martial path evolutionary path. Through the Taiji field, Lin Yuan was akin to touching the four evolvers from Zijing City at close range, thereby helping him to meticulously understand the strengths and weaknesses of their respective evolution paths, which was far more comprehensive than merely watching videos. For instance, Lin Yuan deliberately intensified the field's force towards the giant's chest, thereby causing a series of responses in the evolver, which with Against Heaven's understanding, could provide Lin Yuan with vast amounts of substantial inspiration. In addition, the continual attacks from Zhong Bai and the others were causing various reactions from their opponents, all of which also fell within Lin Yuan's perception. In an instant, Lin Yuan's understanding of the martial path evolutionary path was rapidly improving. Chapter 62, 59 Third Rank. Chapter 62, Chapter 59 Third Rank. This is a domain. The power of a domain. Only 4th rank and 5th rank evolvers can master this power of a domain. The host, Sun Bin, seemed to have thought of something, and said excitedly. In theory, only 4th and 5th rank evolvers are expected to master it. However, there are always exceptions. Certain special evolutionary paths and the personal encounters of an evolver could also lead to an early mastery of domain power. Of course, these prematurely mastered domain powers are still in their initial states and cannot compare with the true domain power of 4th and 5th rank evolvers. Even so, for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank evolvers, mastering domain power prematurely is tantamount to cheating. With a domain, you can perceive everything in advance and then implement suppression, basically sweeping through anyone from the same rank. I never thought that this year's ring competition in Dongning City would produce an evolver who has mastered a domain. The host, Sun Bin, was full of emotion. His gaze then fell on Lin Yuan, who stood at the back, seemingly never having joined the battlefield. Now, he could also see that this newcomer, Lin Yuan, was the evolver who had mastered a domain. Deploying a domain takes a great deal of energy, and Zhong Bai and the other two were fighting with all their might, which obviously made this impossible. Only Lin Yuan, who had been at the back from the start, had the capability to deploy a domain. Meanwhile, the citizens watching the ring competition were also stunned, and immediately started to boil with excitement. So powerful, suppressing 4 evolvers from Zijing City on his own and forcing them to use only a fraction of their strength, this is simply... An evolver exclaimed in a low voice, "Who is this newcomer? Whose offspring is he from our Dongning City? Yay, brother is so awesome." Though Lin Yi did not understand, she immediately cheered upon hearing the host praise Lin Yuan. A domain. Our son, does he really have the ability to defeat Zijing City? Lin Shouqing muttered to himself. He had only been flattering his wife earlier, thinking it was just wishful thinking. On the battlefield. The fight was still ongoing. The 4 evolvers from Zijing City were in agony from the suppression. They also realized that all this was because of Lin Yuan. But they had no solutions. Under the omnipresent Taiji field suppression, every step they took was extremely difficult. An evolver who specialized in speed did try to approach Lin Yuan. However, the closer he got to Lin Yuan, the greater the pressure he endured until he almost knelt to the ground. What exactly is going on? The giant team captain panted heavily. He vaguely sensed that the pervasive power of the domain could surpass his limits at will. But why hadn't they been thoroughly dealt with yet, and why was it being dragged out? Could it be that he is playing with us? The giant team captain felt extremely stifled. But he did not know what to do. Surrender voluntarily. He could not bring himself to do that. Time slowly passed. More than half an hour flew by. The area of the battlefield was gradually shrinking. The rule of the ring competition was to reduce the size of the ring after half an hour. This measure was to prevent some evolvers who were proficient in speed from purposely dragging out the fight without engaging directly. It's about time. Lin Yuan slightly intensified the Taiji field. Instantly, the 4 evolvers from Zijing City, facing the onslaught from Zhongbai and the other 2, died one after another. With Lin Yuan's strength, once the Taiji field was deployed, a single thought could crush his opponents. However, he had delayed it until now because it allowed him time to comprehend the evolutionary paths practiced by the opponents. The martial path evolutionary path, a completely new evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan. The position that Lin Yuan stood in was the peak, the limit, while ahead of him was an unknown territory. He needed to slowly explore and create. During this period, it was necessary for Lin Yuan to absorb various advantages and disadvantages of other evolutionary paths, integrating them all and pushing out the old to bring in the new. This couldn't be achieved just by shutting oneself away in closed-door training. Of course, with his against heaven's understanding, even if he shut himself away in isolation, he believed he could gradually perfect the martial path evolutionary path. But that would definitely take much longer than now, and the subsequent developments of the martial path might lack the comprehensiveness that comes with integrating hundreds or thousands of evolutionary paths. Did we win? Even though they had expected it, Zhongbai and the others felt as if they were dreaming at this moment. They had truly defeated opponents who were previously unbeatable. After a moment's pause, Zhongbai, Chao Rong, and the third person respectfully approached Lin Yuan. They knew in their hearts that their victory was entirely thanks to Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, with their own strength, they would have been directly crushed by the giant team captain into the ground. For this ring competition, no matter how far we reach, all the rewards we receive will be given to Mr. Lin. Zhongbai thought about it and then said, one should be content with what they have, considering the strength Lin Yuan just displayed. This time, they are not just talking about breaking into the top 5,000 but even the top 3,000 or 2,000, which is highly likely. The top 3,000 in the tournament receive official rewards, and Zhongbai felt unworthy of them. If he had contributed even a little, Zhongbai would have had reason to convince himself, but just now, he was merely a puppet on a string, doing whatever Lin Yuan said. Any other evolver could have done the same. Therefore, regarding the official rewards, Zhongbai felt he didn't qualify. So do I. Chao Rong and Lu Shiguang exchanged glances, saying likewise. In the following 2 months, the tournament continued. Besides the team competition, Lin Yuan also participated in the singles competition. As for the results, he narrowly won each game. There was no choice, Lin Yuan certainly could finish his opponents quickly. But that would defeat the purpose of participating in the tournament, prolonging each battle to carefully comprehend the path of each evolver. Then refining it into his own martial Tao, discarding the dross and selecting the essence, that was what Lin Yuan wanted. The evolvers in the tournament all had considerable strength, especially as it progressed, each one could be called a genius. The top 500 evolvers were basically at the second layer limit, and occasionally, a few at the third rank would pop up. Soon, Dongning City's team broke into the top 100 on Kanglan Star. In a devastating struggle against competitors from Central Mainland, they lost the match. The opposing team was from Lanyue City, one of the most prosperous cities in Central Mainland. Among their 4 players, 3 were at the second layer limit and 1 at the third rank. Moreover, the evolutionary paths they pursued were extremely powerful ones. especially the third-rank evolver who practiced the dream evolution path. Thus, as soon as the match began, Zhong Bai and the other two hadn't even reacted. They were plunged into a deep dream by a single glance from the dream evolver and were eliminated from the match. Only Lin Yuan was left. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan, under the frenzied assault of the four evolvers, managed to hold out for half an hour by leveraging the Tao of Taiji. In the end, even as the arena's size diminished, Lin Yuan could still endure. If not for the team competition rules, which decided the match in the end based on the number of remaining evolvers if no winner emerged. Lanyue City had 4 evolvers left. Dongning City only had Lin Yuan. Thus, Lanyue City won. I never expected our Dongning City to break into the global top 100. Mr. Liao said, as if he were dreaming, a position he had never even dared to imagine. Not just him, but even putting together all previous presidents of the Evolvers Association, none would have dreamt of reaching this rank. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin. Just relying on us. Zhong Bai. And the others also present immediately spoke up. Freewebnovel.c Sigma, if it were just the top 3,000 or 2,000, he might still dare to claim some credit in front of Mr. Liao. But the top 100, that was terrifying. Top 100 in the global tournament, every evolver, even those specialized in support, could easily sweep through all evolvers in Dongning City. Zhong Bai, thick-skinned as he was, didn't dare claim this merit. It was Mr. Lin. Mr. Liao nodded in satisfaction. He was no fool, having watched the matches firsthand, he naturally saw that it was always Lin Yuan who controlled the turbulence. Zhong Bai and the others were no better than accessories. Where is Mr. Lin now? Mr. Liao asked with concern. Since losing to that team from Lanyue City, Lin Yuan had withdrawn from the virtual universe. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin said he needed to seclude himself for a while. Zhong Bai honestly stated. Lin Yuan had indeed told him this before leaving. I see, Mr. Lin must be tired. Mr. Liao nodded in understanding. After all, the opponents from Lanyue City were too powerful, especially that rare third-rank dream evolver whose strength, if unleashed to the fullest in the real world, could plunge nearly 1 million civilians in half a city into sleep simultaneously. To contend with such a terrifying opponent indeed exhausted one's mental strength. Shuiyue Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Underground Training Facility. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Dozens of matches in the tournament, witnessing hundreds to thousands of different evolvers. Critiquing countless evolutionary paths in his mind while integrating them with his against heaven's understanding. At some unknown moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A Taiji pattern of interlocked yin and yang flashed within the depths of his pupils. Third rank. Lin Yuan exhaled softly. The aura within his body began to change swiftly. The third rank of the martial path evolutionary path had finally been achieved. Chapter 63, 64th Level Citizens. Chapter 63, Chapter 64th Level Citizens. Is this the third rank? Feeling his body rapidly transforming, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After the second shuttling ended, Lin Yuan was already at the peak of the second layer. Lin Yuan pondered the force evolution path and was nearly one step into the third rank. Even so, Lin Yuan was still not at the third rank. Other evolvers at the peak of the second layer had traceable paths to reaching the third rank. Their own evolution paths would also provide detailed guidance. How to step into the third rank? What conditions are needed to be met? After meeting the conditions, what should be done? But as the opener of an evolutionary path, everything for Lin Yuan was unknown. Even with his against heaven's understanding, if it hadn't been for the past few months fighting with many evolvers and closely perceiving many evolutionary paths, Lin Yuan's step into the third rank would have been greatly delayed. Evolver of the third rank, also known as City Destroyer grade, can penetrate half a city with a full force strike. The third rank of my martial path evolutionary path covers several miles with the Taiji field. With a mere thought, everything within its range is annihilated. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the Taiji field faintly spreading, covering the entire Shuiyue residential complex. One could say that at this moment, the lives of everyone in the Shuiyue residential complex hung on Lin Yuan's thoughts. In the entirety of Kanglan Star, among evolvers below 100 years old, there are definitely no more than 20 who have reached the third rank, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As a middle-grade life planet, Kanglin star had a resident population of over 50 billion. Such a huge population base would inevitably give birth to some extraordinarily talented geniuses. Like one of Lin Yuan's opponents in this arena competition, whom he held in high regard, born during a thunderstorm, struck by lightning at birth. Thousands around him perished under the thunder, but he alone survived. Not only that, his physique was baptized by the thunder, naturally possessing the thunder attribute, extremely fast, and he could even transform into thunder. Thus, other competing evolvers referred to him as the Thunder God. The power of thunder, extreme in its rigidity and yang. Although Lin Yuan had yet to face Thunder God, he felt that his Taiji field would probably not be able to trap the opponent. Evolver like Thunder God belonged to the unique type of evolver, individually powerful, but unable to be generalized, only suitable for him alone. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Now that I have stepped into the third rank with my martial path, am I allowed to reveal my full strength in the upcoming arena competition? Lin Yuan inquired. The Goddess of Wisdom had previously reminded him not to reveal his identity as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, as it could draw the attention of those different species, and possibly lead to being added to their assassination list. Please rest assured, exceptionally powerful evolver talents are not noticed by different species until they break into the star domain ranking. The Goddess of Wisdom explained softly. The territory of the Cosmic Human Alliance was far too vast, and its population extremely large. Just Kanglin star had 50 billion citizens. And Kanglin star was just one middle-grade life planet that belonged to the Chikuan star domain. For the Chikuan star domain, life planets like Kanglin star numbered over 1 million. Even a flourishing star domain like Chikuan was just one among many that were governed by the realms of human civilization. The different species simply do not have the energy or strength to pay attention to the top 10 or even top 100 human evolver talents of a certain planet. Compared to evolutionary paths that can be permanently passed down, individual humans truly seem somewhat insignificant. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, then proceeded to ask the Goddess of Wisdom whether others could figure out that he was practicing the martial path evolutionary path. The explanation given by the Goddess of Wisdom was that it was very hard to tell. To be precise, almost impossible. Nowadays, not a single person practicing the martial path evolutionary path had reached the Grandmaster realm, let alone grasp the Tao of Taiji in the Yin-Yang realm. Without reaching this realm, how could one comprehend the true mystery of the Tao of Taiji, and how could others figure out that Lin Yuan was using the Tao of Taiji? The evolution pathways made public by the Cosmic Human Alliance were as vast as the sea. There were indeed others similar to the martial path evolutionary path, similar to the Tao of Taiji. Unless Lin Yuan himself spoke up, how could others guess it? In the arena competition, Lin Yuan knew many opponents' evolution paths because that information was disclosed by the individuals themselves. As long as Lin Yuan didn't blurt out that what he practiced was the martial path, others couldn't possibly guess the exact path. At most, they could determine a vague range. Keep in mind that the evolution path is an extremely personal matter. Once your evolution path is known, one can specifically target the weaknesses of that path to exploit the evolver. Therefore, unless they were very confident evolvers, normal evolvers would not advertise the evolutionary path they were on. I've taken the opportunity to upgrade my citizen level, freebubble.com. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted slightly, and he directly spent merit points to upgrade his citizen level. Half a year ago, just after finishing his second shuttle, the merit points Lin Yuan received from submitting the further developments of his martial path evolutionary path were enough to upgrade to 4th level. However, it was to freeload on the loan limit from the Human Civilization Central Bank that Lin Yuan decided to delay it until now. Beep. As the merit points were spent, Lin Yuan's citizen level officially upgraded to 4th level. A 4th level citizen could already be considered among the elite of Kanglin Star, only matched by the citizen levels of the ruling officials. The privileges of a 4th level citizen were updated and went deeper than those of a 3rd level citizen. An added privilege was that if Lin Yuan felt his life was threatened, he could now directly command the battleship fleet of Kanglin Star to protect himself. In addition, Lin Yuan's loan limit at the central bank had reached 1 billion. And Lin Yuan had received a transfer of 20 million from the central bank. To upgrade to a 5th-level citizen requires 50,000 merit points. Lin Yuan frowned. No wonder there were no 5th-level citizens on the entire Kanglan Star. The merit points required to upgrade to a 5th-level citizen were more than the total for all the previous 4 levels. Take it slow. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Now that his martial path evolutionary path was only at the 3rd rank, it had already brought him so many merit points. One day in the future, when he reaches the 5th or 6th rank with this evolutionary path, will there be any shortage of merit points? Just having a theoretical potential for the 6th rank had already earned Lin Yuan 20,000 merit points. If the martial path evolutionary path truly became a 6th rank evolution path, the merit points Lin Yuan would receive would certainly far exceed 20,000. Mr. Liao has been here 3 times. Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor log. I've been in seclusion for 3 days. Lin Yuan got up and sent a message back to Mr. Liao, I'm fine. During the breakthrough to the 3rd rank, both Lin Yuan's physique and soul underwent transformation, so it took a bit longer. No sooner had Lin Yuan sent his message than Mr. Liao instantly replied. If there's anything wrong you must tell me. That Lu Meng has attack methods that can penetrate dreams and the soul, and even in the virtual world, you can't be completely isolated. Mr. Liao's tone was filled with concern. Lin Yuan's last match before going into seclusion was against the 3rd rank evolver of the Dream Evolution Path. Mr. Liao was worried about whether Lin Yuan had been affected. After all, the tournament fights in the past few months made Mr. Liao fully realize Lin Yuan's incomparable evolutive talent. With just a strength of the 2nd layer in the 12th segment, Lin Yuan had held his own against a 3rd rank evolver for half an hour. If it wasn't for the time limit, perhaps he could have continued holding on. Such potential, even across the whole Eastern continent, was among the cream of the crop, the kind that wouldn't emerge even after dozens of tournaments. I'm really fine. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and then sent another message, I'm already at the 3rd rank. Stepping into the 3rd rank couldn't be hidden for long. During the upcoming individual tournaments, when facing those 3rd rank opponents, Lin Yuan would certainly show his corresponding strength. Dongning City Evolvers Association. Mr. Liao sat in his seat, staring blankly at the virtual screen in front of him with the reply on it. Especially at those 6 words. I'm already at the 3rd rank. It left Mr. Liao's mind completely muddled. It took quite a moment for him to barely come to his senses. 3rd rank. Lin Yuan had stepped into the 3rd rank. His Dongning City had actually produced a 3rd rank evolver. There had been thousands of tournaments held in Dongning City, and at its peak, there were just 2 or 3 2nd-rank evolvers. As for 3rd-rank evolvers, Mr. Liao didn't even dare to think about it. One of the conditions for the tournament was being under 100 years old. There had indeed been 3rd-rank evolvers born in Dongning City. But with the additional condition of being under 100 years old, it was truly unprecedented. Even across the entire Eastern continent, let alone the whole Kanglan Star, evolvers meeting this condition were few and far between. Now, during the tournaments, there were just over a dozen evolvers who had clearly demonstrated 3rd-rank strength. My Dongning City has birthed a dragon. Mr. Liao's eyes reddened as he murmured to himself. Chapter 64, 61, I am the Thunder. Chapter 64, Chapter 61, I am the Thunder. Soon. The group competition in the arenas of Kanglan Star had ended. Dongning City, thanks to Lin Yuan's overwhelming force, astonishingly secured the 100th spot. It should be noted, this was a ranking across all of Kanglan Star. Kanglan Star is divided into 5 continents, the Eastern Continent, Western Continent, Northern Continent, Southern Continent. And the most powerful, the Central Mainland. Over 20,000 cities participated. To snatch a spot in the top 100 among so many cities. Something that made countless cities green with envy. Everyone could see clearly that Kanglan City had achieved this rank only because of Lin Yuan. This evolver, who was to a certain extent comparable to those of the 3rd rank, was the core of Dongning City's team. As for the other 3, calling them accessories would be a compliment. If our city had an evolver like Lin Yuan, we could probably have made it into the top 50, one said. Indeed, an evolver who controls a domain's power is suitable for taking control of the entire field. Such an ability is very rare. Who knows what kind of dumb luck Dongning City stumbled into? In the previous arena competitions, we never even heard of this city, and now it suddenly popped up. Right, does anyone here know this Lin Yuan? Countless spectators were quickly discussing. In the group competition, the most dazzling without a doubt was Lin Yuan. His prominence even eclipsed those over a dozen third-rank evolvers. After all, with second-layer strength, holding off a third-rank evolver for over half an hour had been a rare sight in previous arena competitions. The individual competition is coming up next. No idea what rank that Lin Yuan could achieve. In my view, at least in the top 50. I believe in the top 20, only below those dozen or so third-rank evolvers. The hype around the arena competition intensified. After all, the individual competition attracted even more attention than the group competition. The Dongning City Arena. The individual arena competition would occur a full half-month after the group competition. Thus, it was only after the group competition ended that the individual competition began moving toward the top 500 rankings. Lin Yuan was standing on one side of the arena, quietly waiting for his opponent in this match. Meanwhile, the surrounding seats were filled with spectators. After hundreds of matches, Lin Yuan had also garnered a huge number of fans. Especially in the last battle of the group competition, where by himself, he held off one third-rank evolver and three second-rank pinnacle evolvers for over half an hour. Eventually, it was only because of the arena competition rules that he lost, thereby gaining countless fans. So now, each of Lin Yuan's matches drew a large number of spectators, these spectators coming from all over Kanglan Star. Even billions of ordinary citizens watched through live broadcast. I didn't expect that in this arena competition. I could have made it this far. Host Sunbin was deeply moved. As the host of Dongning City, Sunbin naturally only commented on Dongning City's matches. If all of Dongning City's participants were eliminated, there would naturally be nothing related to him. In the past arena competitions, the most Sunbin had ever commented on was one match, decades ago, but naturally, it was nowhere near what was happening now. It should be noted, now in the arena competition, they had reached the top 500, signaling that it was nearing the final stages. Sunbin felt like he was dreaming. Wrong, even in his dreams, Sunbin dared not dream such a thing. Alright, now our player Lin Yuan, who has created miracles all the way, has arrived. Sunbin generously praised Lin Yuan, then began to introduce Lin Yuan's opponent. This match's opponent is Sima Yun from Haiyuan City, also a second-rank pinnacle evolver, who has chosen the water element evolution path. Looking around at the seats filled with spectators, Sunbin's voice became vigorous. In terms of historical performance, Lin Yuan definitely has a higher chance of winning, but one shouldn't underestimate Sima Yun. On the field, Lin Yuan looked towards the distant opponent who had appeared. Sima Yun was a woman with blue pupils. Looking at her was like looking at an ocean. Water element evolution path. Lin Yuan's face showed interest. The water element evolution path, one of the elemental paths within the overarching element evolution paths, which include the 5 mainstream paths like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other special paths like shadow and ice. In earlier matches, Lin Yuan had encountered some evolvers of other types of element evolution paths. But the water element evolution path was indeed rare. Soon, the match began. Lin Yuan was about to deploy the Taiji field. Time to closely examine Sima Yun. Just then, standing opposite Lin Yuan, Sima Yun raised her hand without hesitation. I concede. Sima Yun looked deeply at Lin Yuan. If it were any other opponent, Sima Yun would have at least tried to resist. She wouldn't have conceded directly. But with Lin Yuan, Sima Yun had been watching Lin Yuan for a long time. She knew Lin Yuan's way of fighting. Opponents facing Lin Yuan often held on until the very last moment, during which they would be toyed with and tested by Lin Yuan. Whether facing a first-rank opponent or a second-layer one, it was the same. Over time, Sima Yun realized something was amiss. So, she chose to concede directly. After all, Sima Yun felt that she absolutely could not last more than half an hour against a third-rank evolver. If Lin Yuan could do it, it proved he was more powerful than her. Rather than being toyed with after engaging in combat, it was better to concede outright. Conceding. Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He sighed. Lately, the individual competitors who lacked ambition like this were becoming increasingly common. Before leaving, Sima Yun, curious, asked Lin Yuan one thing. Are you also after those 10 spots, like them? 10 spots. Lin Yuan didn't answer. When he returned to the lounge, Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. As an evolver who could advance into the top 500, Sima Yun's words must have some basis. 10 spots. The top 10. Or something else. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. He began connecting to the goddess of wisdom. I want to know about the arena competition's 10 spots. Lin Yuan asked directly, rather than painstakingly scouting for information about the 10 spots. It was better to ask the goddess of wisdom directly, who knew everything that human civilization should and shouldn't know. Access granted. The so-called 10 spots refer to this year's Kanglan Star Arena competition being observed by the Chikuan Star Lord. The top 10 individual arena competitors have a chance to catch the eyes of the Chikuan Star Lord. The solemn and calm voice of the goddess of wisdom slowly emerged. Chikuan Star Lord. Lin Yuan looked a bit surprised. This was the supreme figure who ruled a star domain. The Chikuan star domain included 8 major star systems, all within this Chikuan Star Lord's realm of influence. Kanglan Star, Central Mainland. In a private space, a male figure with the shadow of thunder in his pupils was sitting on a sofa. This man merely sat there, and the surrounding void subtly flickered with fine strands of lightning. This is the list of competitors to watch out for in this competition, along with detailed information. Thunder God, you might want to take a look to avoid any issues during the contest. Next to the man with thunder in his pupils stood a middle-aged man who gently pressed on a virtual screen in front of him, dismissing it in front of the sofa. The list mostly consisted of evolvers who had reached the 3rd rank, with a few exceptional cases of second-layer peak evolvers, and Lin Yuan's name was among them. I don't need these. Thunder God's face remained calm. Since his youth, when lightning had struck and killed thousands of people around him while he alone survived and his body was transformed into a body of thunder, he randomly chose a pathway of evolution related to thunder and rapidly advanced, reaching the 3rd rank in just a few decades. With regards to combat power, he had swept through the ranks, commanding thunder, mastering thunder, and incarnating as thunder, giving him an overwhelming advantage against other evolvers. Analyzing opponents is the behavior of the weak, I do not need it. Thunder God slowly stood up and walked to the window, his eyes slightly fervent as he said, the competitors in this arena competition, I have never considered them worthy of attention. Because they are all commoners, and I am the thunder. Thunder God stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his tone measured, filled with immense confidence. Chapter 65, 1 Ancient God, Evolution Path. Chapter 65, Chapter 1 Ancient God, Evolution Path. Rest Area. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. A holographic screen appeared in front of him, flashing through the profiles of various evolvers. These evolvers had all made it into the top 50 of the tournament. Even if they weren't 3rd realm, they weren't far off, and each had their own trump card. Lin Yuan watched carefully, even pulling up videos of these evolvers' previous battles. With Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, even viewing battle videos could give him a certain degree of sudden enlightenment. Of course, compared to a real battle, these videos were just appetizers. Battle videos, similar to the NPCs in old games. All their moves and techniques were already fixed. How could they compare to the vast insights brought by real-time battles and immediate feedback? Fong Qing. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. He looked at the information displayed in front of him. The subject of the information was a young man. He looked harmless enough. But he was a hot favorite for champion in this tournament. So far, no one knew the evolution path Fong Qing had taken. Yet each time Fong Qing made a move, he ended the battle in 1 or 2 moves. Even against 3rd realm evolvers. This was the opposite of Lin Yuan. In the eyes of most spectators, Lin Yuan particularly liked to play with his opponents. Even against a 1st rank evolver, he would drag it to overtime. This induced innate fear in many evolvers towards Lin Yuan. Aside from Fong Qing, there were several other evolvers Lin Yuan needed to pay attention to. Take Thunder God, for example. Who could summon and command thunder? Lin Yuan was not too worried about him. Only the incarnation as thunder. Becoming thunder meant energy transformation throughout the body, which could immunize against most physical attacks. There was also a third-rank evolver who followed the poison evolution path. The poison evolution path was a very niche path. Evolver who practiced this path were extremely rare and scarce. However, once someone achieved something on this path, the techniques they mastered would trouble all evolvers of the same or even higher levels. Poison did not merely damage the body. It also affected and could suppress the soul and spirit. A third-rank poison path evolver, if willing, could effortlessly wipe out a city of millions, even tens of millions of citizens. Time passed. Before long, half a day had drifted by. The virtual world tournament invited Lin Yuan to participate in the match. At this point in the tournament, they were down to the top 50 competitors. Each contender was either a third-realm evolver or a second-layer evolver with special techniques. Ordinary second-layer evolvers had been eliminated early on. Currently, among these 50 evolvers, 19 were confirmed third-realm. In the rest area, Lin Yuan accepted the official invitation from the tournament. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure appeared in the center of the arena. The moment Lin Yuan appeared, cheers like a tsunami suddenly erupted from all directions. So many people. Lin Yuan looked around and saw that nearly 10 million seats surrounding him were already filled. The tournament had now moved to the most prosperous city arena in the central mainland. As for the number of matches, it had gone from 8,000 matches a day when the tournament began, to just 5 matches today. This convergence of spectators resulted in nearly 10 million at this match. Keep in mind, the audience capable of attending in the virtual world were either evolvers or citizens of the second rank and above. As for the ordinary citizens watching the live broadcast, their numbers were likely over 10 billion. It couldn't be helped. Now there were only 2 matches a day, timed apart. Audiences wanting to watch the tournament could only opt for this match. Lin Yuan appeared in the arena. This caused a huge cheer from the audience. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan has arrived. The Tormentor King Lin Yuan. All kinds of cheers. Though it wasn't a live match, the virtual world completely replicated reality. Everyone's voices carried through the air, deafening. Before long, Lin Yuan's opponent also appeared. He was a tall man with a cold gaze, and a strange chill spread from where he stood. Third Realm Evolver Bingyan. Following the special elemental evolution path of ice. Previous contenders against Bingyan almost all ended up as ice sculptures. Bingyan's arrival further incited the surrounding spectators. Although Lin Yuan had broken into the Third Realm, up to now, he had never shown his full Third Realm power. Most of his previous opponents had surrendered voluntarily, and those who did not were not strong enough to make Lin Yuan exert his full strength. Therefore, in the eyes of the spectators, Lin Yuan was just a special second-layer evolver. And Bingyan was indeed a third-rank evolver. On Kanglan Star, there were no more than 20 individuals who could step into third rank by the age of 100. Bingyan was one of them. I've seen your match videos. I admit, you're strong, but meeting me means this is as far as you go, Bingyan said in an even tone, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Up to now, Lin Yuan's most notable achievement was that he had managed to last more than half an hour against a third-rank evolver. But that third-rank evolver was a rare dream evolver, skilled in soul and spirit attacks. If Lin Yuan had some accomplishments in soul and spirit, enduring that long wouldn't be surprising. Based on the analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of normal evolution paths. Evolution paths that specialize in soul and spirit inevitably have weaknesses in physical matter. The ice evolution path, which Bingyan specialized in, was best at freezing everything, including the physical body. That was why Bingyan was very confident. Up in the spectator stands. At a middle seat, there sat a young man who appeared gentle and harmless. He looked down at the battleground below with a somewhat bored expression. Teacher, these 2 contestants, one has yet to reach third rank, the other follows an ordinary evolution path. Watching their match isn't as good as spending more time cultivating in the rest area, he said. The young man was named Fong Qing, and he was a popular favorite to win this tournament. Fool. A palm-sized, white-bearded old man appeared on Fang Qing's shoulder. This white-bearded old man was ethereal in form, visible and perceptible only to Fang Qing. Have you failed to see the special aspect of that Lin Yuan evolver? The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. Special aspect. Fang Qing was slightly taken aback. The embryonic form of a domain. Fang Qing ventured a guess. The strongest technique Lin Yuan had displayed was the embryonic form of a domain. This power was something 4th and 5th rank evolvers hoped to master. Yet, the embryonic form of a domain was enormously difficult for other evolvers to access. But to someone of the ancient god lineage like him, it was just so. If Fang Qing wanted, he could also quickly master the embryonic form of a domain. It's not the embryonic form of the domain that's special, but the power that evolves it. The white-bearded old man rolled his eyes. Furthermore, our old master once dominated dozens of star domains, overlooking everything. It was only in the end that he was surrounded and killed by a different species plot because of his arrogance. As the successor to our old master, even though you follow the ancient god evolution path, if you continue to be complacent and underestimate your enemies, you will eventually follow in the old master's footsteps, the white-bearded old man couldn't help but say. Once upon a time, the old master was glorious, but he died like a snuffed-out candle, and everything ceased to exist. I understand. Fang Qing's expression became serious as he began to watch the fight below intently. If my guess is right, that Lin Yuan has probably already reached 3rd rank, the white-bearded old man continued. Already 3rd rank? Fang Qing looked alarmed. On the battlefield. As soon as the host announced the start of the match, Bing Yan immediately took action. Though confident, he did not take the slightest chance and exerted his full strength right away. A terrifying chill spread rapidly. But in the next moment, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the area. The Taiji field at the 3rd layer level, being more refined, imposed greater constraints on the enemy. Facing an opponent at the 3rd layer, Lin Yuan had no intent to hide his skills, and he used the Taiji field to suppress his opponent. What is this? Bing Yan's expression changed slightly. In previous matches, Lin Yuan had also displayed the Taiji field, but it shouldn't have been this powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have been overwhelmed by that 3rd rank dream evolver. Have you already reached 3rd rank? Bing Yan's expression grew solemn. Such a level of suppression could only be achieved by the embryonic form of a domain at the 3rd layer. However, defeating me won't be so easy. Bing Yan charged towards Lin Yuan, transforming almost into a 1,000-year iceberg, crashing down fiercely. Despite being restrained by the Taiji field, Bing Yan's speed reached an astonishing level, approaching 1,000 meters per second. Boom. The two clashed fiercely. See that? That Lin Yuan isn't simple, is he? The white-bearded elder, sitting on Fang Qing's shoulder, observed the battlefield below with interest. Indeed, he's not simple. Fang Qing nodded slightly. He could see that the power Lin Yuan wielded was not just of one kind, but two completely opposite forces. These two diametrically opposite forces, in Lin Yuan's hands, had reached a certain balance and fused perfectly together. If I were to fight Lin Yuan, I reckon I'd use the ancient god, true body, then suppress him within 10 moves, and defeat him within 200 moves, Fang Qing reasoned. The reason it would take 200 moves was because Fang Qing could see that the combining forces Lin Yuan mastered were particularly adept in defense, capable of converting an enemy's attack into his own. Fusing powers, that's something 6th rank individuals have the capability of doing. Without relying on the ancient god evolution path, under the same conditions, you aren't as good as this Lin Yuan. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fang Qing. Chapter 66, To the Third Shuttle. Chapter 66, Chapter 2 The Third Shuttle. It's unbearable. At this moment, Bing Yan felt somewhat withdrawn. He felt as if the Taiji field around him was a spider web, and he was a bug trapped within it. Every move he made was severely constrained. After the initial burst, Lin Yuan had easily blocked his attack. Bing Yan realized he no longer had any chance of victory. The following time seemed exceedingly lengthy. Under the coverage of the Taiji field, Bing Yan was even unable to call out, "I give up." He could only be mercilessly toyed with by Lin Yuan for over half an hour before the battle ended. Meanwhile, the surrounding audience let out an earth-shaking cheer. Before the match, a majority of the audience believed that Bing Yan had better odds of winning. After all, third rank against second layer, even if the latter had an impressive record of holding off a third rank for half an hour. But as the match began, as Lin Yuan demonstrated his third rank strength, the atmosphere of the match reached its peak. Initially, it was third rank against second layer, so Lin Yuan didn't stand much of a chance. Now it was third rank against third rank. The gap between the two was gone. Especially during the battle, Lin Yuan completely suppressed Bing Yan using the Taiji field. This caused countless spectators to get caught up in the excitement. A third-rank evolver is a city destroyer grade existence, able to destroy a city in no time if unleashed. Now, having two third-rank evolvers clashing before them was an unparalleled experience. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is invincible. Lin Yuan, can you come torment me? Among countless cheers, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. He returned to the resting area. Phew. Lin Yuan breathed out gently. Ice attributes power. Countless insights flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. In the exchange with Bing Yan, his opponent freely displayed a myriad of ice-based techniques. To other evolvers, these would be terrifying trump moves. But in Lin Yuan's heart, they were revelations related to this power. The ice of all things freezes everything. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, deep in thought. Second-rank ice-type evolvers merely manifested basic uses of ice power. Third-rank ice-type evolvers, however, could slightly delve deeper into the essence of ice. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Half an hour of trading moves with Bing Yan was quite beneficial for him. It was comparable to the time he battled with a dream sequence third rank. But Lin Yuan's expression suddenly became solemn. As he rose in the rankings of the arena, Lin Yuan also felt a certain pressure. In the battle with Bing Yan, Lin Yuan had to reveal his third-rank strength. Though he hadn't played all his cards, Bing Yan had forced Lin Yuan to consider him seriously. Bing Yan was already tough enough, what about the higher-ranked third-rank evolvers? Keep in mind, among the 19 third-rank evolvers, Bing Yan's strength wasn't even at the forefront. Could Lin Yuan still afford to be as easygoing if he faced one of the top-ranked third-rank evolvers? Just as Lin Yuan was feeling the pressure. Rewebnull.c sigma m. A flicker passed through Lin Yuan's mind. His consciousness entirely plunged into the depths of his mind. There, a majestic gate stood. At this moment, the gate's peripheral area was completely illuminated. Can I travel now? Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered. Unnoticed, more than 10 months had passed since his second interdimensional travel ended. The door to the myriad realms, having accumulated energy over this period, could now facilitate Lin Yuan's third journey. I wonder what kind of world will this journey take me to? With a thought, Lin Yuan began to extend a wisp of consciousness toward the depths of the door to the myriad realms. The prior two travels involved investing his entire consciousness. But this time, Lin Yuan tried to invest only a wisp of consciousness. This thread of consciousness only possessed 1/10,000th of Lin Yuan's total mental capacity. Even if he were to suffer a devastating blow, it would hardly affect Lin Yuan, who could recover in just an hour or two. Buzz. As Lin Yuan's thread of consciousness probed deeper. In a trance, Lin Yuan seemed to see a vast world. This grand world was magnificent, and at a fleeting glance, Lin Yuan saw a weapon as large as a mountain in shadow form. Is that a weapon? Lin Yuan's expression was one of astonishment, and then his consciousness returned to his main body. At the same time, Lin Yuan also received some information about this journey through worlds. Dwell time, 160 years. That world, it's a higher tier than the Dragon Tiger world. As for the flow of time, 160 years there, probably 2 to 3 days here in the main world. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. This trial had prepared Lin Yuan somewhat. At the very least, he wouldn't be as clueless as he was during the first 2 teleportations. In half a day, I have another match. After that, it's the finals for the top 10, which will be held in half a month. Lin Yuan decided to teleport again in half a day. This interval would not delay anything. During the wait, Lin Yuan wasn't idle. Instead, he went to watch the matches of other evolvers. First up was the one named the Poison Path Evolver. This Evolver's opponent was also a third rank. But from the start of the match, the opponent's face turned from green to purple. Obviously, he had been poisoned severely. Then, after more than 10 minutes, his body completely rotted away. During this time, the Poison Path Evolver only put up a symbolic defense. Then watched as his opponent collapsed on the ground. Next, Lin Yuan watched the match of the one known as Thunder God. It was still a match between third-rank evolvers. Thunder God controlled the thunder, and finally even transformed into thunder, directly crushing the third-rank evolver. Thunder God's match was basically without suspense. No matter how potent the opponent, the moment Thunder God chose to embody thunder, the match was over. Lastly, Lin Yuan watched the match of the one known as Fong Qing. Fong Qing's opponent was not weak, ranking near the top among third-rank evolvers, just behind Thunder God. However, even this potent third-rank evolver couldn't withstand 5 moves against Fong Qing. At the 5th move, a majestic figure suddenly appeared behind Fong Qing, its ancient and vast aura pervading the arena. The opponent's spirit was shaken, and he was directly smashed into a pulp by the imposing figure. Ancient God Evolutionary Pathway. Lin Yuan exhaled softly. This pathway was extremely rare and was well known not only in the Qikuan star domain but also in surrounding star domains. Images of the majestic figure behind Fong Qing emerged in Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him feeling weighed down. Truthfully, even if he deployed all his cards, Lin Yuan lacked any confidence in defeating Fong Qing. After watching Fong Qing's match, Lin Yuan heard another piece of news. An evolver at the pinnacle of second layer broke through in bloodline during the match, stepping directly into third rank. This top-tier third-rank evolver was a bloodline evolver who was initially thought to have just an ordinary third-rank bloodline. But after the bloodline breakthrough, it was revealed that this third-rank bloodline concealed a 6th-rank lineage. 6th-rank lineage. This was a lineage that belonged to offspring of fallen star-level beings. With the bloodline awakening, this evolver instantly became the most favored candidate for the championship, nearly pushing down Ancient God Evolutionary Pathway Fong Qing. Half a day later, the match ended. Returning to the resting area, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His expression conveyed solemnity. The stage of the matches had reached a point where no evolver was easy to contend with. Thunder God had a unique constitution, able to transform into thunder, a talent unmatched. Fong Qing practiced the Ancient God Evolution Pathway, with a massive background and predecessors paving the way. The evolver whose bloodline reached 6th rank had ancestors who were fallen star-level powerhouses, leaving behind a legacy sufficient for him to dominate among the third ranks. Compared with them, Lin Yuan seemed rather inconspicuous, with an ordinary background and no notable lineage. On the path of evolution, background, resources, and lineage are indeed important, but not absolutely necessary. I, Lin Yuan, even without any remarkable background, resources, or lineage can still rely on my efforts to achieve successes equal to anyone else's in the future. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world, his body laying in the nourishment pod, eyes closed. Door to the myriad realms, allow me to travel through. Chapter 67, 3, New Identity. Chapter 67, Chapter 3, New Identity. In a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Where am I? This was Lin Yuan's first thought. Have I not been born yet? This was Lin Yuan's second thought. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Yuan was still in his mother's womb. Warm amniotic fluid flowed all around him. Why do I get smaller with each transmigration? Lin Yuan felt a bit of a toothache, although he didn't have teeth yet. The first time he transmigrated, Lin Yuan was a little monk over 3 years old. The second time, Lin Yuan had just been born. Now, for the third transmigration, he was directly in the womb. Even though Lin Yuan knew that the transmigration through the door to the myriad realms was completely random, he couldn't help feeling speechless. But this might not be a bad thing. After quickly adapting to his current situation, Lin Yuan began to ponder. Before transmigrating, Lin Yuan had studied the body of Lolan He from the Thunder Rain Star region. As an offshoot of a major figure in the Thunder Rain Star region, Lolan He's original body came from a highly rare special life form deep in the cosmos. With his parents' genes as the carrier, the core genes of this special life form were mixed in. The body cultivated from this combination had potential, and in many other respects, far surpassed that of a normal human. Lolanhi's body, even without any cultivation, could rapidly grow to a second-layer strength. In the main world for half a year, Lin Yuan, apart from contemplating the subsequent path of martial path evolutionary path, devoted all his remaining energy to comprehending the mysteries of such a body. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had already comprehended a complete set of body transformation techniques. This technique allowed the body to transform slowly and achieve the effect of enhancing the life essence. As for the efficiency of life essence transformation, the younger the age, the better. Lin Yuan's body in the main world was already mature, with his physique fully developed. The progress of practicing this technique was slow, with only 1/10 completed in half a year. However, now, Lin Yuan had not yet been born. Every aspect of his body was in a nascent state. It was simply the best time to practice this body transformation technique. In fact, Lin Yuan had specifically set aside part of his energy to contemplate this body transformation technique, to prevent the scenario that occurred during the last transmigration, when he was born and immediately faced an extreme situation with no ability to resist. Transforming his body in this way, at the very least, would give Lin Yuan the power to protect himself ahead of time. Let's not rush the body transformation. Let's see what the status and background of my parents are in this life first. Body transformation requires energy. And since Lin Yuan had not been born yet, naturally he couldn't gather energy on his own. So, once Lin Yuan began body transformation, he would instinctively absorb the energy of the mother's body. This would manifest as the mother developing a huge appetite, needing to consume all sorts of nourishing supplements. If this were a poor family, such a situation would definitely be adding insult to injury. If that were the case, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to faithfully wait until after birth to make plans. Compared to body transformation, Lin Yuan was even less willing to perish prematurely. Body transformation techniques could be practiced even after birth, absorbing the yin and yang energies of the heavens and earth, with effects evident within hours. It was absolutely unnecessary to shift the risk to the mother's womb. Time passed by. Before long, half a month had gone by. It seems I'm off to a good start this time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. During this time, he faintly sensed that just the servants tending to his mother numbered dozens. What average family could boast such treatment? Moreover, Lin Yuan could also feel that his mother ate expensive supplements every day. This fact was confirmed by the energy transferred from the umbilical cord. In this transmigration, my identity must be that of a prince, my father the reigning emperor, my mother a noble concubine, and my maternal grandfather a highly esteemed senior official. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Over the past half-month, Lin Yuan often heard conversations from outside. These conversations, naturally not anticipating that Lin Yuan would eavesdrop, touched upon many secrets. Initially, Lin Yuan didn't understand the language of this world. He couldn't understand it. But after listening a lot, he naturally learned it. That's what against heaven's understanding is. For the same sound, others might need to hear it hundreds or thousands of times before they could remember it or barely understand it. Lin Yuan only needed to hear it once to roughly understand. Then, combining the tone of voice when the sound was spoken with the reactions of others, he generally understood the meaning. After listening to a few more sentences, he pretty much got the hang of it. To learn a language was just that simple. Within the 100 Flowers Hall, a palace maid hurried in. Your Highness, I've inquired with the imperial physician. This time you're definitely bearing a prince. The palace maid spoke excitedly, but carefully looked around, afraid of being overheard by others. Wang Shanfeng didn't seem to care much. Whether it's a son or a daughter, it's a child of His Majesty and me, and I'll be happy regardless. Wang Shanfeng said with a gentle tone. Oh my, Your Highness, how can you understand so little? The maid spoke anxiously. Now that His Majesty has yet to have a prince, if Your Highness gives birth to a prince, in the future, there are some things you're not allowed to say. Before the maid could finish, Wang Shangfeng's expression suddenly turned icy cold as she calmly looked over. Yes, yes. The maid's face turned pale as she tremblingly knelt on the ground. It seems that my mother in this life. Inside the womb, Lin Yuan quietly listened to the commotion outside. And he held a rather high opinion of his mother in this life. She at least knew how to keep a low profile. This won't do. In the depths of the palace, it's easy to dodge a known threat, but an unseen arrow is hard to guard against. I must hasten the transformation of my physical body. A sense of urgency surged in Lin Yuan's heart. It was a feeling that had been lingering ever since he realized he was in the imperial palace. Particularly after learning that the current emperor had no princes. The urgency grew even stronger. Even palace maids were aware that what Wang Shangfeng carried might very well be a prince. Were the other consorts oblivious? Especially the reigning empress, if she harbored any other thoughts. Lin Yuan would be in danger. Of course, Lin Yuan's transformation was entirely based on Wang Shangfeng's reactions. He would not absorb energy indiscriminately, instead using the gentle energy formed by the transformation to nourish the mother's body in turn. As Lin Yuan began the transformation of his physical body, Wang Shangfeng instantly felt a sense of hunger. It was as if she hadn't eaten anything for 3 days and nights. Luckily, she was in the imperial palace and had a strong background herself. She hardly lacked any substantial nourishment. So no problems arose. 8 months later. Wang Shangfeng caressed her belly. You little rascal have eaten so many tonics from your mother, Wang Shangfeng sighed. If one word could describe the past half-year, it would be eat. An ordinary person might only consume a strand of 100-year-old ginseng. Wang Shangfeng could eat half of one in a single bite. Not to mention the variety of spiritual and precious medicines from the deep mountains, Wang Shangfeng never stopped consuming them. If it weren't for the support of her maternal family, secretly covering the expensive costs, this matter would have likely alarmed the entire palace long ago. After all, being able to eat is good, but eating too much is peculiar. Even so, there were rumors within the palace about Wang Shangfeng's appetite. Even Emperor Lu Shi had heard of it, but he did not inquire further. After all, Wang Shangfeng was a strong cultivator before entering the palace. What's wrong with eating a little more during pregnancy? However, if Emperor Lu Shi knew Wang Shangfeng's actual appetite, he would not think so. It's almost time. My days of suffering are about to end. Wang Shangfeng faintly felt the movements of her child in her stomach, occasionally kicking her. Counting the days, it was time for her to give birth. The Greater Yan Dynasty. Inside the Qingtian Hall of the Imperial Palace, Emperor Lu Shi of the Greater Yan was sitting at his desk, dealing with political affairs. Your Majesty, Consort Wang has given birth, Consort Wang has delivered. Right at this moment, a little eunuch hurried over, speaking respectfully. Oh. Another daughter, right? Emperor Lu Shi asked casually without even lifting his eyelids. Since his ascension to the throne, Lu Shi had favored many consorts, yet none had borne him a son. To be precise, not a single prince was born. As for princesses, there were plenty, but without a prince, who would inherit the emperor's seat in the future? Could it be that he would have to adopt one from another branch of the imperial clan? Lu Shi was naturally not willing to do so. He had struggled hard to seize the throne, and he intended for his own son to inherit it. But unfortunately, no matter how hard Lu Shi tried, all of his offspring were princesses, without exception. Counting the number, in the past 20 years, Lu Shi had already conferred the title of princess to more than 60 of them. Having ascended the throne for over 20 years and without a single prince, rumors spread everywhere within the court and beyond. If it were not for Lu Shi's ruthless methods, his position as the emperor might not be secure at this moment. Could this be the punishment from my ancestors? Lu Shi's eyes lost their focus. In those years, to ascend to the throne, he had killed all of his several brothers. After becoming emperor, to reclaim the great power, he even put those uncles who were princes under house arrest until their deaths. As Lu Shi's thoughts wandered, the eunuch's voice trembled as he spoke, Your Majesty, it's a prince, Consort Wang has given birth to a prince. I know, wait. Emperor Lu Shi waved his hand but suddenly paused. What did you say? Lu Shi's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of sharp light, staring straight at the eunuch. Word by word he asked, What did you say? Your Majesty, this servant is saying Consort Wang has given birth to a prince. The eunuch's scalp tingled, fearing that he had angered the emperor, and quickly spoke. A prince. Ripples arose in Lu Shi's heart. He had indeed heard the imperial physician say that it was very likely that Wang Shangfeng was carrying a boy. But Lu Shi had heard many such claims before, and more than half of his dozens of daughters were born under such claims. Only, he had not expected that this time it would be true. Your Majesty. After a moment, the eunuch did not hear a reply and summoned the courage to look up, only to find that Emperor Lu Shi, who had been sitting at the desk, had already left. Outside the 100 Flowers Hall. The 100 Flowers Hall was Consort Wang's palace. At this moment, the Greater Yan Emperor Lu Shi stood outside the hall. I have a son. Lu Shi did not immediately go in but hesitated instead. Your Majesty, this is a prince. At that moment, a plump imperial physician came out, holding a newborn infant, stopping in front of Lu Shi. Rewabove.com, Your Majesty, this servant just examined him, and the prince's physique and innate strength are extremely powerful. He is an exceptional child that our Greater Yan has never seen since the founding of our dynasty. The plump imperial physician, excited, was trembling as he held the infant. An exceptional child. My son is an exceptional child. Emperor Lu Shi was momentarily stunned. Simply the fact that Wang Shangfeng had given birth to a son had already thrilled him beyond expectation. And to think that this son was also an exceptional child. Emperor Lu Shi glanced at the imperial physician. Noticing his sincere expression and the same exhilaration surging deep within his eyes, without any flattery, he instantly believed him to be 7 or 8 parts truthful. As thoughts churned, Emperor Lu Shi gazed at the infant, Lin Yuan, his hands trembling slightly. But in the end, Lu Shi still took Lin Yuan into his arms, cradling him in his hands. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of a prince. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of a prince. Congratulations to your Majesty on the birth of a prince. All the eunuchs and maids inside and outside the 100 Flowers Hall knelt down, shouting loudly. I have a son. I, Lu Shi, finally have a son. And he's an exceptional child. Emperor Lu Shi laughed heartily, carefully lifting Lin Yuan gently up high. As if he were lifting the entire Greater Yan dynasty. Chapter 68, 4, Heaven Blesses Great Yan. Chapter 68, Chapter 4, Heaven Blesses Great Yan. The birth of Lin Yuan seemed to transform Emperor Lu Shi into a different person. He even became much more diligent in attending court. After all, before Lin Yuan was born, Emperor Lu Shi once doubted whether he could ever have a son. Eventually, the imperial throne, however reluctantly, would have to be passed to another's hands. Even though this person would certainly be adopted under his name, be one of his descendants, and worship him as if he was their natural father. Not having his own flesh and blood as heir always seemed a bit odd. This led to a lack of motivation in Lu Shi's handling of state affairs. What was the point of all this effort if the kingdom would end up in someone else's hands? But now, everything had changed. Emperor Lu Shi had a son. He had produced an heir to inherit all that was his. Moreover, this son's constitution and innate talent were so strong that upon examination, Lu Shi found it unbelievable. With such a constitution and innate talent, the boy might well be able to tear tigers and leopards apart with his bare hands by the age of 2 or 3. Of course. While Lu Shi was delighted with this, he was well aware that martial prowess alone was not enough to be a good emperor. More importantly, political acumen was needed. Today's world was divided among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. And Greater Yan was merely a dynasty located in the southern Central Plains. One among the 36 kingdoms. It was not the weakest, but it had nothing to do with being the strongest either. Especially since in this generation, as the most crucial foundation of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, a divine weapon master had yet to be cultivated. This made Lu Shi feel extremely troubled. Without a divine weapon master in place, Greater Yan always seemed a cut below when facing other nations. Of course, with the foundation of Greater Yan, there wouldn't be any serious problems in the short term, even without a weapon master. In Emperor Lu Shi's plan, he aimed to cultivate a weapon master for Greater Yan during his reign. By the time he passed the throne to Lin Yuan, the Greater Yan dynasty would be a peaceful and stable nation, both internally and externally. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to execute all his political aspirations. Be it reform or a change in laws. It would all be up to Lin Yuan to decide. But all this was based on the premise that Lin Yuan knew how to be an emperor. If he knew nothing and acted only according to his whims, wouldn't Emperor Lu Shi be handing Greater Yan over to a foolish ruler? Because of this, as soon as Lin Yuan turned 5, he was made the crown prince and began his training as the heir. Lin Yuan did not disappoint Lu Shi's expectations, being able to read and write at the age of 3 or 4. By the time he was 6, he had silenced with his reasoning the grand tutor specially chosen by Emperor Lu Shi. You must know that Lin Yuan's grand tutor was extraordinarily learned, not just a top graduate but also from a family that was a famous literary household within the Greater Yan dynasty. Such a person could lay down a dynasty's cultural foundation and leave a name in history regardless of the era. Yet he was bewildered by Lin Yuan, a mere child of 5, and could not respond for a long while. If this were to spread, it would surely stun the multitude of scholars who regarded the grand tutor as their mentor. Inside Qingtian Hall, the grand tutor, wearing a helpless expression, complained to Emperor Lu Shi. "Your Majesty, I really can't teach him anymore." The grand tutor looked at Emperor Lu Shi seated on the dragon throne and couldn't help but speak up. "What happened? Did Yuan make you angry again?" Emperor Lu Shi asked with immediate concern. He had gone to great lengths to persuade the grand tutor to teach Lin Yuan. After all, threatening a scholar's life is certainly futile. For most scholars, they very much aspire to be executed by the emperor because at least in this way, they can leave their name in history. And the emperor, probably, would have to bear some infamy. Furthermore, behind the grand tutor stood the support of the majority of Greater Yan's literati. A single move could affect the whole. If a forceful approach was ineffective, then a gentle one must be tried. After various promises and enticing prospects put forth by Emperor Lu Shi, the grand tutor finally agreed to teach Lin Yuan. But what Emperor Lu Shi had not anticipated was that, not even a year into the job, the grand tutor was planning to quit. "If it were just a matter of making me angry, that wouldn't be much of a problem." The grand tutor sighed lightly. He had lived for decades, and what kind of student hadn't he seen? His mentality was already extremely calm, confident in his ability to correct even the most stubborn of students. But Lin Yuan was not the least bit stubborn. Not only was he the opposite of stubborn, but he could also be described as astoundingly exceptional. All the concepts taught by the grand tutor were readily accepted by Lin Yuan without a hint of doubt. This initially left the grand tutor, who was waiting for Lin Yuan to raise questions, dumbfounded for quite a while. "You understood everything with just one explanation. Then what do you need me for?" At first, the grand tutor thought Lin Yuan was pretending to understand. So he carefully prepared several questions, aiming to expose Lin Yuan. But what the grand tutor had not anticipated was that Lin Yuan not only explained his question once. He also used the example to deduce other aspects that even the grand tutor had not thought of before. And for the grand tutor, the nightmare was just beginning. In the following lessons, the grand tutor completely became a tool. He only needed to read out the contents of those classical books. As for how to understand them, he didn't need to say a word. Lin Yuan would understand the meaning after just one listen. Besides, sometimes Lin Yuan would sense the grand tutor's confusion and would reinterpret the more obscure content. After hearing these interpretations, the grand tutor would have an epiphany, feeling like the decades he spent studying were in vain. Thus, a very strange scene occurred. In front of the study desk, the aged grand tutor resembled a student, mostly listening attentively. While the mere child, Lin Yuan, talked eloquently, his knowledge spanning ancient and modern times. Most crucially, the grand tutor actually found Lin Yuan's points to be very sensible. The wisdom of countless sages throughout history, in Lin Yuan's words, now showed many aspects unknown to others. The grand tutor, although obsessed with this sensation, immediately realized that he could not go on like this. If he continued to stay with Lin Yuan, he feared he would be unable to resist taking Lin Yuan as his master. Even if he suppressed this thought, what would the passing palace maids and eunuchs think? Was it he who taught Lin Yuan, or was it Lin Yuan teaching him? For these reasons, the grand tutor sought an audience with Emperor Lu Shi early in the morning to tender his resignation. He truly had no face to continue. "What do you mean by that, grand tutor?" Emperor Lushur sat on the dragon throne, scrutinizing the Grand Tutor. At first, he thought the Grand Tutor had come to complain or perhaps wanted to bargain for something more. But now, after observing him for a while, Emperor Lushur realized the bitterness and resignation on the Grand Tutor's face was genuine, from the heart. This made Emperor Lushur very curious. What had his son done to make the Grand Tutor, a literary giant, wear such an expression? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's control over situations and his approach to major issues far exceed that of your humble servant. Us mortals, what qualifications do we have to teach him? The Grand Tutor said bitterly. Far exceeds you. Emperor Lushur blinked. For anyone to receive such high praise from a literary giant like the Grand Tutor would usually be a cause for delight. But for Lushur, his 6-year-old son, could you not be more credible in your flattery? Emperor Lushur immediately felt that the Grand Tutor might be mocking him. If the Grand Tutor wishes to propose other conditions, just speak them. Why the need to? Emperor Lushur frowned slightly, his tone displaying some dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the Grand Tutor managed a difficult smile. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he himself would think he was taking the opportunity to propose conditions. But that wasn't the case at all. The Grand Tutor took a light breath. And then solemnly said, with my virtues, I am no longer fit to teach the Crown Prince. In order to make Emperor Lushur believe what he said, the Grand Tutor had already begun to abandon his pride, directly admitting his inferiority to Lin Yuan. The words the Grand Tutor speaks. Emperor Lushur was inwardly shocked. One should know that the most valued thing among scholars was their reputation. They argued for a legacy that would last generations, especially for a literary giant like the Grand Tutor. Even if he was unwilling to teach Lin Yuan, he wouldn't admit to being inferior to him. After all, Lin Yuan was but a 6-year-old child. To admit being inferior to such a child would be a great blow to any scholar's reputation, especially for a literary authority like the Grand Tutor. Even in death, he would not have admitted such. In the literary world, there is Northwest first place, in martial arts, there is no second. This isn't about who is stronger or weaker. What are you suggesting, Grand Tutor? Emperor Lushur was silent for a while before finally asking. Our Greater Yan dynasty. The Grand Tutor paused for a moment, then said with an inexplicable sigh, will welcome a sage monarch. A sage monarch. Emperor Lushur could hardly believe it. Since ancient times, the highest praise for an emperor was to be called a sage monarch. Emperor Lushur had not expected the Grand Tutor to have such high regard for Lin Yuan, to determine him a future sage monarch even before he ascended the throne. Your Majesty, this servant shall take his leave. Seeing that Emperor Lushur remained silent, the Grand Tutor bowed and requested to be excused. Lushur did not stop him but silently watched the Grand Tutor's retreating figure. Once the Grand Tutor had completely left Qingtian Hall, Emperor Lushur waved his hand, signaling the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs to leave. He then sat alone in Qingtian Hall, lost in thought. After a long time, a bout of unrestrained laughter echoed from within Qingtian Hall. Ha 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 ha. My son, Lushur, a sage monarch. Ha 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 ha. May our ancestors bless us. May our ancestors bless us indeed. I, Lushur, will have a son who is a sage monarch. May heaven bless our Greater Yan. May heaven bless our Greater Yan indeed. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 69, 5, Divine Weapon. Demonic Weapon. Chapter 69, Chapter 5, Divine Weapon. Demonic Weapon. Name, Lu Yuan, Lin Yuan. Status, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent, against heaven's understanding. Current state, consciousness descent. Remaining residence time, 154 years. In the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan glanced at the Myriad Realms Gate panel. Without realizing it, he had already spent 6 years in this world. During these 6 years, Lin Yuan could say his life was extremely comfortable, having whatever he desired. Given Emperor Lushur's indulgence towards him, even if Lin Yuan expressed a wish for the stars in the sky, Emperor Lushur would probably consider it. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan stepped out of the Eastern Palace. He arrived in front of a wooden tower deep within the Imperial Palace. This wooden tower looked extremely ordinary. But there was a large number of Imperial guards patrolling the vicinity. Lin Yuan didn't stop, walking straight towards the entrance of the tower. "Pay our respects to the Crown Prince. Pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." The patrolling imperial guards immediately bowed in an extremely respectful manner upon seeing Lin Yuan. There was no help for it, as the sole heir of the current emperor, Lin Yuan was enthroned as the crown prince at the age of 5. This was extremely rare throughout the history of the Greater Yan dynasty. Even for the eldest legitimate son, it was only possible to be enthroned as the crown prince after reaching adulthood and undergoing the coronation ceremony. And even after becoming the crown prince, he would still be subjected to the emperor's wariness. The presence of a crown prince certainly stabilizes the court situation, but it also divides the emperor's power and influence to a certain extent. It was not like Emperor Lu Shi indulging him. If Lin Yuan were not so young, Emperor Lu Shi would probably let Lin Yuan supervise the state, getting accustomed to what it would be like to be emperor. Lin Yuan entered the wooden tower. This place was a forbidden area of the Greater Yan dynasty. It housed the most powerful techniques and secret methods of the Greater Yan dynasty. Just taking out one of them would incite a bloody storm in the outside world. Years ago, Lin Yuan asked Emperor Lu Shi if he could take a look inside the wooden tower. Emperor Lu Shi agreed without a second thought. Firstly, while the tower was indeed a forbidden area, who was Lin Yuan? He was his son, the future emperor of the Greater Yan dynasty. What was wrong with entering the wooden tower? Secondly, Emperor Lu Shi felt that Lin Yuan was simply acting out of curiosity. How old was Lin Yuan at that time? Could he understand the profound techniques and secret methods within the tower? He probably expected that Lin Yuan would lose interest after playing around for a while. Emperor Lu Shi could never have dreamed that in just less than 2 years, Lin Yuan had fully grasped and even innovated upon the many techniques and secret methods that the Greater Yan dynasty had compiled over thousands of years. The cultivation system of this world. Lin Yuan found a corner to sit down at random. His expression fell into a brief contemplation. In the Greater Yan dynasty, or rather the entire Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, the essence of the cultivation system was about the same. Specifically, it was divided into 7 stages. Body refinement, tendon refinement, skin refinement, bone refinement, organ refinement, marrow refinement, and finally blood refining. The corresponding realms were martial apprentice, martial master, innate martial master, great grandmaster, and martial saint. In simple terms, body refinement, martial apprentice, tendon refinement, martial apprentice, skin refinement, martial master, bone refinement, martial master, organ refinement, innate martial master, marrow refinement, great grandmaster, and blood refining, martial saint. According to Lin Yuan's judgment, the strongest, blood refining, martial saint, whose blood and qi integrate into one, is equivalent to the second layer pinnacle level of the main world. However, Lin Yuan noticed something amiss. That is, the cultivation system of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, when traced back to its roots, is merely about tempering the body and strengthening the blood and qi. As for the soul and spirit, there is not the slightest involvement. Not to mention, even the first world that Lin Yuan traversed began developing spiritual supernatural powers at the Grandmaster level. It doesn't make sense for the blood-refining, martial saint, comparable to the second layer pinnacle, to not touch on it at all. Weapons Master. Lin Yuan muttered to himself softly. The cultivation system from martial apprentice to martial saint is just the cultivation system accessible to the ordinary people. And in this world, there is another set of cultivation systems. That is to become a weapons master. Weapons masters can wield divine weapons. And divine weapons are the most powerful existence in this world. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, each kingdom possesses a nation-protecting divine weapon. The power of the divine weapons is beyond human resistance. A wielder who drives a divine weapon, even a mere wisp of its aura, can easily crush 100 blood refinement martial saints. This was also why Emperor Lu Shi had been far more excited upon learning that Lin Yuan possessed the potential to become a sage monarch than when showing off his innate physical endowments at birth. No matter how strong one's physical endowments, in the future, one might only become a blood refinement martial saint. And what counts a blood refinement martial saint in the face of a wielder? So long as the Greater Yan dynasty had a divine weapon standing guard, no number of martial saints could affect the overall situation. However, not everyone could become a wielder. To become one must gain the recognition of the divine weapon. And each wielder does not live long. Rarely does a wielder live to 40 years. This has led the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms to always have a supply of wielder candidates in reserve. Even so, occasionally there would be a break in the line of wielders. The Greater Yen dynasty is currently facing such a predicament. But with a divine weapon standing guard, and the treaty signed among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, no problems should arise in the short term. The strength of a wielder stems from the divine weapon. Merely leaking a trace of its aura could crush 100 martial saints. The power of the divine weapon is at least 3rd rank, perhaps even borderline 4th rank. Lin Yuan guessed in his heart. With his insight, he naturally saw that these so-called wielders were but puppets. The truly powerful entity was naturally the divine weapon itself. Lin Yuan stood up. He walked to a bookshelf deep in the wooden tower. He took down an old, tattered manuscript from there. It contained bits of information on the divine weapons. This was one of the few channels through which Lin Yuan understood divine weapons. As for asking Emperor Lu Shi directly, other matters might be negotiable. But once it came to the divine weapons, Emperor Lu Shi would become evasive and deeply guarded. It seemed that he did not want his son to know about the divine weapons so soon. Lin Yuan slowly flipped through the manuscript. Even though he had already committed its contents to memory, it still stirred up ripples in his heart. All 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains have divine weapons standing guard. It appears tranquil throughout the world, but the living sacrifices needed by each divine weapon are enormous. If the requirements are not met, the 36 divine weapons will awaken on their own and seek out sacrifices. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for all living beings. I wonder if these are really divine weapons, or... The content at the end of the book seemed to be erased. But Lin Yuan, combining the context, easily deduced what had been removed. I wonder if these are really divine weapons, or demonic weapons. Lin Yuan closed the book and returned it to the shelf. There were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of volumes collected in the wooden tower. And since this book was hidden in the deepest part, it was highly improbable that anyone coming in would see it. Only Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, and having mastered all the martial arts and secret techniques in the tower, would have had the time to find these miscellaneous records. Divine weapons. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. The origin of the divine weapons was not detailed in the tower's collection. It was only known to be related to the ancient times, over 10,000 years ago. All of the divine weapons were born at that time. As for how they came to be and how they created today's situation, that remains unknown. 10,000 years are just too distant. The main world was fine since it had entered the space age, and everything could be passed down through data formation. But in the world Lin Yuan currently inhabited, just a little war or human calamity could lead to a disruption. This world. A peculiar expression crossed Lin Yuan's face. The living sacrifices needed by the divine weapons were better with abundant blood and qi. And the mainstream cultivation system of this world is purely about physical conditioning and increasing blood and qi. Both aspects looked normal when viewed separately. But when combined, Lin Yuan immediately sensed another layer. The people of this world, it seems, are all raised like livestock by these so-called divine weapons. The Central Plains' 36 kingdoms are like 36 farms, and all the people are the cattle, waiting to be consumed by the divine weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He was almost certain that the cultivation system from martial apprentice to martial saint must have been influenced by the divine weapons, otherwise it wouldn't be so deformed. Chapter 76, No Need to Cultivate a War Master, Give Me Time, I Will Surpass the War Master. Chapter 6, No Need to Cultivate a War Master, Give Me Time, I Will Surpass the War Master. Weapons possessing spiritual nature did not surprise Lin Yuan. In the dragon-tiger world, the true martial sword itself possessed spirituality. However, in this world, the divine weapons started to domesticate humans, consuming them periodically. This was no longer mere spirituality, but spiritual wisdom. The 36 divine weapons were equivalent to 36 nearly 4th rank or genuine 4th rank powerhouses. If they united, slaughtering the entire human race would be a piece of cake. But these 36 divine weapons did not do so. Instead, They planned for sustainable development. They even found their own spokespersons. That is, the royal families of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. They supported spokespersons from among the livestock. Then let the spokespersons manage the multitude of livestock. Every now and then, they would select suitable livestock to consume. This had already formed a complete system. From this alone, Lin Yuan had already determined that the divine weapons not only possessed spiritual wisdom, but their spiritual wisdom was not low. However, I am not in danger for now. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Even if regarded as livestock for food, there were levels even among that. As a chosen spokesperson of the divine weapon from the Greater Yan imperial family, like Lin Yuan, his status was undoubtedly the highest. Even if he couldn't escape the fate of being consumed, he would be the last to be consumed. Power, as long as the power is strong enough, even a divine weapon can be shattered with one punch. Lin Yuan let out a breath lightly and walked out of the wooden building. The cultivation system of the beings in this world was influenced by the divine weapons. No matter how brilliant one was, the endpoint was merely martial saint. In the face of the sublime divine weapons, they were merely a delicious food. But Lin Yuan was different. His cultivation foundation did not originate from this world and was completely unaffected by the divine weapons. Returning to the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Today, I can recover to full strength. Lin Yuan's eyes lowered. Having shuttled to this world 6 years ago, Lin Yuan naturally did not idle away as he consumed various supplements daily. He had secretly almost completely restored his strength very early on. In fact, with the speed of Lin Yuan's cultivation, he could have regained full strength in at most 5 years. However, the cultivation system of this world had given Lin Yuan quite a bit of inspiration. Body refining, tendon refinement, skin refinement, bone refinement, organ refinement, marrow refinement, and finally, blood refining, although somewhat abnormal. Indeed perfect in forging the body. It allowed every aspect of the body, inside and out, to be tempered. This was exactly what made Lin Yuan integrate this set of cultivation systems perfectly into the martial Tao cultivation system, taking him an additional year more. Almost there. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly closed. Inside his body, a dramatic transformation was occurring. Half a day later, Lin Yuan successfully recovered to 3rd rank strength. At this moment, his combat power even surpassed that of his peak period in the main world. After all, Lin Yuan had now fully cultivated the physical transformation technique learned from Lo Lan He. And he had perfectly assimilated the physically honing methods of this world. In terms of the physical body, he naturally exceeded that of the main world by a lot. Take it slow. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. According to his estimation, the nation-protecting divine weapons of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms each possessed at least near 4th rank, or even genuine 4th rank strength. Compared to these divine weapons, the current Lin Yuan definitely fell short. That day, Lin Yuan finished his cultivation, only to see his 7th sister waiting for him. Lin Yuan's 7th sister, to be precise, Lin Yuan's half-sister, was the 7th princess of the Greater Yan dynasty. However, the relationship between the two was quite good, and they often met to chat. Xiao Yuan, I am about to go to the divine weapon ancestral grounds with the other sisters. The 7th sister's tone suddenly turned somewhat anxious. Divine weapon ancestral grounds. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The divine weapon ancestral grounds were where the nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty slumbered. As for why the 7th sister and the other princesses were going to the divine weapon ancestral grounds, it must be related to the cultivation of weapon bearers. To become a weapon bearer, one must first be recognized by the divine weapon. This inevitably involves approaching the divine weapon. According to past practice, the candidate for the weapon bearer of the Greater Yan dynasty would definitely be selected primarily from among the clan members. After all, the fact that weapon bearers have short lives is no secret. If the current emperor had a choice, he definitely would not send his own children. But now the Greater Yan dynasty faced a generation gap in weapon bearers. All clan members had been tested, yet none were chosen by the divine weapon. In such a situation, Emperor Lu Shi could only send his own children to try. Of course, only daughters. Lin Yuan, as the crown prince, was absolutely impossible to become a weapon bearer. Because soldier makers did not live long and needed to stay close to the divine weapons for extended periods. They were destined to have no claim to the throne. There shouldn't be any problems, he said. Lin Yuan offered a few words of comfort. I hope so. His sister's eyes were somewhat reddened. Although no one knew what exactly would happen to a soldier maker. But every 3 to 4 decades, the Greater Yan dynasty would select a soldier maker. It was likely that the previous soldier makers had died. Otherwise, there would be no need to select new ones. Half a day later, his sister, crying, came to find Lin Yuan again. Brother, I have been chosen. His sister's voice was hoarse, tinged with fear. Shortly after, the Imperial Guard entered. They respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. Then they took his sister away. She did not resist. Once chosen by the divine weapon, her fate was already sealed. Even the emperor could not change it. Her appearance here was solely to see Lin Yuan one last time. After all, once one becomes a soldier maker, unless you activate the divine weapon, you hardly get a chance to leave the divine weapon ancestral grounds. Do divine weapons prefer people with strong souls? Lin Yuan watched his sister leave, his mind racing. Compared to other members of the imperial clan, his sister's spiritual soul was innately powerful. Specifically manifesting as a good memory and needing only a short sleep to feel refreshed. As for why it prefers them, perhaps because they are tastier. Perhaps, for the divine weapons, those cultivators with vigorous vital energy are just ordinary food. But a person with a strong soul is like a feast they want to savor slowly, which is why each soldier maker's life is not long. Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. At this moment, he also guessed why the divine weapon did not simply remove constraints on the spirit within the cultivation system. If both the physical body and soul were cultivated together, there was a chance to give birth to beings surpassing martial saints. Over time, that might challenge the dominant position of the divine weapons. It is an honor for your sister to be chosen by the divine weapon, and it is also good for our Greater Yan dynasty, Emperor Lu Shi told Lin Yuan softly. Though this resolved the crisis of a break in succession of soldier makers for the Greater Yan dynasty. Emperor Lu Shi was not in high spirits. He was well aware of what it meant to be a soldier maker. If it had been any other royal family member, he might have turned a blind eye. But because it was his own daughter. Even so, Emperor Lu Shi did not regret it. Even if the Greater Yan dynasty was short of a soldier maker for a while due to the pact, it would not have caused any dire consequences. But a dynasty with a soldier maker and one without are not the same at all. In dealings with other dynasties of the Central Plains, without a soldier maker, the Greater Yan dynasty was bound to be at a disadvantage. Then, when facing other powerful dynasties, the Greater Yan dynasty would definitely suffer various disadvantages and might even have to sign some humiliating treaties. A soldier maker could activate the divine weapon. Though there was basically no need to, but it also served as a significant deterrent. It might not be necessary to use, but it was essential to have. Now that the 7th princess had become a soldier maker, it was akin to mending the Greater Yan dynasty's greatest flaw. For the next 3 to 4 decades, there was unlikely to be any trouble. As for the personal emotions of the 7th princess, as a princess of the dynasty, from the moment she was born she was clothed in silk and precious stones, exalted above tens of thousands. Having enjoyed so much, now that the Greater Yan dynasty faced a crisis, what was wrong with making a sacrifice? I know you have a good relationship with Xiao Yuan, Emperor Lu Shi said. But if we can cultivate a soldier maker, any sacrifice is worth it, he comforted. He had specifically come over because he was worried Lin Yuan might be entertaining wild thoughts. After all, he knew about the relationship between Lin Yuan and the 7th princess. Father, actually. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. Actually what? Emperor Lu Shi's spirit slightly jolted. He indeed wanted to know Lin Yuan's thoughts on this matter. This was also Emperor Lu Shi putting Lin Yuan to the test in a way. If Lin Yuan was still unable to let go of the 7th princess, then Emperor Lu Shi would be very disappointed. Ordinary people can cherish sibling affection, but an emperor cannot. If an emperor wavers because of personal feelings, it would be a disaster for the entire nation. As the future emperor of Greater Yan, the sovereign of billions, Lin Yuan's perspective should be based on the broader interests of the Greater Yan dynasty. If it could ensure decades of stability for the Greater Yan dynasty's future, not just one princess, even 10, 100, Lu Shi would not hesitate. Actually, there's no need to cultivate soldier makers. Lin Yuan looked toward Emperor Lu Shi. Give me time, and I will surpass a soldier maker. Chapter 71, 7, 20 years in retrospect. Chapter 71, Chapter 7, 20 years in retrospect. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Emperor Lu Shi was momentarily stunned in place. He had anticipated various answers, the more normal ones, to plead on behalf of the seventh princess, or to widen the selection scope, attempting to prevent the seventh princess from becoming a divine weapon bearer. The more ruthless response would be approval of Emperor Lu Shi's actions. As a member of the royal lineage, sacrificing for the nation was nothing out of the ordinary. But Lu Shi had never expected Lin Yuan's answer to be this. No need to cultivate a divine weapon bearer. Give me time, and I will surpass the divine weapon bearers. It must be known that behind every divine weapon bearer stands a divine weapon. And within the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, divine weapons are heaven itself. To surpass a divine weapon bearer is akin to surpassing a divine weapon itself. Such against heaven's expressions, once spread, would likely make the Greater Yan dynasty the focus of the entire Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. At that time, the court would be shaken, and Lin Yuan's position as the crown prince could not even be guaranteed. Of course, Emperor Lu Shi, as Lin Yuan's father, naturally would not let these words escape. Yuaner truly has grand aspirations, Emperor Lu Shi remarked with admiration. If Lin Yuan were already in his 30s or 40s, having witnessed the might of a divine weapon, such declarations would surely make one seem ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The existence of a divine weapon is something those in high positions are all too aware of. But Lin Yuan was merely 6 years old. A 6-year-old child's impractical aspirations, what of it? When Emperor Lu Shi was 6 years old, he too wished to bring down the sun from the sky. However, Yuaner, such words should just be said to your father and no one else. Don't ever mention it to others, not even to your closest servants. After his praise, Emperor Lu Shi warned him. As the crown prince, one must be careful with words and deeds, and with the affection Emperor Lu Shi had for Lin Yuan. No matter what Lin Yuan did, there was always room for redemption, the only exception being matters related to divine weapons. I understand. Lin Yuan glanced at Emperor Lu Shi. He clearly knew that the latter hadn't taken his words seriously at all. This was something Lin Yuan had anticipated. He wasn't surprised at all. Following that, Emperor Lu Shi made small talk with Lin Yuan for a few more sentences. Then he stood up and left. Watching the receding figure of Emperor Lu Shi, Lin Yuan's eyes remained calm. With the methods at his current disposal, if he revealed strength surpassing that of a martial saint, it was highly likely that he would earn Emperor Lu Shi's trust. But such an act came with great risk. Mainly because Lu Shi was the emperor of the Greater Yan dynasty, the spokesperson for that nation-protecting divine weapon. Was there some kind of methodology infused in him, capable of sensing something? The moment Lin Yuan revealed his strength, he might alarm that divine weapon, leading to irreversible consequences. It must be known that divine weapons fed on the human race. The stronger the human strength and the more vigorous the vitality, the more delicious they were to divine weapons. Those with innate strong souls were even considered feasts by divine weapons, being bound by the title of divine weapon bearer and savored slowly. And in terms of vigorous vitality and a strong soul, who in the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms could compare with Lin Yuan? It could be predicted that once Lin Yuan's aura leaked, it would certainly drive the Greater Yan dynasty's divine weapon mad. And it might not just be the divine weapon of Greater Yan, but the nation-protecting divine weapons of the other 35 kingdoms, which would awaken in unison to partake in Lin Yuan, this feast together. Therefore, ever since learning of the divine weapons, Lin Yuan had been minimizing the frequency of his interventions as much as possible. Even if he needed to take action, he had to do so far away from the divine weapon ancestral grounds and people like Emperor Lu Shi who had been close to divine weapons. It wasn't that Lu Shi would betray his own son. But some matters were simply beyond his control. Perhaps he was unaware of what had transpired within him. Having fully integrated this world's cultivation system into my martial Tao, my current realm surpasses that of a martial saint. Let's call this realm martial God then. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, silently contemplating. The realm of martial God has already broken free from the shackles of the flesh, and has achieved incredible feats in the aspect of divinity. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang paths transform into grinding wheels, constantly refining one's own divinity. If placed in the main world, the realm of martial God would roughly equate to the third rank second to third segments. Lin Yuan's cultivation system uses the physical body as the foundation, the way of Taiji as the framework, and the main world's thousands of evolution paths as the flesh. Now, by further integrating the perfect body refining method of this world, it's like drawing upon all the advantages of the cultivation systems across various worlds. However, advancing further from here will not be so easy. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and thought to himself. Having arrived in this world for merely 6 years, Lin Yuan had already stepped into the realm of martial God, mainly relying on the accumulation from before his travels, if not for the time wasted integrating the perfect body cultivation method of this world. Lin Yuan could have entered the martial God realm 1 or 2 years earlier. But these advantages only go so far. The road ahead would require Lin Yuan to continue exploring on his own. Even with against heaven's understanding, future cultivation efficiency could not possibly exceed that of the first 6 years upon his arrival. I have 160 years to stay during this travel, and only 6 years have passed, take it slow. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. The divine weapon is visible, Lin Yuan remains hidden. As long as Lin Yuan does not rashly expose himself, the divine weapon will be unlikely to discover his strength. And Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, grows stronger every moment. No matter how great the shackles and bottlenecks, it's only a matter of spending more time. As the Greater Yan dynasty cultivated new weapon masters, the situation amongst the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms stabilized once again. In dealings with other nations, the Greater Yan dynasty regained its confidence. With external threats gone, only internal governance remained. Emperor Lu Shi was not a muddled emperor. Furthermore, with Lin Yuan's occasional reminders, the national strength of the Greater Yan dynasty continued to grow. Especially since Lin Yuan took the initiative to increase trade with other nations, opening up many trade routes. The people of the Greater Yan began to prosper. As a result, Lin Yuan also received the support of many citizens. At least Lin Yuan's actions allowed the people to see that the Greater Yan dynasty could flourish for at least another generation. Throughout history, there have been many emperors who were the tiger father and the dog son, leading to great rises and falls in dynasties. And Lin Yuan was clearly quite capable and politically astute. He was fully capable of taking over from the old emperor. The ministers of the court also held Lin Yuan in high regard. After all, the Grand Tutor had admitted in front of Emperor Lu Shi that he was inferior to Lin Yuan. What could he do afterward to salvage his own face? The only option was to praise Lin Yuan enthusiastically. It wasn't that he was incompetent. It was that Lin Yuan was too monstrous. If you're so capable, you try taking over. At first, there were actually a few ministers who objected. What can a child of a few years do to reach the sky? Grand Tutor, you've really grown old. It's time for you to go home and rest. But these few ministers were left speechless in front of Lin Yuan, mocked to the point where they couldn't utter a word. After this incident, and with Lin Yuan displaying some of his skills in front of other court officials and exercising both grace and might on several occasions, his prestige naturally rose. Emperor Lu Shi observed Lin Yuan in silence, the color of approval on his face becoming harder to conceal. When it came to the art of controlling people and maintaining balance, his son seemed to have an innate gift. The work he put into pacifying the ministers back in his day had not been easy. This certainly related to the manner in which Emperor Lu Shi had come to power, but consider how young Lin Yuan still is. Time passed. And so, 20 years went by. Chapter 72, 8, My son should be a sage monarch. Chapter 72, Chapter 8, My son should be a sage monarch. 1,000 miles from the capital of the Greater Yan dynasty, in an inconspicuous valley, a young man sat cross-legged. In front of him, a large amount of spiritual medicine was laid out. Each of these spiritual medicines was a rare treasure, any single one of which could make a blood-refining martial saint envious. But at this moment, they were piled up in front of him like common weeds. If an official from the Greater Yan dynasty were here, they would find. Compared to the spiritual medicines, the young man sitting cross-legged in front of them was even more unsettling. Because this young man was the effective ruler of the present-day Greater Yan dynasty. Not the emperor, but Crown Prince Lu Yuan, superior to the emperor. I have reached martial god full circle and can now break through to the next realm. In the valley, Lin Yuan's eyes were calm as he gazed at the many spiritual medicines in front of him. Over 20 years, Lin Yuan had completed the martial god phase, and with his against heaven's understanding, he had also deduced the specific path for the next stage. However, in Lin Yuan's predictions, breaking through the martial god phase might cause his aura to leak, thereby alerting the divine weapons. That was why he had come to this remote location before attempting the breakthrough. This valley was 1,000 miles away from the capital of the Greater Yan Kingdom, and more than 1,200 miles away from the divine weapon ancestral grounds of the Greater Yan dynasty. Such a distant location was sufficient to conceal the disturbances caused by Lin Yuan's breakthrough. Let's begin. Lin Yuan exhaled slowly. The many spiritual medicines in front of him turned to dust, their essence streaming into Lin Yuan's mouth. Exhale. Inhale. With each breath Lin Yuan took, his body underwent earth-shaking changes, his vital energies transformed, reaching ultimate condensation and sublimation. Buzz. A terrifying aura uncontrollably spread in all directions. For a moment, every small animal in the valley felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. As if the heavens were collapsing and an ancient godly being was descending. Fortunately, this suffocating feeling only lasted for a moment. Half an hour later, all auras completely converged. Is this the Heavenman realm? Inside the valley, Lin Yuan stood up, keenly feeling the substantial increase in strength throughout his body. Above the martial god is the Heavenman. The god in martial god refers to the spirit. An aspect of soul and spirit untouched by all cultivators in this world. While the Heavenman is a realm beyond the martial god. Taiji field. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. An invisible ripple spread out, easily encompassing an area of more than 10 miles around him. Before his breakthrough, Lin Yuan's Taiji field could only cover a few miles. Now, it had expanded several times, covering nearly 20 miles. Moreover, the Taiji field was not only larger in scope. The suppressing and binding force had also increased several times. Now, if Lin Yuan faced a third-rank evolver like Bing Yan, just by using the Taiji field, he could suppress his opponent completely, leaving no chance for resistance or struggle. Besides the Taiji field, Lin Yuan's physical soul and vital spirit had also undergone a transformation. This breakthrough has increased my strength. Lin Yuan sighed lightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. It's getting late. It's about time I returned. Lin Yuan stepped out of the valley. As he moved, the air subtly distorted, invisible to an ordinary person's view. With the power of the Taiji field, a slight twist in the light rays could make Lin Yuan effectively invisible. Of course, such invisibility had little effect on true powerhouses. Powerhouse perception does not rely solely on sight. Eastern Palace. Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. Shortly after, a eunuch walked in cautiously. Your Highness, here is what you requested. The eunuch held out a sealed letter respectfully. Lin Yuan took the letter, glanced at it, and it turned to dust. Over the past 20 years, besides further advancing his strength and entering the Heavenman realm, Lin Yuan leveraged his vision beyond the era to open up trade routes among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, and covertly established a massive intelligence network. Even Emperor Lu Shi was unaware of this, and within the entire imperial palace, only the eunuch, whose life and death hung on Lin Yuan's whims, knew something about it. The purpose of establishing an intelligence network was naturally to investigate the divine weapons. As the spokespeople for the nation protecting divine weapons, most descendants of the Greater Yan royal family were utterly loyal to the divine weapons, making it fruitless and burdensome to investigate divine weapons using the royal family's power. Only by establishing his own forces and nurturing his wings could he hope to learn more about the divine weapons. Actually, Lin Yuan had no animosity towards the divine weapons since there was no grievance between them. However, divine weapons constantly thought about devouring him. In the eyes of the divine weapons, all people were food. And Lin Yuan was considered a delicacy among meals, setting their positions irreconcilably against each other. Over 20 years. Lin Yuan's understanding of divine weapons had far surpassed that of his first 6 years after his arrival. The first point was the origin of the divine weapons. Most of this was myth and legend, without solid evidence to prove it. The specific rumors were: thousands of years ago, in the ancient times, there were godly beings who walked the earth and ultimately forged divine weapons. Moreover, the divine weapons forged at that time were not limited to just 36, but later some unknown calamity happened. As a result, only 36 divine weapons remained, each safeguarding one of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, forming the current situation. Thousands of years ago. Ancient godly being. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. To Lin Yuan, these so-called ancient godly beings were nothing more than powerful evolvers. However, why this ancient godly being would create these sentient divine weapons was beyond anyone's understanding. And since that time, the ancient godly being who created the divine weapons disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. This was something that greatly puzzled Lin Yuan. Such a powerful being, even if at the end of his lifespan, would at least leave behind some specific legends. If one could capture a divine weapon and perform a soul search. A thought struck Lin Yuan's mind. Since the divine weapons had developed spiritual wisdom, they possessed consciousness and a soul. And soul search was a technique that used one's powerful mental force to forcibly scan the memories of another. But this idea was quickly dismissed by Lin Yuan. Based on his current understanding of the divine weapons combined with the historical instances when the divine weapons had revived, Lin Yuan deduced that each of the divine weapons guarding the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms had nearly 4th-rank power. Such strength was beyond Lin Yuan's current capability to confront. Perhaps at the Heavenman Realm stage, achieving perfection, he might reach close to 4th rank. Even so, he would be at the same level as the divine weapons. To capture a divine weapon would certainly cause a massive upheaval and attract the attention of other divine weapons. At that time, Lin Yuan could be facing a situation where 36 sword divine weapons were against him alone. How is the investigation into the Defying Divine Society going? Lin Yuan casually asked. The Defying Divine Society was an extremely secretive underground organization. It was active throughout the entire Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. If it were not for the intelligence network established by Lin Yuan, which once caught traces of the Defying Divine Society, it would have been difficult to uncover information about this organization. The aim of the Defying Divine Society was to overthrow the rule of the divine weapons. For thousands of years, the divine weapons had reigned supreme, using all living beings as their sustenance. It was bound to provoke resistance from certain people. However, the power of the divine weapons was unmatched. These people could only hide in the shadows, establishing the Defying Divine Society and waiting for an opportunity. And Lin Yuan intended to use the Defying Divine Society to gain specific information about the divine weapons. As an organization that had opposed the divine weapons for thousands of years, it surely held many secrets about them. And these were precisely what Lin Yuan needed. To know both your enemies and yourself is the only way to win. The more Lin Yuan understood about the divine weapons, the more confident he could be. Your Highness, we have pinpointed the general area of the Defying Divine Society's main headquarters in the Greater Yan Dynasty. Within half a month, we should be able to ascertain its exact location. The eunuch answered respectfully. The following day. Early in the morning, the Imperial Guard arrived outside the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you. The head of the Imperial Guard said respectfully. Father Emperor is okay, isn't he? Lin Yuan immediately got up upon hearing this. Emperor Lu Shi had his children late in life. When Lin Yuan was born, Lu Shi was already almost 50 years old. 26 years had passed, and Lu Shi was now over 70 years old. In his youth, Lu Shi had paid a heavy price in the struggle for the throne, acquiring many hidden injuries in the process. Now that he was old, these injuries naturally began to manifest more severely. This condition was something Lin Yuan had noticed over 10 years ago. He had even specifically studied medical texts and formulated several treatment plans for Lu Shi. However, injuries to the body's origin source required extensive time to heal, compounded by old age, and in recent years Lu Shi had increasingly withdrawn from handling state affairs. There shouldn't be any issues, Lin Yuan thought to himself. With the treatment plans he had devised for Lu Shi, while they might not extend his life indefinitely, they should at least slowly mitigate the internal injuries. As long as no major complications arose, living to 100 would not be a problem. Of course, the symptoms common to the elderly, like lack of energy, were inevitable. It's not that Lin Yuan couldn't solve these issues. But because of the existence of the divine weapons, Lin Yuan couldn't utilize his true power. Inside Qingtian Hall, Lin Yuan saw Emperor Lu Shi. Lu Shi was in fairly good spirits, sipping on his medicinal broth. Yuaner. Seeing Lin Yuan come in, Lu Shi quickly waved him over. Father Emperor. Lin Yuan walked over. My health and spirit are in decline, and I am no longer capable of handling the multitude of state affairs. Lu Shi's gaze shifted to the ministers beside him. These ministers were all high officials of the court, and they had arrived before Lin Yuan. Therefore, I wish to abdicate and become the retired emperor, and leave Greater Yan in Yuaner's hands. What do my loyal subjects think? Lu Shi looked at the ministers. The ministers exchanged glances. They had anticipated this day for a while and weren't surprised at all. Father Emperor. Lin Yuan looked at Emperor Lu Shi. My son should be the sage monarch. Emperor Lu Shi didn't say much more but patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, his expression showing a trace of relief. In the year 3625 of the Greater Yan calendar, the new Emperor Lu Yuan ascended to the throne. Chapter 73, 9, Only a divine weapon can counter a divine weapon. Chapter 73, Chapter 9, Only a divine weapon can counter a divine weapon. The new Emperor ascended the throne. All under heaven celebrated. All 35 states of the Central Plains sent envoys to offer congratulations. Lin Yuan responded to each one without showing the slightest unfamiliarity. Although he had just ascended, for the past 10 years, Lin Yuan had been the crown prince serving as regent. The military and political power of the state were in his hands. Compared to a true emperor, he lacked nothing but the title. Half a month later, inside Qingtian Hall, Lin Yuan, dressed in a dragon robe, fell into deep thought. After officially taking the throne, the true secrets of the Greater Yan dynasty unfolded before him. Mainly concerning the divine weapons. The nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty. Its true name was the Sun and Moon Spear. In more than 3,600 years of Greater Yan's history, the divine weapon, Sun and Moon Spear, had revived 3 times. Each time because of the disturbance caused by the evil soldier, leading to the suffering of the people. And then the warriors would act, mobilizing the divine weapon to suppress everything. Evil soldier. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. To force a divine weapon into action, the so-called evil soldier must possess strength far surpassing that of a martial saint. Defying divine society. Lin Yuan pondered internally. According to the information possessed by the Greater Yan dynasty, the defying divine society always had an ambiguous connection with the evil soldier. Every time the evil soldier caused chaos, the shadow of the defying divine society was behind it. Therefore, the Greater Yan dynasty, more accurately, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Whenever they encountered someone from the defying divine society, it was always kill without mercy. There was no need even for capture. This was also the will of each nation protecting divine weapon, which no one dared to defy. Seems like this defying divine society holds great secrets. Lin Yuan's expression hinted at a deep thought. His forces were now close to pinpointing the location of the headquarters of the defying divine society within the Greater Yan dynasty. Whatever secrets the defying divine society held would soon be unveiled before Lin Yuan. Atop the royal court, Lin Yuan sat on the dragon throne. The Minister of Rights stepped out from the ranks and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, having succeeded to the great rule, should promptly visit the divine weapon ancestral grounds to offer sacrifices to the divine weapon." The 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains shared many traditions. One of these was the sacrificing to the divine weapon. Every newly ascended emperor needed to quickly visit their respective divine weapon ancestral grounds to offer sacrifices to the divine weapon. This tradition was quite normal. After all, the nation protecting divine weapons. For each kingdom represented an existence as supreme as the heavens themselves. Sacrificing to the divine weapon was essentially no different from sacrificing to the heavens. Sacrificing to the divine weapon. Lin Yuan looked towards the Minister of Rites. The divine weapon ancestral grounds was not located in the capital, but hundreds of miles away from it. Lin Yuan had always been wary of the divine weapon ancestral grounds. Even though he was sure that most of the time, the divine weapon, Sun and Moon Spear, was in a dormant state. He was reluctant to get close to the divine weapon ancestral grounds. Not long ago, Lin Yuan had advanced to the Heavenman realm and, to ensure nothing went wrong, purposely left the capital to break through in a location far from the divine weapon ancestral grounds. I have been recently unwell. Let's postpone the sacrifice to another day. Lin Yuan found a casual excuse to brush it off. Sacrificing to the divine weapon was a tradition established by the ancestors, and even the emperor could not change it. But being unable to change it didn't mean it couldn't be delayed. Lin Yuan was not refusing to go, just that due to his ailment, he planned to go after some time had passed. Who could say anything about that? Yes. The Minister of Rites helplessly retreated. Unwell. Nonsense. Others might use this excuse, but the reigning emperor using it. The Minister of Rites was an old official who had served through 2 dynasties. He naturally knew that Lin Yuan was determined by imperial physicians at birth to possess the strongest constitution and physical strength ever seen in the history of the Greater Yan dynasty. Even if there was some exaggeration involved, it definitely had some basis. The retired emperor had always disfavored flattering subordinates, so the imperial physician's conclusion back then must have been based on some factual elements. Under these conditions, when Lin Yuan said he was unwell, the Minister of Rites definitely didn't believe it. But not believing it did no good. Continue to admonish. If it were the normal ascendance of a new emperor, he, the Minister of Rites, would dare to do so. After all, a new emperor in the early periods of his reign definitely had to listen to the advice of his ministers to stabilize the court. But Lin Yuan. Over so many years. The Minister of Rites had some understanding of this prince who had been crown prince for over 20 years before smoothly ascending to the throne. If he truly insisted on continuing his admonishment, playing that old tune silly, the emperor might just indulge him. Not only that, the emperor would considerately include his family and even his 9 clans to join him below. Forget it. Let's just delay it. The Minister of Rites opened his mind. He was merely following protocol, and just needed to mention it periodically. He didn't believe the emperor could delay it for 20 or 50 years. Wuyan City. This was a city in the southern part of the Greater Yan dynasty. Backed by the vast mountains of Dashan, it was quite prosperous. In the dense forest more than 10 miles from Wuyan City. Unbeknownst to anyone, over 20 figures had appeared. These 20-some figures, although standing there, vaguely exuded surging vital energy, all evidently at the level of blood-refining martial saints. Blood-refining martial saint was the limit ordinary people could reach. Further up were the various weapon-bearers. And the weapon-bearers, considered messengers of the divine weapons, were no longer human. The over 20 blood-refining martial saints were already comparable to the collective might of the 36 states of the Central Plains, rivaling the number of martial saints in the slightly weaker dynasties. Apart from the more than 20 martial saints, many other powerful figures were converging from a distance. That dense forest should be the headquarters of the Defying Divine Society. The Master mentioned, capture all remnants of the Defying Divine Society, do not kill them, do you understand? The leading martial saint's lips did not move, but his words carried along the fluctuations of vital energy and traveled through the air into each martial saint's ears. Understood. Got it. Capture only, that's right. Many martial saints nodded, showing no objections. The battle ended smoothly. Under the onslaught of more than 20 blood-refining martial saints, hundreds to thousands of organ refinement, innate martial masters and marrow refinement grandmasters, the headquarters of the Defying Divine Society was swiftly flattened. Sikong Luan, the leader, hadn't even had time to escape through the secret tunnels before he was blocked by 3 blood-refining martial saints. Then everything before his eyes went dark and he knew no more. By the time Sikong Luan regained consciousness, he shockingly found himself inside a luxurious carriage. All the meridians in his body were sealed, incapable of mobilizing even a trace of vital energy. To put it simply, he, Sikong Luan, was now a cripple. Even an ordinary person with a knife could kill him, that type of cripple. Who exactly is it? Tumultuous waves surged in Sikong Luan's heart. As the leader of the Defying Divine Society, viewed as a rat crossing the street by the 36 states of the Central Plains, Sikong Luan was very clear in his mind. He was certainly no match for the 36 states equipped with nation-protecting divine weapons. That's why he had placed great emphasis on concealment when establishing the headquarters of the Defying Divine Society. And beneath the headquarters, he had dug layers of tunnels, so that even if a trace of evidence was detected, he could swiftly escape through the tunnels, preserving his strength. But just now, Sikong Luan couldn't help feeling a chill. More than 20 blood-refining martial saints, wantonly exerting their vital energies' oppressive force. Thousands of organ refinement, innate martial masters and marrow refinement, grandmasters taking action swiftly. Under such suppression, not even he, the leader of the headquarters, got away, let alone the other members. Which power made the move? The Greater Yen Dynasty, or one of the other 35 states? No. Sikong Luan frowned deeply. If he had fallen into the hands of the 36 states of the Central Plains, how could he possibly still be alive? The 36 states of the Central Plains always dealt with the likes of their Defying Divine Society remnants by killing them outright, leaving no troubles behind. As for severe torture to extract information about other remnants' whereabouts, the Defying Divine Society was very strict in its structure, and as such a leader, he had other means within his body. If anyone dared disclose vital secrets, they would immediately die explosively. And ordinary members wouldn't know much, so there was no point in interrogating them. Despite racking his brains, Sikong Luan couldn't figure out which force had targeted him. This place should still be Wuyan City. Sikong Luan barely lifted the curtain and glanced outside. Forget it. Whether I live or die, I can't decide. Sikong Luan had no thoughts of escaping. What a joke. A mysterious force that could mobilize over 20 martial saints. Could he possibly escape from the carriage? About half an hour later, the carriage finally stopped. Sikong Luan immediately perked up. Then the carriage door opened, and a man invited him to step out. Sikong Luan took one look at the man. He seemed familiar, and he quickly recognized him. This man was one of the more than 20 blood-refining martial saints who had acted earlier. With the status of a blood-refining martial saint in the 36 states of the Central Plains, he was now serving as his coachman. Sikong Luan took a deep breath. He gained a deeper understanding of the means of the person behind the scenes. Stepping down from the carriage, Sikong Luan followed the martial saint coachman into the residence before them. To call it a residence was an understatement, it was more like an imperial palace. Inside, the layout was intricate, filled with various palaces. In the deepest part of one palace, Sikong Luan met the person behind the moves against the Defying Divine Society. This was a young man, radiating an unspeakably noble air. Mere sitting there made Sikong Luan feel somewhat ashamed. You may leave now. Lin Yuan looked up, waved his hand, and dismissed the coachman martial saint. Yes, master. The coachman martial saint respectfully left the grand hall. Master. Sikong Luan swallowed hard. A mighty blood-refining martial saint acknowledging this young man as his master. If it hadn't been for witnessing it with his own eyes, Sikong Luan would never have believed it. After a silence, Sikong Luan steadied his mind and took the initiative to speak. May I ask, sir, for what reason you have captured me? At this moment, Sikong Luan also realized that he must be of some use to this young man. Otherwise he wouldn't be standing before him. I want to know. What exactly does your Defying Divine Society use to contend against the 36 nations nation-protecting divine weapons? And what is this evil soldier? Lin Yuan asked. Upon hearing this, Sikong Luan displayed a look of astonishment. He had thought that the other party wanted to learn about the other headquarters of the Defying Divine Society. Sikong Luan had been prepared that should Lin Yuan inquire about these matters, he would immediately trigger the mechanism within his body, dying by his own hand. But he hadn't expected this question. Divine weapons reign supreme, how could we mere mortals confront them? Sikong Luan paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. Since ancient times, only a divine weapon can contend against another divine weapon. That is an iron law. Chapter 74, 10, Since we're here already. Chapter 74, Chapter 10, Since we're here already. Only a divine weapon can combat another divine weapon. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. There was nothing wrong with this statement. For thousands of years, under the covert influence of the divine weapons, the martial arts system of this world had become deformed, merely honing the physical body and enhancing the vitality. Even if there were extremely talented individuals, they would still only reach the stage of a blood refinement martial saint, becoming delicacies in the eyes of many divine weapons. The blood refinement martial saint corresponds at most to the second layer's ultimate level. The divine weapons, at the very least, are on the brink of the fourth rank. The gap between the two, if measured by the ranks of the main world, spans at least a dozen realms. Are you saying that these so-called evil soldiers are also divine weapons? Lin Yuan asked with interest. Indeed, that is the case. Sikong Luan nodded and said, given your status, it shouldn't be difficult to know that all divine weapons originate from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, an ancient godly being sacrificed mountains and rivers, melted the seas, and forged many divine weapons. All the divine weapons of the present age come from that era. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, yet he continued to gaze calmly at Sikong Luan. Feeling the pressure of Lin Yuan's gaze, Sikong Luan felt a great deal of pressure and continued, 10,000 years ago, the divine weapons forged by the ancient godly being were far more than 36. But something happened later, most of the divine weapons were shattered, leaving only 36 intact divine weapons. Those shattered divine weapons were later declared evil soldiers by the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Sikong Luan said all this in one breath. This information was extremely confidential even within the Defying Divine Society, known only to leaders like him. However, these secrets did not touch on the foundation of the Defying Divine Society, so he had the authority to disclose them. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan resolved many doubts in his heart. Sir, although I do not know which power you belong to, the 36 nation-protecting divine weapons regard us, the human race, as pigs and dogs, consuming a great number of living human sacrifices periodically. Who can tolerate such actions? Sikong Luan spoke up immediately when Lin Yuan remained silent. The Defying Divine Society had managed to survive the siege of the 36 nations by relying not only on some evil soldiers for protection but also because the divine weapons practice of consuming humans easily ignited the rebellious spirit among many of the human race. As long as the truth is known, a significant number of people, if not joining the Defying Divine Society, at least would not stand in opposition to it. After all, you might not resist the rule of the divine weapons, but there is also no need to obstruct the Defying Divine Society. After all, should the Defying Divine Society ever overturn the divine weapons one day, as a member of the human race, you too would benefit. Do you want me to join the Defying Divine Society? A flicker of unusual expression crossed Lin Yuan's face. He indeed had thoughts about the Defying Divine Society, but it was not about him joining them, but rather making them serve him. Bring an evil soldier here, and I will consider it. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment before speaking. So far, Lin Yuan was still no match for a fully empowered, divine weapon. But if he couldn't handle a divine weapon, couldn't he handle an evil soldier? Evil soldiers, being shattered remnants of divine weapons, retained only 1% of their strength, and with years of hiding and not being able to consume a large amount of living humans' vitality and soul. Their strength was, at most, slightly stronger than a martial saint, roughly equivalent to a weakened version of a martial god. In such cases, Lin Yuan started pondering the study of evil soldiers. Regardless of how weak, after all, they were once divine weapons. And with his against heaven's understanding, perhaps he could uncover the weaknesses of the divine weapons from them. Consider it. Sikong Luan's pupils slightly contracted. His earlier words were meant to evoke Lin Yuan's pity, thereby sparing his life. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan was seriously considering it. It's known that the rationale of divine weapons consuming living beings rarely affects real powerful figures. After all, these powerful figures stand at high positions. And even if divine weapons truly consumed humans, it wouldn't affect them personally. And in Sikong Luan's eyes, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly among the most powerful of figures. Fine. But I need to return to the headquarters. There is a fragment of a divine weapon that no one else but me can find. Sikong Luan decisively agreed. He could think of no reason for Lin Yuan to deceive him. Even though evil soldiers are fragments of divine weapons, they possess their own consciousness. Let alone 20 martial saints, not even 200 could contain an evil soldier. Under Lin Yuan's command, Sikong Luan successfully left the imperial palace. If such a major figure really joins the defying divine society, Sikong Luan felt elated. Although Lin Yuan had never revealed his true identity throughout. From the destruction of the defying divine society's headquarters by various powerhouses, one could sense his formidable and inscrutable power. With the support of such a character, the future days of the defying divine society would undoubtedly be much better. Thinking this, Sikong Luan's pace quickened once again. Defying divine society headquarters. This place had already been razed, but a few still guarded it. Returning here, Sikong Luan felt a mix of emotions and also brought Lin Yuan's orders. Soon, Sikong Luan reached the deepest part of the underground. This was a stone chamber, completely empty. Sikong Luan approached a corner, muttered a few words, then dribbled a few drops of blood. Thunder rumbled. A stone door slowly opened. Seeing this, Sikong Luan let out a slight sigh of relief. The opened stone door meant that the evil soldier had not left. It's known that each evil soldier possesses its own consciousness. If the defying divine society headquarters was destroyed, it was only natural for the evil soldier confined here to have left. Entering the stone gate, Sikong Luan walked up to a stone platform. His expression respectful, he spoke softly. I have seen the superior. On the stone platform rested a fragment. It seemed to be a part of a mirror. Oh. Wasn't this defying divine society wiped out? How are you still alive? A wave of spiritual fluctuation emitted from the fragment on the stone platform. The tone carried a hint of interest. It's like this. Sikong Luan shared everything he knew. There was no choice. If he wanted to bring the evil soldier to meet Lin Yuan, he needed the evil soldier to be willing. So that's how it is. The spiritual fluctuation of the fragment slowly transmitted. You want this seat, when meeting that person, to directly take control of him. The fragment continued to inquire. The fragment was a part of the divine weapon, Saint Heart Mirror. Even though broken, it still possessed the ability to confuse and enslave the hearts of men. However, this ability should be used as infrequently as possible, for it too burdens the fragment itself. The most critical issue was, the evil soldier's actions, emitting fluctuations, could easily be caught by real divine weapons. Thus leading to the awakening of the nation-protecting divine weapons. This was also the reason why the Saint Heart Mirror fragment did not act when the defying divine society headquarters was destroyed. Of course, this probability was very small, but for the evil soldier, it couldn't be ignored. However, that was in relation to enslaving ordinary people. If the Saint Heart Mirror fragment could control Lin Yuan, such a significant figure, then the gains would far outweigh the risks. Not to mention, just amongst Lin Yuan's subordinates, the more than 20 martial saints, if the Saint Heart Mirror fragment could consume 10 of them, then it would greatly heal the original damage of the Saint Heart Mirror fragment. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, each kingdom has its nation-protecting divine weapons, which can consume a large number of living human sacrifices periodically. But an evil soldier like the Saint Heart Mirror fragment does not enjoy such treatment. Are you sure what you're saying is true? The Saint Heart Mirror fragment once again emitted spiritual fluctuations. Superior, every word I said is true. Sikong Luan solemnly stated. If you want the evil soldier to make a move, it is impossible without a price. Good. Take me there. The Saint Heart Mirror fragment floated up and landed in Sikong Luan's hand. Sikong Luan, carrying the Saint Heart Mirror fragment, soon returned to the outside of the imperial residence. Such a deeply missed scent. The Saint Heart Mirror fragment, hidden within Sikong Luan's embrace, emitted faint spiritual waves. Just standing at the doorway, it sensed 7 or 8 martial saints' presences. Blood refinement martial saints. Even for genuine nation-protecting divine weapons, these were rare to encounter and not every time available for consumption. let alone in the eyes of an evil soldier like the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment, treated as a street rat. The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment could not remember the last time it tasted a blood refinement martial saint. 200 years ago. 300 years ago. Or 500 years ago. With a sentiment of reminiscence and excitement, the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment moved closer to the Grand Hall in the depths, along with Sikong Luan. The fleeting aura flashes along the way further excited the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment. At this moment, the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment had only one thought, which was to control Lin Yuan as soon as possible. Then, through ordering Lin Yuan, have these blood refinement martial saints be consumed one by it. Shortly after, Sikong Luan stopped in front of the Grand Hall at the deepest part. It was in this Grand Hall that he had met Lin Yuan, who must still be inside waiting for him. Superior, we have arrived. Sikong Luan touched his chest, reminding the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment. I know. The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment emitted an impatient spiritual fluctuation. However, out of caution, it still subconsciously used the residual power of the divine weapon to sense inside the Grand Hall. What is this? The mind of the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment instantly boiled. Through the close sensing of the divine weapon, it instinctively perceived an extremely dangerous aura. What's going on? The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment was puzzled and shocked. Under the heavens, only true divine weapons could pose a threat to it. And through the connection between divine weapons, it confirmed that there were no divine weapons inside the Grand Hall. No divine weapons, yet such a deadly threat. The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment found it incomprehensible. Forget it. This place is not suitable for a long stay. After a few breaths of thought, the Saint Heart Mirror Fragment decided to retreat. Its spiritual fluctuation reluctantly swept over the nearby blood refinement martial saints one last time before it completely withdrew them. Whoosh! A streak of light flew up from Sikong Luan's chest. Looking closely, one would see that at the core of this light, there was the appearance of a fragment of a mirror. Let's go. The Saint Heart Mirror Fragment flew toward the outside of the imperial residence. Just then, a voice came from inside the Grand Hall. You've come all this way, won't you come in and take a look? In an instant, the power of heaven and earth within several miles boiled, the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang merged, forming a great black and white hand that seemed to grasp a chicken. It caught the escaping Saint Heart Mirror Fragment in its palm and then swiftly shrank toward the inner hall. Chapter 75, 11, The Battle 8,000 Years Ago. Chapter 75, Chapter 11, The Battle 8,000 Years Ago. Outside the Great Hall, Sikong Luan's mind was like mush. He had not yet recovered from the act of the Saint Heart Mirror Shard escaping in the midst of battle. Then, he saw a colossal hand that was half black and half white, effortlessly yank back the Saint Heart Mirror into the hall, as if snatching a chicken. Sikong Luan saw clearly, just as the colossal hand of black and white stretched out. The Saint Heart Mirror Shard suddenly burst forth with a profound black radiance, its aura shaking heaven and earth. Yet, under the might of that colossal hand, the profound radiance was like fire meeting water, dissolving in an instant. This. Sikong Luan's heart trembled. That was an evil soldier. And a true divine weapon shard. Without the emergence of divine weapons, their shards are invincible. Impenetrable by human force, that is an ironclad rule. But now, Sikong Luan discovered that the divine weapon shard was not as strong as he imagined. At least before that colossal hand of black and white, it seemed remarkably fragile. That's not right. freewebnovel.com. A shock suddenly pervaded Sikong Luan's heart. It wasn't that the divine weapon shard was frail. Instead, that colossal hand of black and white was far too powerful. In this world, how can there be something so powerful? Sikong Luan was in utter disarray, and his thoughts briefly turned to Lin Yuan whom he had seen not long ago. That colossal hand of black and white must have been Lin Yuan's doing. But Lin Yuan was neither a divine weapon nor a weapon wielder, so how could he possibly possess the strength to overpower a divine weapon shard? According to the many years of intelligence gathered by the Defying Divine Society, all weapon wielders are deeply influenced by the divine weapons, inherently bearing an aura that is cold, indifferent, and aloof. And on this point, Lin Yuan clearly did not fit. Inside the Great Hall, Lin Yuan was sitting casually in front of a desk. Before him, a fragment that resembled a mirror was floating. Are you human? No, how could a human cultivate to your extent? The Saint Heart mirror shard sent out waves of terrified spiritual thought. Compared to its perception outside the Great Hall, now in front of Lin Yuan. The shard was deeply shocked by Lin Yuan's vast and ocean-like aura. While still not on par with a fully awakened divine weapon, it was far superior to a divine weapon shard like itself. In the eyes of the Saint Heart mirror shard, this was utterly inconceivable, beyond all reason. The cultivating system of this world has its ultimate endpoint at the blood refinement martial saint, beyond that there's simply no path to tread, no way to advance. But Lin Yuan. This is the essence of divine weapons. A strange glint crossed Lin Yuan's face, as the Saint Heart mirror shard before him appeared to be nothing more than a mere fragment. But through Lin Yuan's eyes, it seemed like the most perfect thing in the world. Observing the Saint Heart mirror shard was like observing a part of the heavens and earth. No, it was like observing a part of the heavens and earth laid bare, revealing its essence. Your perception defies the heavens, you gaze upon a part of the world's fundamental laws, should you comprehend something. Your perception defies the heavens, you gaze upon a part of the world's fundamental laws, should you comprehend something. Your perception defies the heavens, you gaze upon a part of the world's fundamental laws, should you comprehend something. So-called divine weapons, are they an external manifestation of the laws of this world? Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. As his strength continuously advanced further at the third rank level, Lin Yuan began to vaguely sense the fundamental laws that support the heavens and earth, sustaining the operation of the world. Even in the main world, Lin Yuan felt this sensation, although the fundamental laws there were exceptionally powerful. Even with all effort to comprehend, his gains were minuscule, much like the time Lin Yuan tried to perceive the endless cosmos. The progress was excruciatingly slow, and to understand the arcane rules governing the operation of the endless cosmos, even sitting in meditation for 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000 years may not suffice. Having arrived in this world, although the essence of the world is far inferior to the main world, trying to perceive the fundamental laws here is still far from easy. After all, any world, no matter how weak, has formed a perfect cycle. All fundamental essences are concealed within, making it incredibly difficult to perceive them. Yet now, as Lin Yuan looked at the Saint Heart mirror shard before him, his gaze lit up with fervent excitement. Divine weapons like the Saint Heart mirror are manifestations of the world's essence, which is why they could develop spiritual wisdom and be innately powerful. As such, because they represent the external manifestation of the world's fundamental essence, observing these kinds of divine weapons is far easier than directly perceiving the fundamentals of the heavens and earth. Especially so for the Saint Heart mirror itself, having shattered, the fundamental laws revealed within are even clearer. Merely by observing and contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan managed to perfect the martial Tao cultivation system slightly, saving a day or two of work. What exactly do you intend to do? This seat is a divine weapon of heaven and earth, indestructible. Seeing Lin Yuan staring at himself with fervent eyes, the Saint Heart mirror shard felt somewhat uneasy. With your strength, in the eyes of those 36 old fellows, you are no doubt a highly sought-after delicacy, the most delicious meal in thousands of years. If you release this seat, I will teach you a secret technique that can hide from the perception of those 36 old fellows. How about that? The Saint Heart mirror shard immediately began to negotiate terms. The 36 old fellows it referred to were naturally the 36 complete nation-protecting divine weapons. Indestructible. Lin Yuan sent a portion of his consciousness to size up the Saint Heart mirror shard up and down. Indeed, as a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, at least in this world, the Saint Heart mirror shard was indestructible. Of course, indestructible here meant completely indestructible, not even leaving behind fragments. As for going from a complete divine weapon to being shattered, that was still achievable. Indestructible are only the divine weapons themselves, but as for the consciousness of spiritual wisdom, that can still be worn down, right? Lin Yuan countered with a smile that was not quite a smile. At this remark, the Saint Heart mirror shard was immediately alarmed. How do you know? The Saint Heart mirror shard couldn't believe it. When the original Saint Heart mirror was shattered, its original consciousness had already vanished. The current Saint Heart mirror shard was merely a new consciousness that had been born over a long time from the fragment itself. And not only this shard of the Saint Heart mirror, but other shards had similarly given birth to new consciousness. It was precisely because of this reason that shards like the Saint Heart Mirror, which were considered evil soldiers, feared the true complete divine weapons. They were worried about falling into the hands of the others and then having their consciousness erased. However, such matters had always been a secret among the divine weapons. Other divine weapon shards wouldn't possibly divulge this to mere mortals. As for the secret technique, I don't need you to tell me, I can obtain it myself. Lin Yuan's eyes faintly displayed an inexplicable vortex, with the black and white marks of Taiji spreading and pervading, as tremendous spiritual otherworldly forces and soul powers abruptly descended toward the Saint Heart Mirror shard for suppression. Lin Yuan planned to soul search the Saint Heart Mirror shard. Since the Saint Heart Mirror shard had given birth to its own consciousness, it was considered a living being and could have its memories forcibly accessed. This kind of soul search secret technique was something that Lin Yuan had created after observing various soul and spirit evolution paths. Similar secret methods existed in the main world, and they likely served more or less the same purpose. What exactly do you want to do? The Saint Heart Mirror shard suddenly shrieked. Its body once again lit up with dark-colored light. Alas, under the suppression of Lin Yuan's Taiji field, all of the dark-colored light rapidly dissipated, and a vast and invisible force invaded deep into the shard. Through the method of soul search, Lin Yuan browsed through the other's memories as if he were looking at flowers while riding past on horseback. Since the Saint Heart Mirror itself had already shattered, many memories were incomplete. But Lin Yuan still found the information he wanted. According to the description in the memories, it was an event that occurred 8,000 years ago. Atop the 9 heavens, violent winds swept through that could easily tear apart a blood refinement martial saint. This place was a forbidden zone for life. But at this moment, there stood over 100 terrifying presences. The sources of these terrifying presences were unmistakably various weapons of war. Blade, spear, sword, halberd, bell, cauldron, and so on. What is that? Through the memories, Lin Yuan saw a long spear. It seemed as if all the light of heaven and earth was converging upon that spear. The body of the spear was engraved with the sun and moon, surrounded by an extremely sharp force. The sun and moon spear. It was the nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty. It was also one of the 36 complete divine weapons of the current age. Chapter 76. 1250 years. Chapter 76, Chapter 1250 years. Are all of these 100 weapons divine weapons? Lin Yuan looked around, his expression slightly somber. Through the memories of the Saint Heart Mirror shards, Lin Yuan quickly confirmed the total number of weapons. Including the source of Lin Yuan's current perspective, that is, a divine weapon resembling a mirror. Complete divine weapon, the Saint Heart Mirror. So, 10,000 years ago, the total number of divine weapons was actually 100. Lin Yuan thought to himself. For over 20 years, he had been collecting information about divine weapons. The numerous pieces of intelligence he had obtained all mentioned that in ancient times, the number of divine weapons exceeded 36. Later, due to some unknown event, most of the divine weapons had disappeared. However, there was no specific information on how many divine weapons there were. Only now, by viewing the memories through the Saint Heart Mirror shard, had Lin Yuan confirmed the total number of divine weapons. 100. 100 divine weapons. Just as Lin Yuan continued to observe these divine weapons. Boom. The centralmost, tower-shaped divine weapon stirred. Its tremendous power exploded, affecting the other divine weapons. This caused the other divine weapons to be forced into action. The spear engraved with the sun and moon gently thrust forward, its sharp aura converging, directly piercing through a fan-shaped divine weapon. A melee ensued among the 100 divine weapons. Heaven and earth were in turmoil. If the battlefield had not been in the 9 heavens, far from the ground, there probably wouldn't have been anything left of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms by now. The melee lasted for several months. In the end, most of the divine weapons were shattered, turning into fragments scattered across the 4 corners of the world. Only 36 divine weapons still stood in the arena. These 36 divine weapons included the nation-protecting divine weapon Sun and Moon Spear of the Greater Yan dynasty today. The aura emanating from the Sun and Moon Spear at that time was somewhat unstable. but it was clearly the victor. The melee among the divine weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for the cause of the melee, Lin Yuan could roughly guess it. The divine weapons needed to consume the human race in order to grow slowly. But the number of humans was limited. With the appetite of 100 divine weapons, the human race of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms could not satisfy them. That was what ultimately led to this great battle. Only the most powerful divine weapons were entitled to enjoy the blood feast. As for the weaker divine weapons, they were directly shattered to extinction. In front of the desk, Lin Yuan set down the Saint Heart mirror shard he was holding. His expression turned ponderous. This time he had traveled from afar, leaving the capital, coming to Wuyan City. It was indeed the right decision. He had not only acquired a divine weapon shard that could be described as a manifestation of the essence of the rules, but had also learned about that great war 8,000 years ago, not recorded in any book. The great battle among 100 divine weapons. Master! Master, spare my life! From the desk, the Saint Heart mirror shard emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. While forcibly conducting a soul search, Lin Yuan also casually refined the mirror shard. If it had been a complete divine weapon, Lin Yuan would not have been able to refine it, but as it was only a shard, it naturally could not withstand Lin Yuan. After refining the Saint Heart mirror shard, Lin Yuan then had absolute control over its consciousness. Even if he could not destroy the shard, erasing the consciousness within it was merely a matter of thought. The Saint Heart mirror shard was also aware of its predicament, completely shifting from its previous negotiating stance, directly addressing Lin Yuan as Master. Spare your life. Lin Yuan glanced at the Saint Heart mirror shard. He realized the essence of the rules within the Saint Heart mirror shard, which had nothing to do with its consciousness. Even if the consciousness were to vanish, as long as the shard itself existed, the essence of the rules would remain, not impeding Lin Yuan's realization. However, now the survival or destruction of this consciousness was within a single thought from Lin Yuan, so there was no need to erase it so quickly. Otherwise, who knows how many years it would be before another consciousness emerged. Moreover, a divine weapon shard with its own consciousness indeed had some use for Lin Yuan, at least it could revive spontaneously, without Lin Yuan having to stimulate it. Outside the Grand Hall, Sikong Luan was somewhat at a loss. As soon as the Saint Heart mirror shard was forcibly pulled into the Grand Hall, Sikong Luan realized that his most significant support might have fallen. At this moment, Sikong Luan felt both joy and anxiety. The way Lin Yuan effortlessly suppressed the evil soldier gave Sikong Luan a tinge of ambition he shouldn't possess. For thousands of years, the human race had been mere food for the divine weapons. Never had anyone been able to counter the divine weapons, even just a divine weapon shard. However, Lin Yuan's arrival disrupted this balance. Yet, what Lin Yuan's origins truly were and whether he was indeed a human, or if he would stand on the side of the divine weapon, remained unclear to Sikong Luan. Time slipped away. While Sikong Luan became lost in his chaotic thoughts, a voice resounded silently by his ear. Fiwen.com, come inside as well. Yes. Sikong Luan took a deep breath. As if facing judgment, he stepped inside the great hall. The interior of the hall was just as Sikong Luan remembered it. The only difference was a casually placed fragment of a mirror on the table where Lin Yuan sat. A mirror fragment. Sikong Luan swallowed hard, realizing that it wasn't just any piece of mirror, but rather a revered and worshipped evil soldier of their defying divine society. My lord. Sikong Luan fell to his knees with a thud. Lin Yuan glanced at him casually. From today onward, I want your defying divine society to submit to me completely. Can you do that? Lin Yuan asked indifferently. The influence of the defying divine society spanned all of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. The branch where Sikong Luan was located was merely one headquarters within the Greater Yan dynasty. Such a headquarters was one of 35 others, all hidden within the other 35 kingdoms. Lin Yuan's implied command was for Sikong Luan to subjugate the other 35 headquarters of the defying divine society. To bring the entire defying divine society under Lin Yuan's command. Facing Lin Yuan's words, Sikong Luan fell silent. If it had been anyone else who spoke to him like this, Sikong Luan would have refused without a second thought. The Defying Divine Society represented the last line in opposing the rule of the divine weapons. Even if they worshipped an evil soldier, it was only to bolster their courage against the true divine weapons. Sikong Luan could die, but the Defying Divine Society must never perish. Otherwise, all of the human race in the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms would forever become mere fodder for the divine weapons. I just want to know one thing. Sikong Luan stared at Lin Yuan and asked desperately, "Are you human, and how do you view the divine weapons?" Human. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He looked at Sikong Luan, who was ready to face death, and slowly said, "I am indeed human, and as for those divine weapons, I've disliked them for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Sikong Luan felt an immense relief. "Going forward, the Defying Divine Society will follow your lead," Sikong Luan said respectfully. Having received the answer he sought, Sikong Luan's heart finally relaxed completely. To preserve the spark of hope for the human race, the Defying Divine Society was even willing to worship a former divine weapon as an evil soldier. How much more so for Lin Yuan, who was a human? The capabilities Lin Yuan demonstrated provided Sikong Luan with hope of resisting the divine weapons. Thus, leading the rest of the Defying Divine Society to pledge allegiance to him was only natural. After subjugating Sikong Luan, Lin Yuan issued his first command. It was to report all known intelligence about the evil soldiers possessed by the Defying Divine Society. For Lin Yuan, each evil soldier represented an external manifestation of the world's essential laws. Observing their essence held great benefits and could significantly enhance the martial path evolutionary path, aiding Lin Yuan to advance sooner to the 4th rank. And not just to the 4th rank, but it also elevated the effect on the martial path evolutionary path. Does my lord intend to continue subjugating those evil soldiers? Sikong Luan immediately discerned Lin Yuan's intentions. You must be cautious, my lord. These evil soldiers are not easily subdued, Sikong Luan said softly. Though Lin Yuan had overwhelmingly suppressed the fragment of the Saint Heart Mirror, there is a difference between a divine weapon and its fragments. Some fragments, being larger and containing more of the full divine weapon, possess greater power. Even if they still can't defeat Lin Yuan, if one were to escape, it could still cause future troubles. No matter. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. With his current strength, no divine weapons could emerge, and he could instantly suppress any number of fragments. Time slipped away. Another 50 years had passed. Chapter 77, 13 Disaster of War. Chapter 77, Chapter 13 Disaster of War. For the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, with their history of thousands of years, 50 years did not amount to much. To most ordinary people, it probably wasn't any different from the past. However, the royal families of the 36 kingdoms subtly perceived the slight abnormalities of the past 50 years. It mainly involved the remnants of the Defying Divine Society, whose actions were growing increasingly bold. The Defying Divine Society, as an underground organization expelled and wanted by the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, was always like a rat crossing the street. To recruit new members, they always operated in a stealthy manner. Yet in recent years, these remnants of the Defying Divine Society became more arrogant, even daring to pull in people on the streets. The most shocking thing for the royal families was that every time they launched an encirclement campaign, the remnants of the Defying Divine Society seemed to receive advanced warnings, managing to escape coincidentally. This made the royal families realize that the Defying Divine Society had come prepared. As a result, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms stepped up their suppression of the Defying Divine Society even further. In fact, 36 and 19 years ago, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms even deployed divine weapon masters, aiming to harness the power of the nation-protecting divine weapons to deal a heavy blow to the Defying Divine Society. Unfortunately, the divine weapon masters of the Evil God Association intervened in time. Tying up the divine weapon masters of the 36 kingdoms allowed most of the elite members of the Defying Divine Society to leave in advance. The Central Plains' 36 kingdoms possessed nation-protecting divine weapons. By leveraging the power of nation-protecting divine weapons, they could train divine weapon masters. Although the Defying Divine Society did not have complete divine weapons, they possessed many divine weapon fragments. These were known as evil soldiers. Evil soldiers were essentially divine weapons in their essence. Provided an evil soldier's completeness met a certain standard, it was possible to train a divine weapon master. Of course, the Central Plains 36 kingdoms referred to such masters as evil soldier masters. In direct combat, evil soldier masters naturally did not match up to divine weapon masters. But the former could slightly interfere with the latter. Unless the divine weapon master invoked the full awakening of their divine weapon, it was difficult to capture an evil soldier master. In general, a divine weapon master would not allow a divine weapon to fully awaken, because doing so meant their lifespan would be drastically reduced. The soul essence drawn by a fully awakened divine weapon would reach a horrific level. Every time a divine weapon fully awakened, the divine weapon master would live 10 years less. In a secret underground square, a towering man sat cross-legged in the very center. Around him were scattered dozens of weapon fragments. If there were an evil soldier master from the defying divine society present, they would be horrified to discover that these weapon fragments were indeed evil soldiers. Evil soldiers, the fragments of divine weapons. Although far less powerful than divine weapons, they too transcended the limits of the mundane. Yet at the moment, these supreme evil soldiers were treated like ordinary items, carelessly strewn across the ground. 50 years. The towering man, Lin Yuan, slowly opened his eyes. For the majority of those 50 years, he was contemplating the essential nature of the laws within the divine weapon fragments. As for the many state affairs of the greater Yan dynasty, over 40 years ago, Lin Yuan had specially selected a group of capable and loyal officials, establishing the cabinet to handle state matters on behalf of the emperor. Lin Yuan only needed to return from time to time to check on things. As an emperor, the most taboo thing is to micromanage everything. How many matters can one country have? If one were to inquire into each one, wouldn't it be exhausting to death? Of course, like Lin Yuan's long periods of disengagement, this was rare and typically a major taboo for emperors, as it easily led to being sidelined. But with Lin Yuan's strength, who could afford to sideline him, as he held immense force in one body? 4th rank. Lin Yuan looked towards the divine weapon fragments around him, his face falling into brief contemplation. With Lin Yuan's speed of cultivation, he had reached the completion of the Heavenman realm 20 years ago. And the completion of Heavenman realm, if placed in the main world, would be considered just short of 4th rank. But to break through further, to formally step into 4th rank, Lin Yuan was somewhat hesitant. The transition from 3rd rank to 4th rank, even in the main world, was a major bottleneck and shackles. Any evolver who could cultivate to the extreme pinnacle of 3rd rank was 1 in a million, 10 million, or even 1 in 100 million, a prodigy. Even so, to cross this major bottleneck and shackles, one would need at least hundreds of years, with many dying old at the extreme pinnacle of 3rd rank. This was under the premise of having a complete evolution path for guidance. For someone like Lin Yuan, who was carving out an evolution path, every step taken on a completely unknown road, breaking through to 4th rank was going to be 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold more difficult. Of course, this 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold is relative to Lin Yuan's current strength at the extreme pinnacle of 3rd rank. If it were a higher-level evolver, such as at 5th rank or 6th rank, overseeing from a high level, carving out an evolution path would naturally be much easier. In fact, even with the 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold difficulty, with Lin Yuan's unreasonable against heaven's understanding, he should have broken through to 4th rank by now. But Lin Yuan kept hesitating. 4th rank and 4th rank are also not the same. For example, a heavenly master who ascended through the power of Taiyin or Taiyin is naturally of a different concept from one who ascended through the Tao of Taiji. This time, ascending to the 4th rank, Lin Yuan wanted to ascend through the essence of the rules contained within the divine weapon fragments. Ascending to the 4th rank in this way would definitely be the kind with the greatest potential. Over the past 50 years, Lin Yuan had collected dozens of divine weapon fragments, integrating their essence of rules into the martial Tao cultivation system. But these fragmented essences of rules were still too few for Lin Yuan. They weren't enough to support his ascension to the 4th rank. Divine Weapon Master. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Over the years, the Defying Divine Society had helped him collect divine weapon fragments that were naturally weaker. There was no help for it, for divine weapon fragments had their own consciousness. Even if Sikong Luan borrowed help and coaxed, he could only fool those ordinary divine weapon fragments. As for the truly powerful divine weapon fragments, the Defying Divine Society wasn't able to track them. Usually, these fragments had already cultivated their own weapon masters and lay dormant within them. The Defying Divine Society and these evil soldier masters tended to have a cooperative relationship, neither could command the other. Each time the Defying Divine Society asked these evil soldier masters to take action, a great price had to be paid. Even so, the Defying Divine Society and these evil soldier masters, under the suppression of the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, were considered to be in the same camp. Evil soldier masters answered to evil soldiers, but evil soldiers were the losers of that war of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago. Broken by the strongest 36 divine weapons, scattered across the world. Therefore, evil soldiers had a natural grudge against the 36 divine weapons. Their positions inherently opposed. As for the Defying Divine Society, it was a power made up of people who wished to rebel against the rule of divine weapons. They, too, were opposed to the 36 divine weapons. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Therefore, the Defying Divine Society and the evil soldiers naturally had an alliance. The previous Antigod Association headquarters of Sikong Luan was suppressed by fragments of the Martial Saint realm. It was just that Lin Yuan had sent over 20 martial saints to trample that headquarters, a task completed too swiftly. So quickly that the martial saint realm fragments didn't even react before the fight was over. As Lin Yuan was deep in thought, sequence of faint footsteps grew closer from afar. Greeting the master. The person arriving was Sikong Luan. 50 years had passed, and Sikong Luan had aged much, with many white hairs on his head. Lin Yuan glanced at Sikong Luan and nodded slightly. Over the years, Sikong Luan had done quite well, continuously traveling between the Central Plains 36 kingdoms. Now many Antigod Association headquarters were obedient to Lin Yuan, and Sikong Luan's efforts were indispensable. After all, Lin Yuan was immersed in cultivation and, to avoid attracting the attention of the real divine weapons, he made very few appearances. State your business. Lin Yuan spoke bluntly. After 50 years of acquaintance, he knew Sikong Luan quite well and understood that the other wouldn't come here without an important reason. Master. Those evil soldier masters wish to meet with you to discuss the matter of a decisive battle with the 36 kingdoms of the Central Plains. Sikong Luan hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Decisive battle. Aren't they afraid of another calamity of soldiers? Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Calamity of soldiers referred to disasters caused by battles between divine weapons. 8,000 years ago, when the War of 100 divine weapons ended, the situation was clear. The 36 divine weapons each dominated a kingdom, feasting on the lifeblood of the living. But why does the history of the Greater Yan dynasty span only over 3,600 years? It wasn't just the Greater Yan dynasty, the histories of the other 35 states of the Central Plains were also 3,000 to 4,000 years old. The cause lies in the great decisive battle initiated by many evil soldiers and the Defying Divine Society, 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. That decisive battle enraged the 36 nation-protecting divine weapons. All 36 divine weapons awakened and began suppressing the evil soldiers, who had regained significant strength at that time. Their battles affected the lands of the Central Plains, leading to the downfall of dynasties and the lamentation of all beings. The 36 divine weapons suppressed on one hand and harvested the blood, spirits, and souls of the people on the other. It resulted in a major setback for the human race, which only recovered after several hundred to 1,000 years. But the effects of the battle continued, old dynasties fell, and new 36 kingdoms were established. This was the origin of the Greater Yan dynasty and the other 35 states. This period was later referred to as the Calamity of Soldiers. Chapter 78, 14, Lords of the Evil Soldiers. Chapter 78, Chapter 14, Lords of the Evil Soldiers. Few knew of the calamity caused by the weapons. Even within the royal families of the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, very few were aware. At least the Greater Yan dynasty had no records of it. Lin Yuan had learned about this extremely dark history from the ancient volumes of the Defying Divine Society. The 36 divine weapons revived, began to harvest lives without limits. It was a dark period, almost like an apocalypse. I'm not sure either. Sikong Luan was also puzzled. Although he didn't understand as clearly as Lin Yuan. But he knew that the current defying divine society and wielders of the evil soldiers were far from being a match for the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Even though the defying divine society's influence had grown significantly over the past 50 years with Lin Yuan's covert support, making the royal families of the 36 kingdoms extremely troubled. But there was still a gap in their pinnacle combat power. What could the defying divine society use to confront the fully revived 36 divine weapons? If they couldn't, there was a high likelihood of repeating the weapon calamity from 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. Could it be? Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Even Sikong Luan sensed something was amiss, so the evil soldier wielders must have thought of it too. Even though the evil soldier wielders obeyed their respective evil soldiers, the evil soldiers weren't fools and would weigh the pros and cons. If a weapon calamity occurred, it would mean a heavy loss for those evil soldiers, possibly even erasing their own consciousness. Unless they had an irrefutable reason to wage a decisive battle. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, leading him to two possible reasons. One was that the evil soldiers had acquired some means to boost their confidence, such as recovering other fragments of themselves, giving them the confidence to confront the real divine weapons. The second was that the evil soldiers sensed that if they didn't initiate a decisive battle now, they would never have another opportunity to do so. Upon further contemplation, it was plausible that, in the upcoming times, the 36 divine weapons would undergo some kind of transformation. Once this transformation was complete, there would no longer be any chance for many evil soldiers to survive. Transformation. Lin Yuan's face turned contemplative. 8,000 years ago, the 36 divine weapons were already near 4th rank. After 8,000 years of slumber, continuously harvesting the vital energies and souls of living beings. Could these divine weapons possibly take that step and advance to the 4th rank? It could only be this reason that made the evil soldiers disregard everything and wage a decisive battle. Because they knew that if they waited for the 36 divine weapons to advance to the 4th rank, they would have no chance whatsoever. Thus they would exert all their power to start a decisive battle. The purpose of the battle, even if they couldn't defeat the 36 divine weapons, was to halt or even fail their transformation. So be it. Let's go meet those evil soldier wielders then. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. Whether it was the need for more fragments of divine weapons, or the earlier speculations, Lin Yuan found it necessary to meet those evil soldier wielders. A month later, in the far south. This place was a miasma-filled jungle, rarely visited by humans, where ordinary hunters would just glance from afar and dare not approach even slightly. For hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, countless people had died within this jungle. Those miasmas, once inhaled, meant almost certain death. Over the years, this jungle became a forbidden area for nearby hunters. Yet beneath this jungle, stood the Qingshi Grand Hall. In the center of the Grand Hall, there were 18 stone thrones. At this moment, all 18 stone thrones were occupied. Their expressions were cold, their auras profound, seeming to connect to some great existence, far surpassing the blood refinement martial saint in every move. These 18 individuals were all wielders of evil soldiers. Each had an evil soldier behind them, and even as mere fragments of divine weapons, their powers were beyond ordinary mortals to gauge. What background does that master of the defying divine society have, for the defying divine society to obey him so submissively? A man wearing a green robe spoke up. Before this master of the defying divine society appeared, the defying divine society was utterly respectful to them as wielders of evil soldiers, as well as to all evil soldiers. But now, everything had changed. The defying divine society even dared to negotiate terms with them. It is said that this master of the defying divine society possesses the power to suppress fragments of divine weapons, even rivaling the power of divine weapons himself. Another evil soldier spoke up. Nonsense. As soon as these words were uttered, several wielders of the evil soldiers displayed a mocking look. Since ancient times, the power of divine weapons had been superior to all creatures, and the fragments of divine weapons were no exception. Human strength, how could it possibly contend with the power of divine weapons? This point was clearer to wielders of evil soldiers than to anyone else. Perhaps the individual behind the leader of the defying divine society also stands with an evil soldier and is himself a user of an evil soldier. An evil soldier user spoke up. This statement indeed garnered approval from most of the evil soldier users present. Regardless of that. Just then, the figure seated at the main seat spoke. When we meet the new leader of the Defying Divine Society, if he's just like us, an evil soldier user, then let it be. We can discuss the matter of the decisive battle slowly, as the evil soldier behind him likely won't refuse. If he's not. At this, a hint of cruelty crept into the voice of the figure in the main seat. While evil soldier users are also of the human race, under the influence of the evil soldiers, they gradually begin to see others as mere ants. No problem. Qingwu brother is right. Let's do as brother Qingwu says. The words of the figure in the main seat, Qingwu, were not refused by any evil soldier user present. Even among evil soldier users, there are strengths and weaknesses. The nature of an evil soldier is a fragment of a divine weapon, and the size of this fragment, which occupies a certain portion of the original divine weapon, naturally determines the power of the evil soldier. Thus, there are 5 levels of evil soldier users. An evil soldier with a completeness of 30%. An evil soldier with a completeness of 40%. An evil soldier with a completeness of 50%. An evil soldier with a completeness of 60%. An evil soldier with a completeness of 80%. The higher the completeness, the closer the power of the evil soldier to a genuine divine weapon. And Qingwu's evil soldier commands an astonishing 90% completeness. This evil soldier's true strength is thus extremely close to that of a real divine weapon, which is why in the presence of other evil soldier users, it has an exceptional status. This time, the evil soldier users decided to initiate a decisive battle. Not only because the 36 divine weapons were about to make their final step, but also because Qingwu's evil soldier, with its rare completeness of 90%, ensures them a measure of self-defense, even in a decisive battle against the 36 divine weapons. After all, their purpose in initiating the decisive battle was not to defeat the 36 divine weapons but to interfere with them, preventing them from making their final step. Once the battle begins, their primary focus would naturally be on preserving their own lives. Suddenly, the 18 evil soldier users seated on the 18 stone seats shifted slightly in their expressions. They sensed an aura slowly making its way into the Qingshi Grand Hall from the entrance. Is it the leader of the Defying Divine Society? How bold of him to come here alone. The 18 evil soldier users were slightly startled, a playful look emerging on their faces. A moment later, a young man appeared at the entrance of the Qingshi Grand Hall. Are you the leader of the Defying Divine Society? The 18 weapon wielders remained seated, showing no intention of standing to greet their guest. Buzz. The power of heaven and earth converged. In the vague mix, a huge black hammer emerged from the air, smashing down towards Lin Yuan. An evil soldier user could not restrain themselves and made a move to test Lin Yuan. Too disappointing. Lin Yuan sighed lightly. Under the astonished gazes of the 18 evil soldier users, he merely waved his hand and the black hammer's shadow shattered. Before the evil soldier users could even react. You evil soldier users are quite impolite. Lin Yuan took a step forward, appearing next to the 18 stone seats. He then stepped forward again, and Qingwu, who was seated in the main seat, exuding a serious demeanor with an evil soldier at 90% completeness, was pulled out by an invisible force, tossed aside like trash and smashed onto distant Qingshi rocks. Still sitting, Lin Yuan glanced over the remaining 17 evil soldier users. As soon as his words fell, the 17 evil soldier users on the 17 stone seats were all forced to stand up. During this, some evil soldier users tried to resist, even summoning the power of their evil soldiers, causing bursts of terrifying aura, but it was all suppressed within an inch around them. The normally earth-shaking power of the evil soldiers was now like a docile kitty. All the evil soldier users seated on the stone seat stood up. Seeing this, Lin Yuan then slowly took his seat in the main seat. Chapter 79, 15, Splitting Heaven Axe. Chapter 79, Chapter 15, Splitting Heaven Axe. Qingshi Grand Hall. Silence reigned. All the haughty evil soldier envoys stood up, staring blankly at the young man seated in the place of honor. All right. You may sit down as well. Lin Yuan waved his sleeve. Instantly, the force that had compelled the evil soldier envoys to stand dissipated. The entire Qingshi Grand Hall reverted to normal, and if it hadn't been for the change of the person sitting in the main seat, many an envoy would have thought the preceding events were an illusion. This The various evil soldier envoys exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. At this moment, whether to sit, to stand, or to flee, none seemed appropriate. Not sitting. With a smile in the corner of his mouth, Lin Yuan looked towards the envoys. In an instant, it felt as if a great mountain was pressing down upon them. All the envoys felt an immense force bearing down on their shoulders, their faces turning deathly pale and their legs trembling as they took their seats on the stone chairs. That's more like it. A satisfied expression appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The other evil soldier envoys, however, were caught in a maelstrom of emotion. Since Lin Yuan had entered the Qingshi Grand Hall, it had only been the span of a few breaths. But in this short period, he had suppressed all the envoys to the point where they hadn't even been capable of a smidgen of resistance. It wasn't that the envoys hadn't tried to resist. It was that they had resisted, to no avail. How could this be possible? Even more incredible to the envoys was the fact that they hadn't felt the slightest hint of a divine weapons aura from Lin Yuan. Meaning, Lin Yuan wasn't an envoy of the divine weapons. He wasn't an envoy, yet possessed power that surpassed the envoys. Such a scene, defying all logic, made the hearts of the envoys shiver. Who are you, exactly? Atop the Qingshi Grand Hall, Qingwu, who had been thrown from the main seat by Lin Yuan, barely managed to climb up, his eyes filled with dread as he looked towards Lin Yuan. That throw had nearly shattered all his bones and internal organs, had it not been for the protection of the power of his evil soldier. He would be dead beyond dead by now. Did I speak to you? Why are you intervening? Lin Yuan glanced at Qingwu. Boom. A tremendous force descended. Qingwu's face turned scarlet, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. This pitiful sight sent shivers down the spines of the other envoys. Compared to Qingwu kneeling on the ground, they, the evil soldier envoys, were at least seated on stone chairs, albeit also compelled. It at least appeared far more dignified. I ask a question, and you answer it. If there's anything else to add, feel free to do so. Lin Yuan casually spoke as he adjusted his sleeve. Next. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the thoughts of these envoys. He asked directly. Why have you instigated this decisive battle? Although Lin Yuan had his suspicions, he still wanted to hear what these envoys would say. It's like this. One of the envoys, unable to bear the pressure, spoke out. What a joke. Although up to this point, all 18 of them were alive. But with Lin Yuan's recently displayed overwhelming strength, the envoy had no doubts that Lin Yuan had the power to kill them all completely. In such a situation, none of the envoys would display a stance of defiance unto death. Some of them had already attempted to communicate with their internal evil soldiers, seeking to revive them. Even if they still couldn't defeat Lin Yuan, at least there was hope for a full retreat. But aside from the beginning, when the evil soldiers attempted to release power to oppose Lin Yuan. Right now, all the evil soldiers within the envoys seemed to have vanished, completely disregarding the pleas of the envoys. This was the will of the evil soldier lords. The evil soldier lords told us that within 100 years, those 36 divine weapons will take that one step, reaching the domain of the Father God. Therefore, we must exert our full strength, whatever the cost, to prevent this event from happening. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in the heavens or on the earth. The multitude of envoys started speaking one after another, revealing roughly everything they knew. It matched pretty closely with what Lin Yuan had surmised. After 8,000 years of nurturing and slumber, those 36 nation-protecting divine weapons were indeed on the cusp of reaching the 4th rank. This also highlighted the difficulty of advancing from the 3rd to the 4th rank. Those 36 divine weapons were the external manifestations of this realm's fundamental rules. Yet even so, to step into the 4th rank was arduous. What more for ordinary beings? Ancient godly being. Lin Yuan pondered with a contemplative look. Father God, as mentioned by the envoys, referred to the ancient godly being. 10,000 years ago, an ancient godly being offered mountains and rivers, smelted the 4 seas, and eventually forged 100 divine weapons. This was the origin of all the current divine weapons. Therefore, whether it's the complete divine weapons or the fragmented evil soldiers, they all refer to that ancient godly being from 10,000 years ago as Father God. For decades, Lin Yuan had been trying to uncover more information about this ancient godly being, and had found very little. Even when forcibly seizing information from an evil soldier, due to their fragmented essence, he could only obtain a few glimpses from after 10,000 years. As for the memories related to that ancient godly being from before 10,000 years, and how the divine weapons were forged, it all remained exceedingly vague. The evil soldiers only knew Father God was great, but the more specific, detailed memories were absent. Lin Yuan was quite curious about that ancient godly being. In his view, that ancient godly being was at least a powerhouse at the 4th rank, or even someone who had advanced far within that tier. Yet how could such a formidable being leave not a trace of information, even if they couldn't live for 10,000 years? Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the envoys. "I need your help with something." Lin Yuan spoke in a gentle tone, smiling as he said so. This speech left all the evil soldier wielders present scratching their heads. With the strength that Lin Yuan had revealed so far, it wasn't a stretch to say that he could match a real divine weapon, so what could possibly require their help? "Please, go ahead, sir." The evil soldier wielder who first answered Lin Yuan's question spoke cautiously. "I would like to borrow a look at the evil soldiers within your bodies," Lin Yuan said calmly, his gaze steady. With these words, a hush fell over the crowd once again. Then, "Audacious! How dare you? Mortal, you're courting death." Terrible fluctuations of spiritual force burst forth from each of the evil soldier wielders. One by one, the phantom images of evil soldiers emerged, especially the Qingwu, kneeling in the grand hall, within whom a nearly complete, giant axe phantom loomed. The divine weapon, splitting heaven axe. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the phantom of this giant axe for a moment. During the great battle of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago, this splitting heaven axe was second only to those 36 most powerful divine weapons. Even in defeat, it had retained most of its original body. Initially, these evil soldiers intended to avoid Lin Yuan's sharp edge after sensing his strength, which explained why none of them had responded despite the evil soldier wielders calling out to them. But who could have imagined that Lin Yuan would be so audacious as to want to borrow a look at them? Not bad at all. Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly fervent. He had specifically come here not just to confirm his suspicions. His main objective was to collect more complete evil soldiers. If Lin Yuan planned to ascend to 4th rank by the essence of the rules, he had to comprehend a great number of evil soldiers, perhaps even real divine weapons. Thus, the more powerful these evil soldiers were, the better. Outside the Qingshi Grand Hall, Sikong Luan looked worried, pacing back and forth. The Lord has been impulsive again. Sikong Luan fretted. After he and Lin Yuan arrived at the location as per the evil soldier wielder's guidance, Sikong Luan planned to enter the hall with Lin Yuan. After all, compared to Lin Yuan, he, Sikong Luan, had plenty of experience communicating with those evil soldier wielders. Knowing what the evil soldier wielders wanted, even if negotiations broke down, he and Lin Yuan still had a chance to leave unscathed. At worst, they would pay a price. But Lin Yuan had asked him to wait outside and went in alone. This only made Sikong Luan more anxious. He was aware of Lin Yuan's strength. Strong enough to easily suppress evil soldiers. But, the evil soldier wielders inside the Qingshi Grand Hall, which one of them was easy to deal with? Those gathered here, their evil soldiers had an integrity of over 50%. Far surpassing the piece of the Holy Heart Realm fragment from before. There was even an evil soldier with 90% integrity, extremely close to a divine weapon. With such power, yet Lin Yuan had walked in so boldly. What if negotiations went south? It would surely lead to a great loss. Sikong Luan admitted Lin Yuan's abilities but didn't believe that Lin Yuan would be able to gain any advantage in front of so many powerful evil soldier wielders. There shouldn't have been a fight. Sikong Luan let out a slight sigh of relief. Given Lin Yuan's methods and the strength of the evil soldier wielders, if a real battle had ensued, it would have been earth-shattering, not this quiet. This was a small comfort to Sikong Luan. But only a small one. Because Lin Yuan had yet to come out. Not coming out. It meant there was still uncertainty. A great battle could still occur. As Sikong Luan anxiously waited, a figure slowly emerged from the entrance. "Sir." Sikong Luan was overjoyed. Thankfully, the worst hadn't happened. MMM. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, a smile on his face indicating his good mood. Take care of the people coming out behind me. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he departed straight away. Take care of what? Sikong Luan was somewhat confused. What people? He remembered that Lin Yuan had gone in alone. There were no others in the entire Qingshi Grand Hall besides Lin Yuan and those powerful evil soldier wielders. Just as Sikong Luan was puzzled. The evil soldier wielders, led by Qingwu, stepped out from the entrance, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. Having the evil soldiers forcibly extracted was tantamount to extracting their bone marrow and muscles. If it weren't for Lin Yuan thinking that the souls and spirits of the evil soldier wielders were innately strong and might be useful later, they wouldn't have survived. Seeing these evil soldier wielders, Sikong Luan put together their demeanor and realized that the ones Lin Yuan wanted him to take care of were these evil soldier wielders. Sikong Luan swallowed hard. With his intelligence, he, of course, understood that if Lin Yuan asked him to take care of them, it meant these evil soldier wielders had already submitted. Otherwise, even if he wanted to, they would not have allowed him to do so. But this. Sikong Luan felt a profound shock. He had just been worried about Lin Yuan's safety, concerned about Lin Yuan being at a disadvantage against the evil soldier wielders. And now, seeing the ashen-faced 18 evil soldier wielders, Sikong Luan looked up at the departing figure of Lin Yuan like one looks up to a god. Chapter 80, 16 Let's go worship the divine weapon. Chapter 80, Chapter 16 Let's go worship the divine weapon. The essence of the rules contained in the evil soldier like the splitting heaven axe allowed Lin Yuan to advance further toward the 4th rank. To continue increasing the strength of the defying divine society, Lin Yuan bestowed the divine weapon fragments he had previously obtained. He granted them all. They were used to nurture new divine weapon masters. These divine weapon fragments, which were completely comprehended by Lin Yuan, had no further significance if kept by his side. Moreover, the bestowed divine weapon fragments were also refined and completely obeyed Lin Yuan's commands. The divine weapon masters cultivated with these evil soldiers naturally would not be unruly but were completely loyal to Lin Yuan's command. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had gone by. The capital of the Greater Yan Kingdom. 100 Flowers Hall. This place was once the palace where the Empress Dowager of Greater Yan stayed as a concubine. Although as the Empress Dowager, she should have moved to a higher standard palace, Wang Shangfeng did not do so. She had lived in the 100 Flowers Hall for over 10 years and had grown accustomed to it. On this day, Lin Yuan came to visit his mother. Since his ascension, Lin Yuan mostly focused on cultivation, visiting only once every 6 months or even a year. Yuan, how do you feel about those concubines I selected for you last time? Wang Shangfeng, though over 90 years old, looked only 45, her complexion rosy and her spirit very good. In this world's system of cultivation, the blood refinement martial saint, though comparable to the pinnacle of the 2nd layer, was of no use in terms of extending lifespan, even for a martial saint, who could at most live just over 100 years. Lin Yuan speculated that this was also influenced by the divine weapons. After all, the longer one lived, the more likely one could research a level surpassing that of martial saint. Most of the 36 divine weapons were always dormant, naturally not allowing such control-exceeding incidents to occur. Thus, their lifespans were directly limited. Even powerful blood refinement martial saints reaching this stage would mostly be 70 or 80 years old, with weakening vitality and nearing the end of their lifespan. Where would they have the energy to research the realm beyond martial saint? Wang Shangfeng was not a martial saint, and at her age, was still lively, naturally owing to the marrow cleansing performed on her secretly by Lin Yuan. For Wang Shangfeng, the marrow cleansing performed with Lin Yuan's current power was akin to an immortal pill. According to Wang Shangfeng's current health, living to 200 years old was not a problem. It's okay. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Ascending the throne for 50 or 60 years, Lin Yuan had not sired any children. Mainly because there was no need, Lin Yuan was not the retired Emperor Lu Shi. An emperor needs heirs primarily to determine the crown prince and confirm the successor to the dynasty. But Lin Yuan did not need these. With his lifespan, even if he had children, it would definitely be the crown prince who would pass away first. Remaining in this world for at least 160 years was enough to outlive any blood. Refinement. Marshall Saint. Freewebnovel.com. Even if he really needed to leave descendants, he would consider it only in the last 20 or 30 years of his extended stay. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's response, the Empress Dowager Wang Shangfeng immediately knew her son was just placating her. But now, Wang Shangfeng had no way to deal with Lin Yuan. Under Lin Yuan's rule, the Greater Yan dynasty was now almost comparable to the strongest few nations among the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. And Lin Yuan's prestige also surpassed that of previous emperors, becoming the most accomplished emperor since the founding of the Greater Yan dynasty. By the way, your father has not been feeling well recently, Yuan. You should find time to visit him. Wang Shangfeng said softly as if thinking of something. All right. Lin Yuan nodded and replied. Leaving the 100 Flowers Hall, he was greeted by a member of the royal family who came to see him. Your Majesty, our Greater Yan dynasty has not produced any weapon masters for over a decade. This member of the royal family was also one of Lin Yuan's elders, now aged and frail, reminding Lin Yuan. For the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, the most important task was cultivating weapon masters. Everything else was secondary, only with a weapon master could they suppress the nation's foundation. And the last generation weapon master, Lin Yuan's elder sister, had passed away over a decade ago. Since she had never revived a divine weapon or even stimulated one, she lived longer compared to other weapon masters. Weapon masters. In front of Lin Yuan's eyes appeared the image, from 50 or 60 years ago, of his elder sister running up to him to see him one last time, her eyes reddening with tears. After becoming a divine weapon master, one was bound to the divine weapon, and unless Lin Yuan's power overwhelmingly surpassed, it was difficult to sever the bond between them. This matter is not urgent. Lin Yuan said indifferently. Yes. The royal descendant hesitated to speak and then stopped, finally saying nothing. After dismissing this royal descendant, Lin Yuan soon met the retired Emperor Lu Shi. Compared to Wang Shangfeng, Lu Shi's condition was much worse. His hair and beard were all white, skin wrinkled. That was the case because Lin Yuan had never performed the marrow cleansing on Lu Shi. As a former emperor of the Greater Yan dynasty, Lu Shi had performed multiple rituals with the nation-protecting divine weapons. The marks of the divine weapons had long been planted on him. Should Lin Yuan use his own power to perform marrow cleansing for Lu Shi, it was highly likely to alert that nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yan dynasty. Father Emperor. Lin Yuan and the retired Emperor Lu Shi talked for a long time. Mainly, it was Lu Shi speaking and Lin Yuan listening. Lu Shi also had heard about the current state of the Greater Yan dynasty. His own son had become the most accomplished sage monarch in the history of the dynasty. Lu Shi was naturally joyful from the bottom of his heart. Yuaner, I'm afraid I must depart. In this lifetime, the thing I, Lu Shi, regret the least, is handing over Greater Yan to you. Lu Shi spoke for a while, then felt spiritless and closed his eyes to sleep. It's about time. Upon leaving the palace where retired Emperor Lu Shi resided, Lin Yuan looked up towards the due north. There lay the ancestral grounds of the divine weapons of the Greater Yan dynasty. 5 or 6 years ago, Lin Yuan had already reached the edge of 4th rank, not weaker than the divine weapons. Now, having absorbed the foundational laws from many evil soldiers like the splitting heaven axe, his strength had increased once more. The next day, in the court, the civil and military officials of the Greater Yan dynasty were excited. Because this morning, Lin Yuan would participate, discussing state affairs with the ministers. For the ministers, this was undoubtedly thrilling. After all, this generation's emperor of the Greater Yan possessed abilities esteemed as the best among his predecessors, his only fault being his reluctance to appear in public. Many new ministers in the court had never seen the emperor in person. The countless citizens of the Greater Yan dynasty regarded Lin Yuan as the most respected figure in their hearts. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, how could the dynasty have achieved such great governance today? Upon the dragon throne, Lin Yuan sat casually. The ministers below one by one stood out, presenting their reports on state affairs. As the court meeting was about to end, the Minister of Rights finally stepped forward. Your Majesty has been on the throne for over 50 years, according to ancestral customs, you should proceed to the divine weapon ancestral grounds for the ritual. The Minister of Rights spoke as per the text, harboring no expectation of a direct response. For over 50 years, since Lin Yuan's accession to the throne, there had been 3 ministers of rights. All 3 ministers of rights had always brought up the matter of urging the emperor to proceed to the divine weapon ancestral grounds for the ritual at each morning court meeting. But the emperor had never replied, and the 3 ministers of rights did not dare to insist, only taking the chance to mention it whenever possible. And this had become a habit for all 3 ministers of rights. Or perhaps a hope. Yet this time, when the current minister of rights had finished speaking, Lin Yuan, seated on the dragon throne, slightly nodded and stood up to say, "Indeed, it's time to go to the ancestral grounds for the ritual." The current minister of rights, hearing this, immediately was stunned. Then his eyes began to moisten. After more than 50 years, the emperor was finally not ill anymore but was planning to go to the ancestral grounds for the ritual. Chapter 81:17, Isolating Heaven and Earth. Chapter 81, Chapter 17, Isolating Heaven and Earth. Divine Weapon Ancestral Grounds. These are places dedicated to the worship of nation-protecting divine weapons. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, there are 36 nation-protecting divine weapons, and naturally, 36 divine weapon ancestral grounds exist. For the royal families of the 36 countries, worshipping divine weapons is even more important than honoring ancestors or past emperors. It was only because Lin Yuan made an independent decision in the Greater Yan Dynasty Tiangang, withstanding pressure from the court, that he managed to delay the worship of divine weapons for 50 to 60 years. Even so, the number of living sacrifices sent to the divine weapon ancestral grounds each year hadn't reduced in the slightest. Lin Yuan turned a blind eye to this. With matters like the succession of the throne, divine weapons might not pay attention. However, if there was even a slight shortfall in the living sacrifices, it would surely attract the notice of the divine weapons. At that time, the divine weapon would awaken and proactively seek out sacrifices. The consequences of this would be difficult for the Greater Yan Dynasty to bear. After all, when a divine weapon awakens on its own, the number of sacrifices it requires is much greater than when it slumbers. Therefore, before accumulating enough strength to suppress the divine weapon, maintaining the status quo to gain more time to grow stronger is the correct choice. At least Lin Yuan could be in control and choose when to take action. Like now. Lin Yuan thought now was a good opportunity to make a move. Taking the opportunity of the worship ceremony, he would lure out the divine weapon and strike when it fed. Divine weapon. After Lin Yuan agreed to the worship of the divine weapon, the Minister of Rights and many other ministers hurriedly started preparing the various rituals needed for the ceremony. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, returned to Qingtian Hall, pondering the matter of divine weapons. Having decided to take action against the divine weapon, Lin Yuan was, of course, fully prepared. After studying the memories of numerous evil soldiers, Lin Yuan gained a deep understanding of the 36 divine weapons. In terms of combat power alone, Lin Yuan was confident he was not inferior to any divine weapon. What Lin Yuan needed to be wary of was the divine weapon's final trump card. Merging with heaven and earth. Whether it's a divine weapon or an evil soldier. At its core, it is the external manifestation of the essence of the rules of heaven and earth. Since it is an external manifestation, in times of need, it can naturally merge back into it. The essence of evil soldiers is shattered, no longer intact, so they cannot return to heaven and earth. But divine weapons are different. If a divine weapon wishes, it can surely merge into heaven and earth. In such a state, even if Lin Yuan were 100 or 1,000 times stronger, unless he could destroy heaven and earth, he could do nothing about it. Of course, if it weren't a last resort, with no other options. Divine weapons would not choose to return to heaven and earth. Because by doing so, the divine weapon's own consciousness would be washed away by the consciousness of heaven and earth. Simply put, it would be formatted. Centuries later, even if it emerged from heaven and earth again, that divine weapon would no longer be the original divine weapon. Because its inner consciousness would have changed. Nevertheless, having chosen to make a move against the divine weapon, Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't just watch it return to heaven and earth. One of his main purposes in taking action was to suppress the divine weapon in order to comprehend the essential rules it contained. Over decades, the essence of rules within the fragments of many evil soldiers provided Lin Yuan with a tremendous help. This was only from evil soldiers, that is, fragments of divine weapons. What if it were a complete divine weapon, with its full essence of rules? How much help could it bring to Lin Yuan? At the very least, it could elevate him to the 4th rank. Not just an ordinary 4th rank, but a 4th rank founded on the essence of rules. Since divine weapons can merge into heaven and earth, then I will just cut off heaven and earth completely. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm. In his 80 years in this realm, with against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had contemplated many fragments of evil soldiers and developed a secret technique to isolate from heaven and earth. Using 81 pieces of evil soldiers as the core, he could completely seal off a certain area. That is, cutting it off from heaven and earth. However, such sealing had its limits. Heaven and earth have the ability to repair themselves, and with Lin Yuan's methods, he could seal it for at most an hour. That is, cut off from heaven and earth for an hour. The matter of the Flame Emperor going to the ancestral grounds to worship the divine weapons became a top priority in the court. Since it was a worship ceremony, a large number of sacrifices would be prepared. The sacrifices for worshipping divine weapons are, of course, living people, and particularly cultivators with abundant blood and energy. Since Lin Yuan's ascension to the throne, although he hadn't reduced the number of sacrifices, he tried as much as possible to select those sentenced to death or life imprisonment. If there still weren't enough, he would recruit from the populace as much as possible. Those who volunteered to be sacrifices would have their parents, children, and so on taken care of by the state. The elders would be supported by greater yen in their old age, and their descendants would have priority in education, entering politics, or enlisting in the army. This policy once sparked controversy in the court. Many ministers thought it unnecessary, insisting that the honor of sacrificing for the divine weapons should be reserved for the peasants. After all, implementing such a policy would definitely put a strain on the state treasury. Yet, under Lin Yuan's firm stance, the policy was still enforced. The process of offering sacrifices to the divine weapon was very cumbersome. Numerous ministers had been busy for most of the day before they began the final offering. As the emperor, Lin Yuan walked at the forefront, heading toward the center of the underground palace in the ancestral grounds. Several hours later, Lin Yuan's gaze was deep as he looked towards the center of the altar. In his perception, a vast and mountainous aura was almost bursting forth. This aura was ferocious and majestic, sharp and overbearing, surpassing any evil soldier Lin Yuan had ever encountered. Even the splitting heaven axe, which was 90% intact, paled in comparison to this aura. For 8,000 years, those evil soldiers had made no progress. However, the 36 nation-protecting divine weapons continuously devoured the life force, blood, and souls of living beings, slowly improving, and over 8,000 years, dripping water had worn through stone, their strength naturally surpassing that of the past. Not to mention, these 36 nation-protecting divine weapons were strongly fought for in the great battle of 100 divine weapons 8,000 years ago, and they were the strongest 36 out of those 100. The Sun and Moon Spear. A trace of a strange color flashed across Lin Yuan's face. This nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yen dynasty, the Sun and Moon Spear, was one of the divine weapons most adept at offensive powers among the 36. In that battle of divine weapons, the Sun and Moon Spear had pierced through at least 7 or 8 other divine weapons, its fierce might nothing short of awe-inspiring. All right. You all may leave now. I have something to say to the divine weapon. Lin Yuan sensed that the Sun and Moon Spear was about to appear, devouring the offerings. He immediately turned back to look at the various ministers and the imperial lineage. Yes. Then we shall depart first. Everyone was already somewhat breathless. After all, as the aura of the Sun and Moon Spear gradually moved, facing such an aura as vast as heaven and earth, ordinary people found it difficult to endure. And Lin Yuan's reason was very sufficient. The Greater Yen imperial family was the spokesperson chosen by the divine weapons. And as the emperor, the highest in the royal family status, being alone with the divine weapon was only natural. Soon, apart from Lin Yuan, everyone respectfully departed. For a moment, the vast and enormous altar was left with only Lin Yuan and the living sacrifices kneeling in the distance. The living sacrifices for this offering were all death row inmates from various places. To ensure the smooth progress of the offering, these inmates were already unconscious. Lin Yuan stood in place, quietly waiting for the divine weapon to appear. At this time, Lin Yuan's aura was contained, even the divine weapon could not detect any anomaly. Otherwise, with the strength of Lin Yuan's physical blood, the sun and moon spear would have gone crazy by now. Why would it dawdle as it was doing now? Rumble. Under Lin Yuan's watchful eyes, 100-zhang-long divine dragon with the sun and moon revolving around it slowly flew out. A dragon. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't a dragon. The so-called divine dragon was nothing but a phantom image transformed by the aura of the divine weapon. Lin Yuan saw at the core of the divine dragon, phantom, a hazy long spear undulating. The divine weapon, the sun and moon spear. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. This was not the first time he had seen a divine weapon. In perusing those evil soldier memories, he had seen many divine weapons. He had even seen numerous scenes of the sun and moon spear making its thrust. But scenes were just scenes after all. In comparison to the actual sun and moon spear, it was like the light of a firefly vying with the bright moon. Who? The sun and moon spear trembled lightly. The 100-zhang-long divine dragon phantom opened its huge mouth and slightly sucked in the direction of the sacrifices. Suddenly, a massive amount of life force, vitality, and souls were devoured into the dragon's mouth. These offerings are not bad. The sun and moon spear emitted a vast spiritual fluctuation, clearly somewhat satisfied. Are you the new emperor? The sun and moon spear seemed to sense something, emitting another spiritual fluctuation. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. In that case, the body of the sun and moon spear shook. An indescribable aura descended. Each emperor, during the offering to the divine weapons, would be branded with a divine weapon mark. It was both a deterrent and a restriction. Lin Yuan had to this day not undergone the marrow cleansing for the retired emperor, precisely because he was wary of this divine weapon brand. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. As Lin Yuan pronounced the word wait, he lifted his right foot and took a step forward. By the time Lin Yuan finished saying wait, his right foot landed, and with the altar as the center, the surrounding heaven and earth had already been isolated. Chapter 82, 18 The Ancient Godly Being. Chapter 82, Chapter 18 The Ancient Godly Being. Cutting off heaven and earth. For Lin Yuan, it was not only about preventing the divine weapon from returning to the world. More importantly, it was to block the fluctuations of qi generated during his fight with the divine weapon. In the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, each capital had a divine weapon in command. All 36 divine weapons emerged from that great war 8,000 years ago. They jointly divided the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. These 36 divine weapons, remaining so peacefully, must have made some secret agreements. Like watching over each other, perhaps. If the other 35 divine weapons sensed that Lin Yuan was suppressing the sun and moon spear, he might face the siege of all 36 divine weapons. Even without any agreement to watch over each other, upon seeing Lin Yuan, such a powerful member of the human race, whether it was to share the spoils or to eliminate future troubles, the other 35 divine weapons would also take action. Even if Lin Yuan managed to escape the encirclement. After the 35 divine weapons witnessed Lin Yuan's strength, they would surely develop a deep sense of wariness and were likely to accelerate harvesting lives to advance to the 4th rank level sooner. After all, according to the intentions of other evil soldiers, the 36 divine weapons were already very close to the 4th rank. Waiting for what? The sun and moon spear didn't notice the change in heaven and earth. It had just awakened from its slumber, so its perception was somewhat dulled. Recently, there was an evil soldier named Splitting Heaven Axe. Lin Yuan casually picked a topic to divert the sun and moon spear's attention. That one. The sun and moon spear was slightly taken aback, its tone laced with disdain. 8,000 years ago, the Splitting Heaven Axe was not its match, let alone now. If the sun and moon spear was about to discuss matters, when it saw Lin Yuan raise his right hand and slowly clench it towards the spear, a terrifying pressure filled every inch of the air. What the sun and moon spear had morphed into, the divine dragon, directly disintegrated. Lin Yuan's figure moved nearly 1,000 meters in an instant, appearing in front of the sun and moon spear, and then his outstretched right hand grasped the body of the spear. How dare you? The sun and moon spear instinctively raged. For so many years, Even during the gruesome battle 8,000 years ago, no divine weapon had dared to come so close to it, let alone be held. Apart from the Father God who had forged it, no other living being had ever done this. The formidable aura of the divine weapon exploded suddenly, sharp to the extreme, a force almost tearing the air, thrusting towards Lin Yuan. Too late. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. A smile appeared on his face. As if he hadn't yet come close to or grasped the sun and moon spear. With the power of a divine weapon, it could indeed struggle with him for a while. But now, he had already locked down the true body of the sun and moon spear. No matter how it thrashed, it was futile. And this was Lin Yuan's ultimate scheme. If he had acted directly against the sun and moon spear, aside from whether he could handle it, he probably wouldn't even know where its true body was. Moreover, once he revealed his strength and raised the sun and moon spear's vigilance, it would become even more difficult. Only by taking advantage of the ritual did he make the sun and moon spear let down its guard. Then, as a spokesperson, Lin Yuan was able to get close to the sun and moon spear. In this way, he could, like now, instantly seize the crux of the divine weapon's life. Indeed, about to approach the fourth rank. Feeling the sun and moon spear's struggle in his hand, Lin Yuan grew more solemn. At that moment, he seemed to be holding a 2-meter-long lance, but it felt as though he was pressing down on a flood dragon that roamed the clouds and rain. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who exactly are you, to possess such strength? The sun and moon spear was utterly panic-stricken. After several counterattacks, all suppressed by Lin Yuan, the sun and moon spear quickly realized its predicament. This was trouble. Real trouble. With its true body suppressed, no matter how great its divine skills and capabilities were, a rebound seemed very difficult. Taiji. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a faint black and white vortex appeared. In just a moment, the sun and moon spear felt the pressure it was under skyrocket by several or even dozens of times. The two extreme powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, flowing along the body of the spear, continuously invaded its consciousness. You forced my hand. The spiritual fluctuations of the sun and moon spear exploded. The body of the spear began to become ethereal, clearly intending to return to the world. Although this method would cause its consciousness to vanish, it was better than falling into Lin Yuan's hands. Besides, faced with the suppression from Lin Yuan's Taiji power, faced with that perfectly balanced extreme force, the sun and moon spear would barely last even without returning to the world. Rather than that, it was better to return to the world. Hundreds of years later, I will make your descendants from the greater Yan dynasty endure the torment of the sun and moon. The sun and moon spear inwardly swore, embedding this resolve deep within its body. That way, even if the sun and moon spear reappeared in the world in the future, giving birth to a new consciousness, it would hold a strong aversion to the descendants of the greater Yan dynasty. However, just when the sun and moon spear was halfway through the fusion process, the originally illusory spear shaft began to solidify once more. What? The sun and moon spear was shocked. Its process of merging with heaven and earth had actually been interrupted. You actually separated heaven and earth. The spirit of the sun and moon spear felt heavy. Separating heaven and earth. It sounds simple, but to achieve it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the further crushing of the Taiji grinding disc, the consciousness of the sun and moon spear began to gradually fall into darkness. A great success. Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. At this point, the time limit for separating heaven and earth for an hour was drawing very near. Thankfully, there had been no accidents. A complete divine weapon. Lin Yuan looked at the sun and moon spear before him, now suppressed to the size of a palm. Even so, the sun and moon spear still emitted a faint oppressive force, which was the essence of heaven and earth's rules. Take. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the fragments of the evil soldier previously arranged around the ancestral grounds returned to his side. With the disappearance of the evil soldier, the separation from heaven and earth was restored. However, at this moment the great battle had ended, so naturally, there was no problem. After suppressing the sun and moon spear, Lin Yuan immediately returned to his underground palace. This place was built in a secluded corner of the Greater Yen dynasty, difficult for outsiders to detect. Sun and Moon Spear. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, gazing at the palm-sized spear before him, momentarily captivated. To behold a complete divine weapon, Lin Yuan's first impression was perfection, as if it encompassed the sun, moon, and stars, all external things of heaven and earth, every structure and every part fitting together flawlessly. Freewebble.com. Several days later, Sikong Luan came to the underground palace. He held a wooden box in his hand, inside which lay a fragment of a weapon. It was indeed an evil soldier. Lin Yuan had long ago ordered the Defying Divine Society to collect various evil soldiers. The evil soldier in the wooden box, though not having birthed a consciousness, was indeed a fragment of a divine weapon and met Lin Yuan's requirements. However, as Sikong Luan approached the palace and saw Lin Yuan seated in the center of the palace, with the floating spear before him, he was momentarily stunned. That spear, which evil soldier is it? Sikong Luan had a look of puzzlement. Among the many evil soldiers he had collected for Lin Yuan, there were very few that were spears. Furthermore, Sikong Luan noticed that the spear before Lin Yuan was extraordinarily complete, seeming. Sikong Luan's gaze gradually turned vacant, his heart stirring with shock and disbelief. Because he felt, with extreme caution, that the spear didn't seem to be an evil soldier. Instead, it was a divine weapon. A complete divine weapon. But how could that be? Divine weapons in this world are predestined. 36 divine weapons oversee the world below. How could there suddenly be an additional divine weapon? Is it the Sun and Moon Spear, the one from the Greater Yen dynasty? Sikong Luan trembled inwardly. A divine weapon of great stature, now submissive before Lin Yuan, this was simply. Although Sikong Luan knew that Lin Yuan had once single-handedly suppressed multiple evil soldier wielders. But evil soldiers are evil soldiers, what are they compared to a true divine weapon? My lord. Sikong Luan's legs went weak, suddenly not daring to approach any further. In the center of the palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. After thoroughly suppressing the Sun and Moon Spear, Lin Yuan attempted to browse through its memories. Boom, boom, boom. A vast spiritual force began to invade. The memories of the Sun and Moon Spear spanning 10,000 years gradually unfolded before Lin Yuan. Compared to the other evil soldiers, the Sun and Moon Spear, as a complete divine weapon, held unbroken memories. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn, and it didn't take him long to browse through the memories from 10,000 years ago. The memories from 10,000 years prior were something Lin Yuan had never encountered. For the physical forms of the other evil soldiers had shattered, having lost this segment of memory long ago. Boom. With the memories of the Sun and Moon Spear, Lin Yuan seemed to arrive at a time 10,000 years before. It was a vast world, and Lin Yuan looked around. He quickly saw an enormous figure, imposing and radiant with endless light. It was an ancient godly being. Chapter 83, 19 The Sun and the Moon. Chapter 83, Chapter 19 The Sun and the Moon. Thousands of years before, there was no concept of a nation. At that time, the human race lived in tribal forms, consuming raw flesh and blood, dwelling in all corners of the world. In that incredibly distant ancient times, there appeared an ancient godly being. They walked among the worlds, observing all things. Ultimately, they sacrificed mountains and rivers, merging and refining the four seas. Forcefully, in between heaven and earth, they forged 100 weapons of war. These 100 weapons were a manifestation of the intrinsic laws of the universe, wrested by that ancient godly being from the world itself. Without that ancient godly being, the 100 weapons could not possibly have broken free from the control of the universe and become separate entities. And these 100 weapons were what later became known as the ultimate divine weapons. You be the eldest, you be the second, you be the third. The face of the ancient godly being was blurred as they looked at the 100 weapons floating between heaven and earth, emitting vast spiritual fluctuations. At that moment, Lin Yuan's point of view originated from a long spear. The Sun and Moon Spear. The Sun and Moon Spear was the 18th weapon that the ancient godly being had forged. So, it was also called Old 18. Who knows how much time passed? That ancient godly being once again came before the 100 divine weapons. I am leaving. From now on, you will be the only ones left in this world." After saying those words, the ancient godly being vanished. Years flew by like a shuttle afterward. The ancient godly being never appeared again. And the spiritual wisdom of the 100 divine weapons became increasingly perfected. Until one day, they discovered that the chi and spirit of the human race were of great use to their growth. Therefore, they began harvesting humans. However, later, the leading tower-shaped divine weapon realized that at the rate the 100 divine weapons were consuming the human race, it wouldn't take many years before the humans on this land would become extinct, and afterwards, all divine weapons would have no humans to consume, causing their growth to revert to an exceedingly slow phase. So, this tower-shaped divine weapon began to curb the other divine weapons. This action won the approval of some divine weapons and the opposition of others. In the end, the 100 divine weapons still reached an agreement to pen all the humans within a certain area, and select a portion of them to consume at regular intervals. This was the rudimentary form of what would later become the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Another 1,000 or 2,000 years passed. Some divine weapons found that certain divine weapons were consuming more humans than the rest. This uneven distribution led to a great battle among the 100 divine weapons. In that battle, 64 divine weapons were shattered. The most powerful 36 divine weapons enjoyed all the humans. Within the underground palace, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Having browsed the memories of the Sun and Moon Spear, Lin Yuan had gained a certain understanding of that ancient godly being. It was clear. The strength of the ancient godly being was at least 4th rank to start. And perhaps even at the peak of 4th rank. As for why they ventured over mountains and rivers, roamed the world, and contested with heaven and earth to forge those 100 divine weapons, Lin Yuan speculated that they too were after the intrinsic laws of this world. In forging the 100 divine weapons, the ancient godly being was also comprehending the myriad laws within the weapons. Although the ancient godly being's comprehension certainly couldn't compare to Lin Yuan's, time was on their side. The ancient times that began 10,000 years ago lasted for at least several thousand years. Over such a prolonged period, combined with the ancient godly being's position as the forger of the weapons, they surely benefited tremendously. True divine weapons indeed. With thoughts tumbling, Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the Sun and Moon Spear. Even though the Sun and Moon Spear was currently suppressed by Lin Yuan, with its consciousness in a deep slumber, its innate resistance alone was enough to shatter hundreds or thousands of blood-refining martial saints. Of course, such resistance was insignificant for Lin Yuan. The Sun and the Moon. Lin Yuan reached out, gently touching the spear, feeling its textures and laws, as countless sparks of inspiration burst forth in his mind. Your comprehending nature is defying, observing, and touching the complete intrinsic laws of this world, and you have touched upon the rules of the Sun and the Moon. Your comprehending nature is defying, observing, and touching the complete intrinsic laws of this world, and you have touched upon the rules of the Sun and the Moon. Your comprehending nature is defying, observing, and touching the complete intrinsic laws of this world, and you have touched upon the rules of the Sun and the Moon. In just a brief moment, Lin Yuan felt the path ahead became much clearer. Worthy of being a divine weapon. Lin Yuan couldn't help but express his admiration. Compared to those damaged evil soldiers, the help from the divine weapon was akin to a qualitative change. Especially the essence of the Sun and Moon contained within the Sun and Moon Spear matched perfectly with Lin Yuan's Taiji Dao. The Sun and the Moon were parts of Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang. Understanding the essence of the Sun and the Moon also had a significant effect on supplementing the Taiji Dao. It's a pity. There is only one divine weapon. Lin Yuan looked at the Sun and Moon Spear, but his mind was on the other 35 divine weapons. How wonderful it would be if all the divine weapons were laid out before him for enlightenment. But Lin Yuan also knew that for now, that was just wishful thinking. As for imitating the method used to suppress the Sun and Moon Spear and continuing to suppress other divine weapons, it was nearly impossible. The 36 divine weapons were mutually responsive to each other. Lin Yuan had isolated heaven and earth to suppress the Sun and Moon Spear, indeed avoiding detection by the other divine weapons. But once the aura of the Sun and Moon Spear completely disappeared and the other divine weapons could no longer sense its presence over a long period, they would certainly become vigilant. If Lin Yuan continued to act, it'd be bad enough to come up empty-handed, but there was a good chance he would fall into the trap set by the other 35 divine weapons. Beware not to underestimate the spiritual wisdom of a divine weapon. With the growth of 10,000 years, their intelligence may not be on par with that of the main world's smartest brains, but it's infinitely stronger than that of ordinary people. But one divine weapon is enough. The essence of the laws it contains is enough to push me to the 4th rank. Lin Yuan felt very satisfied. Being able to successfully suppress the sun and moon spear had met his expectations. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he put away the sun and moon spear, his gaze glancing towards the outside of the palace. At the moment, Sikong Luan was still waiting respectfully outside. Without an order from Lin Yuan, he dared not step into the grand hall. "Come in," Lin Yuan said aloud. His voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly in Sikong Luan's ears. "Yes." Sikong Luan took a deep breath and walked into the palace. "My lord. This is an evil soldier, freewebble.com. Following your previous instructions, to collect as many evil soldiers as possible." Sikong Luan held out the wooden box in his hand with increased reverence. "I understand." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Now that he had a divine weapon in hand, he naturally looked down on mere evil soldiers. But even the smallest mosquito was still meat. While the rule essence contained in the evil soldiers was fragmented, it was still somewhat useful to Lin Yuan. "Then I shall take my leave." Sikong Luan left the wooden box behind, ready to retreat respectfully. "After all these years, you must know who I am, right?" Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. It had been decades since he subjugated Sikong Luan, but Lin Yuan had never revealed his identity to him. Upon hearing this, Sikong Luan's heart jolted. If previously he had only suspected in his heart, then just now, upon seeing Lin Yuan handling the sun and moon spear, originally one of the greater Yan dynasty's nation-protecting divine weapons, Sikong Luan was almost 90% certain. He confirmed that his lord was indeed the emperor of the greater Yan dynasty. Although such a conjecture was incredibly unbelievable, as the Flame Emperor was the spokesperson chosen by the divine weapons, not subject to consumption like ordinary civilians. "I've seen your majesty." Sikong Luan steadied his spirit and said respectfully. "Correct." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. For Sikong Luan to guess his identity was not a difficult task. In the years past, the Defying Divine Society had often cooperated with the greater Yan dynasty in secret. Outsiders were unaware of these matters, even the royal descendants were oblivious, but Sikong Luan, who was in charge of the Defying Divine Society, had some awareness. Next, incite a decisive battle based on the ideas of those evil soldiers. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and said indifferently. To completely resolve the issue with the remaining 35 divine weapons, he needed to draw all of them out. If he dealt with them one by one, once the other divine weapons observed Lin Yuan's true strength, they would surely refrain from appearing. And with one divine weapon seeking to hide, with its ability to blend into heaven and earth, Lin Yuan would have no solution. His time in this world was limited, he couldn't afford to wear down the divine weapons indefinitely. Even though Lin Yuan could isolate heaven and earth, his range was limited. Lin Yuan's plan was to have the Defying Divine Society and many evil soldier wielders shake the rule of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, thereby forcing the 35 divine weapons to act. After all, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms were the divine weapons' breeding grounds. If the Defying Divine Society rebelled, those divine weapons would undoubtedly be the first to be intolerant. Good. Sikong Luan nodded. If it were in the past, he would not have held any hope for such a decisive battle, fearing a recurrence of the calamity of arms from thousands of years ago. But having seen Lin Yuan handle the sun and moon spear just moments earlier, a sliver of extravagant hope suddenly rose in Sikong Luan's heart. Additionally, bring in some people with strong souls. I will personally train some evil soldier wielders. Lin Yuan spoke again. This time, the evil soldier wielders he aimed to train would be top tier with at least 90% integrity of the evil soldiers. Evil soldiers, being fragments of divine weapons from the past, cannot heal themselves, which explains why no evil soldier has been restored to a complete divine weapon in 8,000 years. Yet while evil soldiers couldn't heal themselves, Lin Yuan could. With the many evil soldiers currently at his disposal, Lin Yuan could completely assemble 2 to 3 complete divine weapons. Of course, the assembled divine weapons, with their combat power far lesser than the present 36 divine weapons, would still pale in comparison to their peak during the ancient times because they had just recovered from grave injuries. Add to that, the current 36 divine weapons had further strengthened their power over 8,000 years by reaping the growth of countless lives. But complete evil soldiers could at least sweep all formidable beings below divine weapons. They even had the potential to force the remaining 35 divine weapons to appear. Chapter 84, 20, In Heaven and on Earth, He is the Lord of Warriors. Chapter 84, Chapter 20, In Heaven and on Earth, He is the Lord of Warriors. Just after Lin Yuan suppressed the Sun and Moon Spear. Inside the divine weapon ancestral grounds of the other 35 states of the Central Plains, to be exact. Massive spiritual fluctuations were reviving. Where is Old 18? Why has Old 18's presence disappeared? What exactly happened? Could it be that Old 18 actively isolated his own presence? Could there have been some accident? We divine weapons, looking down upon all beings, what accident could there be? Tens of huge divine weapon consciousnesses, through the connections in the unknown, began to communicate. Divine weapons originate from the rules of heaven and earth, so as long as they wish, they can naturally sense the presence of other divine weapons effortlessly, provided that the divine weapon doesn't actively isolate its presence. No matter what happened, this period is critical for us to take that step. Even if you consume sacrifices, be careful, and try not to reveal your true body as much as possible. A massive spiritual fluctuation came through from a tower-shaped divine weapon. This tower-shaped divine weapon was the first ever forged by an ancient godly being in bygone years. Among 36 divine weapons, or even among 100, it is considered the strongest. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had gone by. Compared to the past, this decade could truly be described as stormy. The conflict between the defying divine society and the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms further escalated. And the truth about beings being domesticated by divine weapons also began to spread widely in the world. Originally, divine weapons using beings as sacrifices, as food, had already caused many in the world to be dissatisfied. After all, how were they any different from the livestock they raised? But under the strong suppression of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, this dissatisfaction could only be deeply buried in their hearts. There was no way around it. Without a leader to stand up, no matter how dissatisfied or unwilling, they could not come together. But this time, the defying divine society took the initiative to be the leader, calling for beings to stand up in resistance, and no longer be mindless livestock. Great Xia Dynasty. Capital. Inside a tavern. A storyteller was speaking passionately. Ladies and gentlemen, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms regard us as livestock raised by divine weapons, but why should this be? We do not care, for we are already old, but our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, should they also live like this? By what right? Why should divine weapons remain high above while we are relegated to being food? Why can divine weapons look down upon all beings while we are looked down upon by them? Why can divine weapons decide everything, while we are the ones being decided for? The storyteller was naturally a person from the defying divine society. He came here to propagate the ideas of the defying divine society and awaken the spirit of resistance in the people of the world. Good. Yes, by what right? I was born a human, why should I become food? The guests in the tavern suddenly became animated. If it were just them, it might have been nothing, but for generations to come, their descendants, all would live a numb existence like cattle. This was simply unbearable. We must resist. Resist the divine weapons. A young man stood up excitedly. His name was Su Chong. Not long ago, his father had been forcibly conscripted by the Great Xia Dynasty and had become a sacrifice. Actually, he himself should have been the sacrifice, but his father resolutely took his place in death. Hearing these words now, he was immediately overcome with anger and stood up to echo the words of the storyteller. Not just Su Chong, but others felt the same way. After long-standing grievances, there were definitely many who were dissatisfied with the divine weapons. Meanwhile, atop the platform, the storyteller scanned his surroundings. Inside him, an evil soldier that was 70% intact began to rapidly sense the environment. It's that person, an innate with a strong spirit. He should be suitable to become the master of an evil soldier. The evil soldier's gaze locked onto Suchong. Good. The storyteller slightly nodded. He remembered Suchong's appearance. Not good, not good. The officials are coming. Just then, someone rushed into the tavern in a hurry. Don't panic, everyone. The storyteller immediately stood up. There's a secret passage under the platform. If you're worried about encountering the officials, you can leave through this passage. With a wave of the storyteller's hand, a 1-meter-tall entrance appeared. Suddenly, many guests began to leave through the secret passage. What a joke. Slogans promoting the Defying Divine Society sounded pleasant indeed. But if caught by the officials, one would undoubtedly be designated as a sacrifice to be fed to the divine weapons next time. I was impulsive, so impulsive. Suchong quickly walked out of the secret passage, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Only then did he realize that responding to that storyteller had been unwise. No matter how powerful the Defying Divine Society was, the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms were the absolute rulers now. The actions he had just taken, if leaked, would bring trouble to his entire family. I cannot die. I still have my mother to support, and my sister is not yet married. Suchong kept thinking on and on. However, the words I said just now, they really felt thrilling. Suchong suddenly had this thought cross his mind for some reason. Just as Suchong steadied his mind, planning to return home, a figure emerged from the shadows ahead. Suchong looked closely. It was the storyteller from earlier. Young friend. Upon seeing Suchong, the storyteller's face revealed a smile. Would you like to join us in overthrowing the rule of the divine weapons? Entrance to the underground palace. Sikong Luan, looking at the dazed Suchong, nodded slightly and said, "Come with me inside." Okay, freebubble.com. Suchong nodded. Even now, he still felt as if he were dreaming. Ever since the storyteller stopped him and asked if he was willing to help overthrow the rule of the divine weapons, Suchong had, as if possessed by a ghost, agreed. Without even thinking, he had agreed right away. Then he had been led away by the storyteller, turning and twisting, until they arrived here. My mother, and my sister. Walking behind Sikong Luan, Suchong couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, your mother will be well taken care of, and don't fret about your sister. Now that you have joined the Defying Divine Society, all these worries will be addressed. Even if in the future. Sikong Luan paused for a moment before continuing, if the Defying Divine Society loses, wiped out by the encirclement of the 36 states, your parents and family will not be implicated. That's good. Upon hearing this, Suchong breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, he believed everything Sikong Luan said. The two made their way along the dark passage of the underground palace, heading deeper inside. Milord. Not knowing what to call Sikong Luan, Suchong addressed him as Milord. Where are we going now? Suchong voiced his confusion. The storyteller had only told him they were going to meet an important person, but hadn't revealed who exactly it was. I'm taking you to meet someone. Sikong Luan did not hide anything, adding, to meet the most important person in the Defying Divine Society, who, without him, would still be hiding like rats in the sewers. Ah. Suchong, startled, asked instinctively, so he must be very powerful. Naturally very powerful. Sikong Luan said matter-of-factly. In all the lands under heaven, Sikong Luan hadn't seen anyone stronger than Lin Yuan. I see. Suchong nodded, half understanding, and tried asking again, is he a weapon master? In Suchong's understanding, in the 36 states of the Central Plains, aside from the divine weapons, the weapon masters were the strongest. Weapon masters could operate divine weapons, harnessing their power. And even the powerful blood refinement martial saints, faced with a weapon master, were as vulnerable as ants. Weapon master. Sikong Luan halted, a hint of mockery surfacing on his face. In Sikong Luan's eyes, the so-called divine weapon masters and evil weapon masters. To Lin Yuan, they were all insignificant, easily wiped out. If one must associate Lin Yuan with the divine weapons or the evil weapons, then, in heaven and on earth, he is the master of weapons. Chapter 85, 21 I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Chapter 85, Chapter 21 I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Soon, Su Chong met Lin Yuan. Compared to the towering presence of those lofty weapon-bearers, Lin Yuan seemed very ordinary to Su Chong. Even inferior to the blood refinement martial saint. If it weren't for Sikong Luan's repeated emphasis to maintain the utmost respect, Su Chong would have probably struggled not to look up and scrutinize him. Not bad in aptitude. Lin Yuan looked at Su Chong and gave a slight nod. In terms of spiritual strength, Su Chong ranked in the top 10 among those Lin Yuan had seen. Here, those he had seen referred to the people Lin Yuan had encountered since his arrival. The cultivation system of this world focused purely on honing the physical body. As for empowering the spirit and soul, there was practically no development. Even the blood refinement martial saint was merely vigorous in vitality. This splitting heaven axe is now yours. A palm-sized black axe flew out with a slight thought from Lin Yuan. Before Lin Yuan suppressed it, the splitting heaven axe was already a nearly complete evil soldier at 90% integrity. Over the years, Lin Yuan had gathered the remaining fragments of the splitting heaven axe and restored it to its entirety. The completed splitting heaven axe was no longer an evil soldier but a true divine weapon. Even though it still wasn't on par with the sun and moon spear and the other 36 divine weapons, it was still superior to other evil soldiers. What is that? Su Chong hadn't recovered from the shock. Before he knew it, he watched the splitting heaven axe flying towards him. Finally, it merged into his forehead, leaving a black axe imprint there. Me. Su Chong just felt something new within his body. A giant axe as big as a mountain faintly appeared in his mind. Try to familiarize yourself with the power of the divine weapon as much as possible, Lin Yuan said indifferently, looking at Su Chong. He had already mastered the inherent rules contained within the splitting heaven axe. Keeping it with him was of no further use. Of course, though Lin Yuan had bestowed the splitting heaven axe to Su Chong. Since he had refined it, he could reclaim it with a single thought. Rather than saying Su Chong was the wielder of the splitting heaven axe, it was more accurate to say he was just someone operating it on behalf of Lin Yuan. A divine weapon. Was that just now a divine weapon? Su Chong looked bewildered. How could he have imagined that the black axe was the legendary divine weapon? And furthermore, such a lofty divine weapon, just given away by Lin Yuan like that. Wasn't it said that all divine weapons had their own consciousness, noble and inviolable, but what was happening now? Next, I will leave this place, Lin Yuan continued, not minding Su Chong's astonishment, and turned his gaze to Sikong Luan. After meditating on the sun and moon spear for 10 years, Lin Yuan could step into the 4th rank at any moment. During this time, Lin Yuan wanted to emulate the travelings of the ancient godly being from 10,000 years ago, crossing rivers, surpassing the 5 mountains, and wandering in this world. Yes, Sikong Luan said, seemingly wanting to ask something more but then swallowing his words, he respectfully agreed. Lin Yuan naturally saw Sikong Luan's hesitation and shook his head. If you confront an irresistible force, just cry out, Flame Emperor, and that will suffice. As the Flame Emperor of the Greater Yan dynasty, Lin Yuan could naturally be called the Flame Emperor. Understood, Sikong Luan felt a small sense of relief in his heart. With Lin Yuan's words, he felt he had a source of confidence. Flame Emperor. Su Chong silently repeated to himself and carefully stole a glance at Lin Yuan, etching the title deeply into his mind. Before setting out on his journey, Lin Yuan returned to the Greater Yan Imperial Palace once more. The retired Emperor Lu Shi was in good spirits. After Lin Yuan suppressed the sun and moon spear, he had performed the marrow cleansing for him several times. The old man was revitalized and would probably live for another 100 years. Yuaner, no matter what you want to do, go ahead with courage, Lu Shi said, looking at his most satisfactory son. In recent years, the world had been turbulent, with the defying divine society clashing continuously with the 35 states of the Central Plains, yet the Greater Yan dynasty remained quiet. Having been an emperor himself for decades, Lu Shi was aware of the underlying issue and speculated that Lin Yuan might have reached some agreement with the defying divine society. The defying divine society, insistent on overthrowing the rule of divine weapons, was essentially opposed to the imperial households of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms. Any collusion between Lin Yuan and the defying divine society would certainly be taboo. But Lu Shi trusted his son and believed there must be a reason for his actions. Besides, it was just collusion without any substantial evidence, what could the 35 other states do even if they suspected? Lucier could never dream that his son was not merely colluding with the defying divine society but was the mysterious leader of it, responsible for much of the recent turmoil in the world. Time passed. 10 years later. The Central Plains 36 Kingdoms. Daki Dynasty. The Daki Emperor's face was gloomy, an angry scowl spread across his visage. Those remnants of the defying divine society, how dare they? How dare they? The Daki Emperor bellowed as he abruptly stood up, while the many ministers below bowed their heads in silence, not daring to respond. Over the past decade, the defying divine society had mounted a significant resistance against the 35 states of the Central Plains. What started as a spark soon ignited a flaming prairie fire. Initially, the defying divine society was suppressed, but as time passed, their ideals spread, and the discontent among the people of the nations boiled over. Merely within a decade, 7 of the 35 states' powers were overrun by the defying divine society. The nation-protecting divine weapons of these 7 dynasties had vanished as if they never existed, never making an appearance from start to finish. And now the Daki Emperor had just learned that the Daimo dynasty, neighboring the Daki dynasty, had recently had its capital breached. Daimo bordered on Daki territory. With the fall of the Daimo dynasty, the next target would naturally be the Daki dynasty. In the Daki court, the Daki Emperor took a deep breath. And then looked towards the dignified middle-aged man seated beside him. "What does the divine weapon have to say?" the Daki Emperor asked, attempting to appear calm. Chapter 86, 21 Been waiting for you a long time _2. Chapter 86, Chapter 21 Been waiting for you a long time _2. The middle-aged man with a stern face was none other than the divine weapon master of the Daki dynasty. 8 years ago, the nation-protecting divine weapons of 35 countries left their ancestral lands as if by agreement, disappearing without a trace. According to the message left by the divine weapons for the divine weapon masters, they said they were about to take the final crucial step. Now, 8 years had passed, and apart from the divine weapon masters occasionally being able to communicate with them, no one else, including the emperors of the nations, could sense the slightest presence of the divine weapons. The divine weapons have said they are nearly done with that step and will return to the world soon. The man with a stern face said, unable to hide his excitement. Although the divine weapons had left a trace of their power within them before they left, ensuring that the divine weapon masters were not completely powerless. It was still far inferior to directly motivating the divine weapons, to the extent that those evil soldier masters could confront them head-on. Very good, very good, very good. The Emperor of Daki said, repeating the word good 3 times. In these years, had it not been for the loss of the divine weapons, how could they have been beaten back step by step by the defying divine society? Fortunately, this difficult time was about to pass. The nation-protecting divine weapons would soon reign supreme once more. And as the legitimate dynasty, they would surely return to their previous dominant position. If that's the case, then I will join forces with the other dynasties, fight a decisive battle with the defying divine society, and then suppress them with the divine weapons, wiping out all their remnants at once. The Emperor of Daki, having ruled for decades, immediately thought of a solution that would resolve the issue for decades or even centuries to come. The remnants of the defying divine society, like rats in a sewer, could never be completely eradicated. With the defying divine society's reputation at its peak, they would surely pull out all their tricks. If at this moment, they could crush everything about the defying divine society with an overwhelming stance, then for a long time to come, the defying divine society would not be able to recover their primordial chi. On the contrary, if the news that the divine weapons were about to return was leaked, the defying divine society would surely be frightened away, quickly retreating and hiding back in their lairs, coveting the Central Plains 36 kingdoms with envious eyes. Faced with these 2 methods for dealing with the defying divine society, the Emperor of Daki naturally chose the former. In the central location among the Central Plains 36 kingdoms, the vast region of the 5 peaks was turned into a battlefield, where the forces of the defying divine society and the remaining armies of the 35 countries were arrayed against each other, both sides with incalculable numbers. On the side of the defying divine society. So the 35 nations have decided to battle us so readily. Suchong sat in his chair with a frown, pondering aloud. After 10 years, Suchong was no longer the ignorant youth of the past. Through countless battles, he had grown into a qualified divine weapon master. With the full power of the splitting heaven axe in his control, he could even suppress the divine weapon masters of the 35 nations. Even though those divine weapon masters seemed unable to directly draw upon the power of the divine weapons, Su Chong's fierce combat achievements were still renowned throughout the world. Could it be? Su Chong's expression shifted slightly as a thought occurred to him. If the 35 nations were so boldly seeking battle, was it possible that their divine weapons had returned? No matter. If the 35 nations dare to engage in battle, then so shall we. Sikong Luan, seated at the main seat, fell into silence for a while before speaking. All right. Let's fight. Everyone else in the gathering immediately rose to their feet. Looking toward the side of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, their eyes brimming with the desire to fight and a thirst for battle. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. On the battlegrounds of the 5 peaks, the two sides suddenly began to engage in fierce combat. With an unspoken accord, common soldiers fought common soldiers, cultivators fought cultivators, and divine weapon masters fought divine weapon masters. Die. Su Chong grasped a massive black axe and swung it down fiercely. Immediately, he forced back several divine weapon masters who had surrounded him, and then with a swift motion, his black axe came down, severing one of them. The scene was exhilarating. After all, it was rare for divine weapon masters on the side of the 35 nations to fall, even when their 8 dynasties were breached by the defying divine society. The divine weapon masters and emperors had managed to flee in time. One should know that in other times, the divine weapon masters of the 35 kingdoms were invincible. At that moment, the other battlefield surged with morale, driving the forces of the 35 nations into a continuous retreat. Elsewhere, the emperors of the 35 nations were all gathered in the distant rear. They watched the battlefield from afar, noting their side's ongoing defeat without any change in expression. It's about time. The defying divine society should have no other moves left. It's time for the divine weapons to take action. The Emperor of Daki exchanged a glance with the other emperors, having reached a decision in their hearts. On the battlefield. Thrilling. Su Chong wielded his black giant axe, the force from the divine weapon splitting heaven axe. Boiling and surging. Suddenly. No good. Those old fellows have arrived. The consciousness of the splitting heaven axe was suddenly shocked, quickly informing Su Chong. What old fellows? Su Chong had not yet reacted when he was startled. You mean the 36 nation protecting divine weapons? Where are they? Su Chong looked around, not retreating easily. Over the years, he had also realized that the splitting heaven axe in his possession was already complete, a true divine weapon, and he felt it was not much weaker than those 36 divine weapons. Even facing them, he would not be scared into a panicked flight. How could they be so strong? This is troublesome, troublesome. They have taken that step. The splitting heaven axe's consciousness trembled, emitting waves of spiritual energy that revealed a sense of despair. Where exactly? Su Chong stood his ground, with no one daring to attack him. They are in the sky. The consciousness of the splitting heaven axe recovered slightly and informed Su Chong. In the sky. Su Chong looked up to the heavens. Above the clouds, unbeknownst to Wen, stood warrior weapons, one after another. Chapter 87, 21 Been waiting for you a long time _3. Chapter 87, Chapter 21 Been waiting for you a long time _3. These military arsenals were majestic and grand, totaling 35 in number, currently perched high in the heavens, overlooking the mortal realm. The 35 colossal armaments suspended in the sky had an aura as vast as the universe itself. This was also the reason Su Chong had not noticed them, because their presence was too overwhelming. It's like being in an endless, vast ocean, where you would definitely notice ships sailing above and the occasional islands. As for the ocean itself, it tends to be overlooked. They. Su Chong's teeth were chattering. In his numerous preconceptions, wielding the splitting heaven axe with his strength, even if he couldn't match the 36 divine weapons, the difference wouldn't be too significant. Yet now, having seen the 35 divine weapons with his own eyes, Su Chong realized from the depths of his heart that there was a gulf-like gap between the splitting heaven axe and the former. Accompanied by Su Chong looking up to the sky. More and more people on the battlefield also began looking up to the heavens. It's divine weapons. The divine weapons of my Daki dynasty. And those of the great Chu dynasty. Ha 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 ha, the end is near for those remnants of the defying divine society. Countless people from the 35 nations were exhilarated, some even knelt down on the ground to welcome the descent of the divine weapons. In contrast, the scene at the defying divine society was one of utter despair. Especially those wielders of the evil soldiers, who felt an even deeper sense of heavenly, overwhelming pressure coming from the clouds. At the same time, above the clouds, the 35 divine weapons emitted tremendous mental fluctuations. So much flesh and souls, simply delicious. And those losers, just right to be dealt with this time. This breakthrough, though successful, has greatly depleted my primordial chi, urgently needing flesh and souls for replenishment. Wait, why haven't I seen the old 18 for such a long time? Perhaps the old 18 is also hiding somewhere transforming. He's not done transforming yet. Never mind, I'll enjoy these flesh and souls first. The 35 divine weapons dispersed, their terrifying might enveloping the entire battlefield of the 5 peaks. Begin to feast. In an instant, a divine weapon gently inhaled, and tens of thousands of soldiers from the 35 nations side below turned instantly into skeletons. For the divine weapons, be it the 35 nations or the defying divine society, both were merely food on the plate. Now, due to their breakthrough transformation, they needed flesh and souls, and they wouldn't distinguish whether the food was farmed by them or not. What? Suchong, looking at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds, was filled with despair. At this moment, as the 35 divine weapons spread out and took positions in all directions, they completely sealed off the battlefield, leaving him no route for escape. It's over. Suchong was resigned, feeling as if there was no way out for him today. In such a situation, Suchong subconsciously began to reflect on his life. From his birth, as well as his dad and mom, and his sister. Unfortunately, she was later taken away by that storyteller, struggling against the rule of divine weapons. For some reason, Suchong's thoughts wandered back to that night 10 years ago. Back then, Sikong Luan had led him into the underground palace, where he met the master of the defying divine society, who also bestowed upon him the splitting heaven axe. Suchong's memories became progressively clearer, and he seemed to remember the final words that the master of the defying divine society had said, that if he encountered an insurmountable situation, he could shout, "Flame Emperor." Thinking of this, Suchong, for some reason, instinctively looked up, gazing straight at the 35 divine weapons above the clouds, took a deep breath, and shouted angrily, "Flame, Emperor." In order to shout these 2 words, Suchong burned his blood essence, even harnessing the power of the splitting heaven axe. In an instant, the words, "Flame Emperor," spread in all directions, echoing throughout the entire 5 peaks battlefield. The world suddenly fell into silence. Why the hurry? At that moment, another voice came through. Everyone looked up to see a young emperor in a dragon robe, composed and calm, stepping onto thin air, arriving with a gaze sharp as a torch and an aura of authority. The young emperor ascended into the heavens step by step, reaching a position level with the 35 divine weapons. Lin Yuan suspended in the air and looked towards the 35 divine weapons. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 88, 22, Thousands of years ago and thousands of years later, seeking first subscription. Chapter 88, Chapter 22, Thousands of years ago and thousands of years later, seeking first subscription. Above the clouds, Lin Yuan faced 35 divine soldiers alone. Compared to the towering divine soldiers that stood shoulder to shoulder with the mountains, Lin Yuan seemed exceptionally minuscule, like a speck of dust. Yet, even under the terrifying pressure of the divine soldiers, Lin Yuan still hovered in the air, without showing any signs of irregularity. Who is that? He actually rushed up to the divine soldiers. Is he seeking death? Upon seeing this scene, the emperors of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms all furrowed their brows. Even when the divine soldiers from their side had just swallowed their soldiers, it had only caused them a moment of distress. They almost didn't care at all. It wasn't just the swallowing of 30 to 50,000 soldiers, if all their soldiers were consumed, as long as they could completely crush the defying divine society. The emperors all felt it would be worth it. For the royal families of the 36 kingdoms, soldiers were like leeks, with a new batch able to quickly grow after one is harvested. As long as their status could be maintained, everything else could be tolerated. It's the master of the defying divine society. Is that the emperor of the Greater Yen? Indeed, the Greater Yen dynasty has a significant relationship with the Defying Divine Society, perhaps even behind it. The Flame Emperor, what does he want to do? Declare war on the divine soldiers. But have you noticed? The nation-protecting divine weapon of the Greater Yen dynasty hasn't appeared. Countless people looked up to the sky, including those within and outside the Five Peaks battlefield. The decisive battle between the Central Plains. 36 kingdoms and the Defying Divine Society attracted the attention of every being in this world. Such as some hidden world cultivators. And even the consciousnesses within fragments of divine weapons. The great battle of the divine soldiers 8,000 years ago resulted in 64 divine weapons being shattered, falling into the four corners of the world. Some of the divine weapon fragments, unwilling to accept their defeat, became evil soldiers, stirring up trouble in the world upon reappearing. Others, thoroughly disheartened, believed that the 36 nation-protecting divine weapons were invincible and thus remained in hiding. And to most beings, the Defying Divine Society represented the losers of old, many evil soldiers. But now, the appearance of the Flame Emperor undoubtedly surprised most beings. Leaving aside whether Lin Yuan could contend with the 35 divine soldiers. Merely his current stance, disregarding the pressure from the 35 divine soldiers, was enough to indicate that this Emperor of the Greater Yen had strength far beyond the limits of the human race of this world. Keep in mind, even they, the evil soldiers, faced with the 35 divine soldiers that had already completed their transformation, also trembled with unease and wished they could burrow into holes to hide. Master. Can our master win? On the battlefield, the splitting heaven axe and many other evil soldiers refined by Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder. They had once felt Lin Yuan's strength up close and it was indeed extremely powerful. Equating him with a true divine weapon was not an overstatement. But now, Lin Yuan was facing not just one divine weapon, but 35 of them, and they had taken that final step. Especially the likes of the top four, who even 8,000 years ago were far stronger than the other divine weapons, let alone now. Above the clouds. Under the vast sky. The 35 divine weapons were clearly taken aback. Their colossal psychic fluctuations kept sweeping over Lin Yuan. But what was strange was that all psychic fluctuations, upon approaching within 3 feet of him, were all devoured by some force. It was as if Lin Yuan himself was a black hole, capable of absorbing everything that came near. Interesting. Are you really of the human race? A knife-shaped divine weapon that seemed to be trodden upon by a real dragon emitted psychic waves, tinged with curiosity. For 10,000 years in their eyes, the human race had always been food, so the sudden appearance of an enigma like him was indeed a curiosity. Regardless of whether you are of the human race, I can feel the vastness in you, like an ocean of chi and blood. Swallowing you might allow me to advance another step. Another divine weapon emitted greedy psychic waves. Boom. A force of divine soldiers descended silently. Lin Yuan looked on calmly. Now just his gaze towards the 35 divine soldiers felt like observing some fundamental nature of the world. Since you've all arrived. Come in, then. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. The force from the divine soldiers dissipated into nothing. Not just that. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The vast and expansive Five Peaks battlefield now burst forth with streams of aura, and a giant cage began to take form. 10 years earlier, Lin Yuan, following the steps of ancient godly beings, walked the world and entered the 4th rank in the first year. By understanding the fundamental rules of this realm and reaching the 4th rank, Lin Yuan gained deeper insight into the world. He also vaguely sensed that the nation-protecting divine weapons of the other 35 kingdoms were close to a breakthrough. Lin Yuan had tried using his 4th rank strength to squat down and suppress those 35 divine weapons one by one. But these divine weapons were cautious, and with Lin Yuan's strength, while he could have quickly suppressed 5 or 6 of them, it would undoubtedly alert and drive away the rest. In order to capture them all in one fell swoop, Lin Yuan deduced the great trends of the world and quietly maneuvered the war between the Defying Divine Society and the 35 kingdoms, setting their decisive battleground at the Five Peaks. The Five Peaks battlefield was located at the central position of the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms, next to rivers and streams. Lin Yuan spent 8 years traversing every corner of the Five Peaks battlefield, setting up nodes. He transformed the entire Five Peaks battlefield into a kind of furnace. Only waiting for the 35 divine weapons to gather here and consume the beings of both sides. Then he could utilize the furnace to form, and thereafter suppress the 35 divine weapons. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying presence came from all directions. Lin Yuan had spent 8 years of his life, forsaking cultivation and sudden enlightenment, placing all his energy on the 5 sacred mountains furnace. At this moment, it suddenly erupted, and its might nearly reached the late 4th rank, its aura causing the 35 divine weapons to tremble. What is this? This is bad, let's get out of here. Upon witnessing this scene, the 35 divine weapons all began to quiver with spiritual fluctuations. For 10,000 years, aside from that ancient godly being, they had never feared anything, not even during the great battle of the divine weapons 8,000 years ago when they emerged as the victors. But now, sensing the overwhelming presence from the entire battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains, all the divine weapons were scared. The 35 divine weapons, without a second thought, scattered in all directions, attempting to flee. On the ground, all those who witnessed this scene were stunned. They hadn't yet recovered from the shift in the atmosphere of the 5 sacred mountains battlefield. Then they saw the 35 esteemed divine weapons flee in panic. Everyone's eyes widened, and it took a long while for them to regain their composure. It turns out, even the exalted divine weapons that stood high in the eyes of all creatures had their day of flight. Impossible. Divine weapons are invincible. How could they flee? In the rear of the 36 nations, the emperors of various dynasties were filled with disbelief. They were all waiting to kneel and welcome the descent of the divine weapons, and now the divine weapons were fleeing. If the divine weapons fled, what should they do? Thinking of leaving now. It's too late. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If it were just now when Lin Yuan had appeared, the 35 divine weapons might have chosen to return to heaven and earth, possibly escaping before the 5 sacred mountains furnace completely sealed off the realm. But in Lin Yuan's deductions, this possibility was almost zero. After all, returning to heaven and earth, for the divine weapons, was almost equivalent to being reforged. Their consciousness and memories would be washed away by heaven and earth, which was only slightly better than complete obliteration. How could these divine weapons, having just completed their metamorphosis and not yet enjoyed any benefits, choose such an extreme approach upon encountering an inscrutable person? And just as Lin Yuan had predicted, even when sensing danger, not a single one of the 35 divine weapons chose to return to heaven and earth. Rise. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved once again. The vast Taiji field quickly spread. After advancing to the 4th rank, Lin Yuan's Taiji field gained a huge enhancement once again. The path of Taiji is not limited to Taiyin and Taiyang, it is centered around Taiyin and Taiyang, encompassing all the Tao of the world. This is also why Lin Yuan could continue to improve by comprehending the essence of the rules within other evil soldiers. Break. Among the 35 divine weapons, the tower-shaped one suddenly halted. Its red light flared up as if a great sun burst forth all its light and heat in an instant. The void boiled over, and the sky for hundreds of miles seemed to be boiled all at once, with a misty aura enveloping the entire battlefield of the 5 sacred mountains like clouds. The temperature within hundreds of miles rose, and even for the blood refinement martial saint, the air they breathed through their nostrils seemed to have turned into burning coal, unbearably hot. The terrifying heat exploded, and in an instant, it shattered a portion of the furnace's shape enveloping it within several miles. Water. Seeing this, Lin Yuan reached out again, and the river water outside the 5 sacred mountains battlefield was immediately drawn forth. Great amounts of river water evaporated, quickly blocking the intense heat from the tower-shaped divine weapon. This is bad. Seeing this, the tower-shaped divine weapon became heavy with thought. Because at this moment, the aura from countless nodes within the 5 sacred mountains battlefield all came together. The endless interplay of light and shadow, qi, and the power of heaven and earth outlined a Taiji furnace that displayed black and white colors. It formed with a thunderous rumble. The 35 divine weapons, without any exceptions, were all engulfed within the Taiji furnace. Suspended below the vast sky, the Taiji furnace towered 100 miles high, spanning like a colossal entity. Roaring sounds continued to emerge from within the furnace, indicating that the 35 divine weapons had not given up and were still struggling. But with time, this struggle grew increasingly weaker. The 36 divine weapons, all captured in my pot. Lin Yuan stepped out and sat atop the furnace. Then a spear-shaped divine weapon engraved with the sun and moon flew out, willingly entering the furnace. All the 36 divine weapons emerged from heaven and earth. To facilitate comprehension, Lin Yuan unhesitatingly placed the sun and moon spear inside as well. Next is suppression and enlightenment. Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged, calming his mind. The divine weapons have been suppressed. On the ground, everyone who witnessed this scene, whether human or the consciousness of evil soldiers, were all struck by an overwhelming shock. 10,000 years ago, an ancient godly being walked the world, sacrificing mountains and rivers, melting the 4 seas, forging 100 weapons. Majestically for 10,000 years, all creatures bowed their heads. 10,000 years later, a young emperor sat high in the heavens, cooking the rivers, refining the 5 sacred mountains, subduing the 36 weapons. With his resplendent heavenly might, all spirits looked up in reverence. Chapter 89, 23, Divine Weapon Shattered, subscribe please. Chapter 89, Chapter 23, Divine Weapon Shattered, subscribe please. The 36 divine weapons are not merely divine weapons. They are also part of some complete essence of rules. If it were someone else, even if they had the strength to suppress the divine weapons, it would be difficult for them to benefit from them. After all, the essence of the realm's rules, even if explicitly shown, is hard for ordinary people to comprehend much. It's like a complex mathematical problem, even if the solution process is fully written out, others might not be able to understand it. 10,000 years ago, that ancient godly being literally split the 100 divine weapons from heaven and earth, and then took the opportunity to comprehend them, benefiting greatly. But Lin Yuan was different. With his against heaven's understanding, comprehending such things came naturally to Lin Yuan. This time I've made a big gain. Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into the Taiji furnace. It could be said that his biggest gain from this journey was the divine weapons of this world. As for the rest, far from comparing to the fundamental great Tao of rule essence. It's a pity that these divine weapons originate from this world and can't be taken away. Lin Yuan felt somewhat regretful. He wasn't coveting the divine weapons' power, as there were many weapons in the main world whose might far exceeded that of the divine weapons. The divine weapons contained the essence of the world's rules. If he could take them back to the main world, then sell them or submit them to the goddess of wisdom, he would definitely make a huge profit. After all, other citizens, even if they couldn't comprehend the divine weapons as completely as Lin Yuan, would definitely spend a lot of money to buy them if they were even slightly touched by them. However, since the divine weapons are expressions of this world's rules, they would dissipate once they left this world. If it were not so, Lin Yuan, at any cost, would have attempted it. Although he descended in consciousness to this world, the door to the myriad realms was able to take back items from the worlds it traversed by accumulating energy. However, how much energy was needed, Lin Yuan did not know. Forget it. Let's fully comprehend the essence of the rules and all the divine weapons first. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and began to carefully comprehend. The entire Taiji furnace was an extension of his 5 senses. With just a thought from Lin Yuan, he could feel the position of any of the 36 divine weapons inside. Compared to Lin Yuan, who was deeply comprehending the divine weapons, the surface of the Wuyu battlefield was completely erupting into chaos. How can the Flame Emperor be so powerful? Those are complete divine weapons. Even the divine weapons have been suppressed by the Flame Emperor. Should we continue to fight with the defying divine society? On the side of the 35 kingdoms, countless people looked up at the sky, gazing at the 100-mile furnace stretching between heaven and earth. This scene was too inconceivable. No one could imagine how the Flame Emperor managed to do this, and the shock in their hearts was imaginable. Actually, surrendering to Greater Yen might not be a bad thing. At least our descendants won't be devoured by divine weapons in the future. Someone suddenly had this thought. In the past, with divine weapons ruling, they wouldn't dare to have such thoughts even if they had 10 times or 100 times the courage. But now, the divine weapons looming over their heads had already been suppressed, meaning that even if they were exploited in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about being devoured. Impossible. I don't believe it. This is all an illusion. Everything is an illusion. The emperors of the 35 kingdoms were falling apart. They had staked everything on the divine weapons. They even actively instigated a decisive battle with the defying divine society, just waiting for the divine weapons to finally act and sweep away everything. And now they were told that the divine weapons were swept away. Not only swept away but suppressed by the Flame Emperor, not one escaped, extinguishing the last hope of turning the game around for these emperors. Gentlemen. At this moment, an older emperor slowly began to speak. What we need to consider now is how to deal with the defying divine society and the greater Yen dynasty, he said. The emperor sighed. As soon as these words were spoken, all the emperors fell silent. Why don't we surrender? The emperor of the great Chu dynasty tentatively asked. In fact, this was what most of the emperors were thinking. Though the lands and heritage handed down by our ancestors should not be discarded lightly. Now, facing both the greater Yen dynasty and the defying divine society, these 35 nations had no trump cards left. Not to mention anything else, just the power displayed by the emperor of greater Yen was enough to annihilate their 35 nations. No matter how they struggled. It was merely delaying the inevitable. Rather than this, it would be better to surrender proactively, as they might receive better treatment. Your Majesty. Sikong Luan looked up at the figure above the sky and atop the furnace. Though diminutive, at that moment in Sikong Luan's eyes, it seemed taller than the entire furnace. All right, everyone. His Majesty has already resolved the issue of the divine weapon for us. Now it's our turn to sweep through the 35 nations and overthrow the rule of the divine weapons. Sikong Luan, looking at the army caught up in a fervor, immediately issued the command to attack. With Lin Yuan suppressing the furnace from above, the 35 nations had no courage to resist, and the defying divine society together with the greater Yen dynasty swiftly took control of the entire battlefield. The emperors of the 35 nations, except for 3 who escaped, were all captured. Sikong Luan did not order the execution of these emperors, as they could still be useful in governing the territories of the 35 nations in the future. Do you see clearly now? Has that Flame Emperor really reached the realm of the Father God? Outside the battlefield of the 5 mountains, 7 or 8 figures of evil soldiers with their auras concealed gathered. These evil soldiers, never having appeared in the world before, came quietly due to the decisive battle between the 35 nations and the defying divine society, only to witness such a shocking scene. Even if he's not as strong as the Father God, he's not far behind. An umbrella-shaped divine weapon emitted a faint mental fluctuation. Its integrity was 95% complete, and its memory was fully intact, retaining a general impression of the ancient godly being. Father God. The mental fluctuations of the umbrella-shaped divine weapon spread out, and its memories from 10,000 years ago had become blurred. They only remembered that they were forged by the Father God. For such divine weapons, the Father God was everything. And now, another being comparable to the Father God had emerged. Originally, the umbrella-shaped divine weapon thought that this being would be one of those 36 divine weapons. After all, those 36 divine weapons had devoured lives for 8,000 years. If anyone in the world was likely to follow in the footsteps of the Father God, it would be them. Unexpectedly, the Flame Emperor emerged, surpassing the millennium accumulation of the 36 divine weapons with a speed incomprehensible to all beings, and forcefully advanced to that level. Above the vault of heaven, Lin Yuan sat atop the Taiji furnace, suspended in the sky, as if looking down upon all beings. This led to the most direct consequence, which was that the defying divine society and the greater Yen dynasty conquered the territories of the other 35 nations with unprecedented ease. Normally, to fully conquer a nation, a substantial cost is required. Time, policy, energy and such. After all, even if you breach the enemy's capital and take over all their territory, as long as the people of that capital are alive, various restoration organizations and forces will emerge. But now, if you are not convinced, if you wish to restore your country, you can look up to the sky. Look at the 36 divine weapons suppressed to death by the Flame Emperor. Thus, even the most patriotic individuals have extinguished the thought of restoration. After all, to restore a country, one must have hope. No one believes that under the watchful eyes of the Flame Emperor, high in the heavens, they could stir any waves. Thus, as the Flame Emperor sat enthroned in the vault of heaven, looking down on all beings, 20 years had once again passed. Above the Taiji furnace, Lin Yuan finally opened his eyes. Finally, it's done. Lin Yuan's eyes shone with splendor. 20 years of meditation, with the aid of the Taiji furnace's power, had finally enabled him to fully comprehend the essence of the 36 divine weapons. Since ancient times. Perhaps only that ancient godly being from 10,000 years ago had accomplished this feat. And the ancient godly being had even taken a shortcut, and the time taken surpassed Lin Yuan's. Foundation. Depth. Lin Yuan carefully felt the changes within himself. After incorporating the essence of the rules of the 36 divine weapons and many evil soldiers into the Tao of Taiji, Lin Yuan was still at the 4th rank, but he vaguely saw the path to the 5th rank. In the main world, the 3rd rank is known as City Destroyer grade, a full strike capable of destroying half a city. While the 5th rank is the Continent Sinking rank. At this stage, an evolver's single strike can sink continents, considered the strongest life on the surface. One step further and it is the 6th rank, Fallen Star level. No rush, no rush. Lin Yuan calmed his spirit, temporarily setting aside thoughts about the 5th rank. He hadn't even completely walked through the 4th rank yet. Thinking about the 5th rank was entirely undue worry. Ancient godly being. Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. Having fully understood the 36 divine weapons and refined them, Lin Yuan naturally obtained more memories about these 36 divine weapons. The memories of the ancient godly being in the sun and moon spear were sparse, as it was the 18th to be born. But the first-ranked tower-shaped divine weapon, and other highly ranked divine weapons, were privy to much information about the ancient godly being. Especially that tower-shaped divine weapon, which even knew the last place the ancient godly being disappeared. Over there. Lin Yuan sat atop the Taiji furnace, gazing northward. According to the memories of that tower-shaped divine weapon, before the ancient godly being disappeared, it had mentioned a few things. The general idea was, the ancient godly being was not originally a creature of this world. Rather, due to an accident, it fell from another world. Now that its injuries are healed, it planned to return to its home world. As for how to return, before falling into this world, the ancient godly being had torn a rift on the edge of the world with its last strength. By following that rift, passing through the spatial turbulence, one could approach the ancient godly being's home world. By then, the ancient godly being only needed to activate a secret technique, and it could bring the brethren from its home world to guide it back. Other worlds. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The worlds are actually interconnected. This point, Lin Yuan had realized back in the previous world, the Dragon Tiger world. The true martial sword of the Celestial Master Mansion was from a higher world, and so was the primeval demon spirit. If I could go to the ancient godly being's home world, wouldn't it be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Lin Yuan's thoughts raced. He suddenly realized. Undoubtedly, the home world of the ancient godly being, in terms of level, must surpass the current world. Otherwise, the ancient godly being wouldn't have been able to extract the essence of the world and its rules 10,000 years ago. If Lin Yuan could go there, he would certainly reap greater benefits. Actually, traveling between worlds is a very dangerous matter. The ancient godly being is an example. Initially falling into this world, it nearly perished outright. But this time Lin Yuan's presence was a mere consciousness descent, with no risk of death. Even if he perished on the spot, he would simply return to the main world. Having fully understood and refined the 36 divine weapons and many evil soldiers, Lin Yuan had already made a significant gain. Even if the journey failed, there would be no loss. No rush for now. Wait until the last 20 years to discuss it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. From Lin Yuan's 160-year sojourn, 30 years remained. In the remaining time, Lin Yuan planned to handle the affairs needing conclusion. As for you. Lin Yuan looked down, glancing at the furnace beneath his feet. 20 years of repeated refining had long erased the consciousness of the 36 divine weapons. To give birth to new consciousness, it would need several hundred, even thousands of years. Shatter. Lin Yuan's thoughts slightly shifted. Cracks began appearing on the surface of the 36 divine weapons. The cracks spread, expanded, and split. Eventually, all the divine weapons were reduced to a pile of fragments. Divine weapons are the external manifestations of the essence of the world's rules. They cannot be destroyed, but Lin Yuan could completely shatter them. In this way, even if new consciousnesses were born in the future, their threat would be far less than that of the complete divine weapons. The Five Peaks Battlefield. Ever since 20 years ago, when the Emperor of the Greater Yen decisively suppressed the many divine weapons, This place had become the holy land of the world. Especially after the Greater Yan dynasty unified the Central Plains' 36 kingdoms and established an unprecedentedly unified nation. Countless people came here in admiration daily. After all, other places at most had relics. But at the Five Peaks battlefield, one could truly see that legendary emperor of the Greater Yan. As long as that 100-mile-wide black and white furnace didn't disappear, the emperor of the Greater Yan would remain seated at its summit. And on this day, under the gaze of countless onlookers, the black and white furnace slowly dissipated. Chapter 90, 24 A Millennium of Darkness, A Single Lamp Brings Light. Please subscribe. Chapter 90, Chapter 24 A Millennium of Darkness, A Single Lamp Brings Light. Please subscribe. The Wuyu battlefield. The disappearance of the 100-mile furnace. It caused a tremendous upheaval. After all, that furnace had spanned the skies for 20 years. It had long become the pillar of faith for the human race under heaven. Because this was, historically, the first time the human race had triumphed over the divine weapons, the evidence of victory over the beings that had ruled over them for 10,000 years. The Greater Yan capital. After Sikong Luan led the Defying Divine Society to defeat 35 countries, he swiftly submitted to the Greater Yan dynasty and took the position of prime minister. Sikong Luan was well aware that Lin Yuan was the emperor of the Greater Yan dynasty. After defeating the other 35 nations, he did not hesitate to begin assisting the Greater Yan dynasty. For 20 years, the Greater Yan dynasty had unified the Central Plains, and apart from Lin Yuan's deterrence, it was closely related to Sikong Luan's maneuvers as well. On this day, Sikong Luan finished reading the intelligence in his hands. He suddenly stood up. The furnace has disappeared. Sikong Luan looked at the intelligence in his hands again. And His Majesty is also missing. A trace of worry surfaced on Sikong Luan's face. Su Chong. Sikong Luan spoke. Su Chong immediately walked in from outside. What's the matter? Su Chong asked in confusion. I want you to take a trip to the Wuyu battlefield and look for. Sikong Luan had not finished speaking, when a gentle voice sounded in his ear. Looking for me, are you, Furubnovel.com? Lin Yuan appeared inside the room with a smile brimming in his eyes. Your Majesty. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sikong Luan immediately teared up. Flame Emperor. Seeing Lin Yuan, Su Chong shrank his head a little, somewhat afraid to speak. 20 years ago, on the battlefield of Wuyu, his cry of Flame Emperor had spread across the entire battlefield. Who knows how many had heard it. Following this, Lin Yuan appeared and replied with a "What's the rush?" in a slightly dissatisfied tone. Thus, for these 20 years, Su Chong had an extremely tough time. In fact, Su Chong felt rather wronged in his heart. It was Lin Yuan who had said back then, when facing an unstoppable situation, he could call out that name. The situation at the time truly was unstoppable, wasn't it? The 35 high-end mighty divine weapons were beginning to devour everything. Your Majesty, I heard that the furnace has disappeared. Moments later, Sikong Luan cautiously inquired. How is Zheng doing now? Instead of directly answering, Lin Yuan asked a question in return. Zheng, Lu Zheng, was the offspring born to Lin Yuan and a blood-refining, female martial saint over 30 years ago, after much cajoling from Dowager Wang Shangfeng. The reason why it had to be a martial saint of that level was naturally that Lin Yuan's physique was excessively powerful at the time. Ordinary women couldn't bear Lin Yuan's child, let alone withstand Lin Yuan's essence. Even if it was a female martial saint, if Lin Yuan hadn't significantly weakened his own vitality, she couldn't have borne it either. Finally, the female martial saint bore a son for Lin Yuan, who from birth was raised as a crown prince by the Greater Yan dynasty. Prince Zheng is extremely intelligent and is not a. Before Sikong Luan could say, not inferior to Lin Yuan, he felt it was an exaggeration and stopped himself. Who was he kidding? Who was Lin Yuan? Over these years, he has been known as the foremost sage monarch under 10,000 years on the Central Plains. Even if Lu Zheng were highly intelligent, he could not match Lin Yuan's authority. Under the heaven. For 10,000 years. And 10,000 years to come. Even after eons and generations, it's estimated that there will only be one Lin Yuan, with no second to rival him. That's good then. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He didn't have high expectations for Lu Zheng. Maintaining the foundation of the Greater Yan dynasty was sufficient. Your Majesty, those divine weapons. Sikong Luan asked once again, cautiously. It couldn't be helped. This question was too important. The divine weapons have all been shattered by me. Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. Shattered. Sikong Luan was slightly startled. Can't they be completely destroyed? Unable to hold back, Sikong Luan asked. Divine weapons, even if shattered, could turn into evil soldiers and continue to spawn consciousness. Divine weapons, born of heaven and earth, cannot be destroyed. Lin Yuan stated directly. This was something ancient godly beings couldn't do 10,000 years ago, and neither could Lin Yuan. Are you worried that, after I leave, in 100 or 1,000 years, those divine weapon fragments will once again develop consciousness and reenact the scene of divine weapons ruling the world? Lin Yuan discerned Sikong Luan's concerns. Even evil soldiers, far from the might of complete divine weapons, possessed strength far surpassing that of a blood refinement martial saint. By then, without Lin Yuan, once the divine weapon fragments begin to wreak havoc, there will be no one in the world to stop them. Your Majesty is correct. Sikong Luan showed a bitter smile. Do not worry. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pointed slightly towards the brows of Sikong Luan and Su Chong. Instantly, a great deal of information flowed into the minds of the two men. It was the cultivation system that Lin Yuan had perfected in the past few decades, based on the existing cultivation system of this world. It discarded the original system's flaws that only refined the body, and took into account the spiritual soul. This cultivation system, also influenced by Lin Yuan, dictates that above a martial saint lies a martial god, and above a martial god lies a celestial being. Normally, by cultivating to the martial god realm, one could match or even surpass those divine weapon fragments. Lin Yuan's passing down of this cultivation system was providing the human race with hope for future generations. With such a perfected cultivation system, even if surpassing martial saints is difficult, every few decades, there will nonetheless be geniuses who cultivate to the martial god realm. What is this? Sikong Luan rapidly absorbed the information in his mind, his face increasingly astonished. He immediately realized the terrifying aspect of the cultivation system Lin Yuan had transmitted to him. While largely similar to the original, body refinement, martial apprentice, tendon refinement, martial apprentice, skin refinement, martial master, bone refinement, martial master, organ refinement, innate martial master, marrow refinement, great grandmaster, and blood refining, martial saint cultivation system. Lin Yuan had added how to refine the spiritual soul at every stage, achieving a transformation of both body and spirit. As a result, blood refinement martial saints were no longer the end, with even more powerful martial gods and celestial beings within reach. According to the realm descriptions, martial god realm alone was sufficient to counter those evil soldiers. This was unprecedented since ancient times. This cultivation system. Su Chong swallowed hard, for he was a divine weapon master, since the splitting heaven axe was already a complete divine weapon. Yet, how many such weapon masters could there be in the world, and even then he relied on the divine weapon within him, without which he was nothing. Nowhere could compare to the cultivation system Lin Yuan had passed to him, power gathered within oneself, and upon reaching the ultimate stage, one would not be inferior to an evil soldier master and would gain the benefit of longevity. On behalf of all beings in the world, I express my deepest gratitude for your Majesty's tremendous grace and virtue. Sikong Luan knelt to the ground with a thud, sincerely expressing his words. If Lin Yuan's suppression of all divine soldiers on the 5 peak battlefields was a feat that overshadowed his contemporaries, then imparting this cultivation system was a feat that would overshadow all generations. From today onward, all cultivators must remember the grace of Lin Yuan, and they cannot forget it for the rest of their lives. All right. Get up. Lin Yuan waved his hand. He spoke with indifference. To him, this cultivation system was nothing special. He passed it down merely because he did not want to see future generations of the human race become mere food for the divine soldiers again. After all, at this moment, Lin Yuan was also a member of the human race, and the Greater Yan dynasty was a dynasty of the human race. Whether it was helping his kin or standing up for what was right, Lin Yuan would have acted the same way. There's another matter for my visit here. Lin Yuan seemed to remember something as he looked towards Su Chong. Ah. Suchong blinked, not knowing what had happened. Come out. As soon as Lin Yuan finished his sentence, a black axe flew out from within Suchong. It was the splitting heaven axe. Before I came here, I had already shattered all evil soldiers and divine soldiers, and erased their consciousnesses. You cannot be an exception. Lin Yuan held the splitting heaven axe in his hand. The indestructible divine weapon was as fragile as cotton in Lin Yuan's hands. With just a slight press, it broke into dozens of pieces, its inner consciousness completely erased. Although the splitting heaven axe had been refined by Lin Yuan and was absolutely loyal, Lin Yuan was not certain that it wouldn't change after he left this world. To be safe, no complete divine weapon could remain. All right. Lin Yuan glanced at Suchong, whose expression had turned somewhat downcast. With your talent, if you cultivate the system I've imparted, it's very likely you'll step into the martial god realm. Lin Yuan added. He had modified the cultivation system, mainly adding the fortification of the spiritual soul. And Suchong originally possessed a strong innately spiritual soul, otherwise, he could not have become the wielder of the splitting heaven axe. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan once again glanced at Sikong Luan and Suchong. His figure silently disappeared from the spot. Your Majesty. Sikong Luan felt an emptiness in his heart, as if he had lost something forever. No. We must record the cultivation system immediately. Sikong Luan rallied his spirits and had people bring in paper and brush. Then he quickly recorded the information from his mind. Chancellor Sikong, you are getting on in years. Should I write it instead? Suchong scratched his head, feeling much better after Lin Yuan's reminder. No. This cultivation system is too important, I can only rest assured if I write it. Sikong Luan's eyes burned with intensity as he rapidly moved the brush, continually recording. 2 hours later. Looking at the complete cultivation system in front of him, Sikong Luan was excited. With this cultivation system, the human race would completely break free from the past thousands of years of being food for divine soldiers. Even if a complete divine weapon appeared in the future, the human race would have the possibility to resist, no longer like in the past where they could only beg pathetically. All the humiliation and resentment vanished under this cultivation system, and from then on, the human race of this land would truly stand upright. Your Majesty. Sikong Luan thought of Lin Yuan again, his eyes reddening, murmuring to himself. 1,000 years in darkness, one lamp brings light. Outside the central plains 36 kingdoms, in the utmost northern lands. This place was bitterly cold, and even a blood refinement martial saint could not endure for long under such low temperatures. The extreme cold made this area a forbidden zone for life. For tens of thousands of years, no creature had ever come here. However, on this day, a figure slowly entered this place. The extreme cold had no effect whatsoever on this figure. Within a few dozen meters of this figure, it was surprisingly warm and comfortable. This is the place. Lin Yuan stopped, looking around. This was where, according to the memory of the divine weapon, the last traces of an ancient godly being were found. It is also from here that the ancient godly being returned to their native realm. Space rift. Lin Yuan continued walking forward, faintly detecting the aura of a spatial rift. Shortly after, Lin Yuan saw the source of the aura. It was an irregular form, as if part of a painting had been torn open. Within it, wisps of gray mist were faintly visible. Is this where the ancient godly being left from all those years ago? Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. Merely looking at it, Lin Yuan could sense a very dangerous feeling. It was evident that once he truly stepped inside, there would be no hope of survival. Lin Yuan lingered for a while before making a decisive return. Although he did not know how the ancient godly being managed to go inside, he was sure he couldn't do it. If there was any hope of survival, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind gambling the next 20 years of his life. But as it appeared, there wasn't even a glimmer of hope, so naturally, Lin Yuan knew how to choose. 20 years was time enough. With his against heaven's understanding, even just loitering in this world could lead to no small advancement. It made no sense to waste it on uncertain death. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had gone by. Over these 20 years, Lin Yuan traveled around the Central Plains. He saw with his own eyes how the Greater Yan dynasty grew increasingly powerful, and the cultivation system he had passed down broadly disseminated. Name, Lu Yuan, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent, against heaven's understanding. Current status, consciousness descent. Remaining residence time, 1 hour. Until the time of his residency was about to expire. Lin Yuan once again came to the utmost northern lands, to that space rift. Since I'm going to return soon anyway, I might as well take a look inside. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and the Taiji field contracted to just an inch from his body surface. This degree of Taiji stance could be considered Lin Yuan's strongest defensive stance. Let's go. Lin Yuan took a step and entered the space rift. Chapter 91, 25, Return. Global Top 10. Why so weak? Chapter 91, Chapter 25, Return. Global Top 10. Why so weak? As if in a trance, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Is this death? Scenes from stepping into the space-time rift emerged in Lin Yuan's mind. It was an endless and chaotic flow of space. Without color, without direction. Before Lin Yuan could react, his body began to collapse. The Taiji field, his physical form, consciousness, soul, and everything else. All collapsing. Lucky I didn't go in 20 years ago, otherwise what a waste of time that would have been. Lin Yuan thought to himself. From the first glimpse of the space-time rift, Lin Yuan felt an extreme sense of danger. So he decided to leave decisively. He spent those 20 years continuing to travel the world, seeking enlightenment along the way, and incidentally solving several disasters for the Greater Yan dynasty. Training several martial gods and firmly establishing the Lu family's reign. How exactly did that ancient godly being from 10,000 years ago leave? Lin Yuan wondered slightly. According to his speculation, the ancient godly being could have been at most 4th rank peak. Definitely not surpassing 5th rank. Yet, facing that level of spatial turbulence, even a 5th rank would not survive for long. Anyway, Lin Yuan decided not to overthink it. He started to take stock of this traversal. Without a doubt, the greatest gain from this traversal was opening up the 3rd and 4th rank levels of the martial arts evolution system. Although before the traversal, Lin Yuan had already stepped into 3rd rank. He had just entered the beginning phase of 3rd rank. The middle phase, late phase, and peak, and so on, were all perfected in the Divine Arms world. In the end, he even took the big leap into 4th rank. One must know. The path of cultivation that Lin Yuan chose was the most difficult, the path of the essence of rules. If it were just a normal breakthrough to 4th rank, it certainly wouldn't have taken Lin Yuan so long. The essence of rules. Lin Yuan walked out of the nutrition capsule, faintly sensing the vast and endless rules from all directions of the cosmic starry sky. Compared to the Divine Arms world, the essence of the rules in the main world were undoubtedly much more powerful. Not just vast, but also more complete. In the main world, trying to forcibly extract its essence of rules like the ancient godly being did, is almost impossible. It's not a matter of strength, anyone who dares to do so will surely be crushed by the main world's overwhelming power. It's been over 2 days, not too bad. Lin Yuan glanced at the time and had a clear idea in his mind. 160 years in the Divine Arms world, in the main world, barely 50 hours had passed. My current realm is probably equivalent to 4th rank, 9th stage. Lin Yuan assessed himself. Just over 10 years after suppressing the Sun and Moon Spear, he stepped into 4th rank. The following 8 or 9 years were spent arranging nodes on the 5 sacred battlefields, in order to form the Taiji furnace to suppress the 35 divine weapons. The 20 years of wandering the world after that were spent truly on enlightenment and cultivation. From 1st stage to 9th stage of 4th rank, basically all were perfected during these 20 years. Of course, realm is realm. Lin Yuan's current strength still remained at the early stage of 3rd rank. Choose the right cosmic spiritual objects, and recovery will happen quickly. Lin Yuan opened the online marketplace and began to make his selections. For an evolver, the most important thing is their own realm. What about power intensity? If you lose control over your realm, it's meaningless. These two will do. After a moment of thought, Lin Yuan confirmed his choice of spiritual objects. His cultivation system still revolved around Taiyin and Taiyang as the main core of the Taiji path. So naturally, he chose cosmic spiritual objects with yin and yang attributes. 12 billion. Lin Yuan looked at the price. This traversal had Lin Yuan advancing levels far beyond the past 2 times. From the early stage of 3rd rank to 4th rank, 9th stage, that's a difference of 21 stages. Therefore, the quality and level of the cosmic spiritual objects he selected this time were naturally high. Indeed. Had he not had 4th level citizen privileges, Lin Yuan, no matter how wealthy, would not even be able to see objects of such quality. Still short on money. Lin Yuan sighed. Normally speaking, an evolver at the early stage of 3rd rank, cultivating to 4th rank, 9th stage, even with smooth sailing and no bottlenecks, would take hundreds or thousands of years. This is provided that they have a complete evolution path to guide them. For a 3rd rank evolver spreading the cost of 12 billion over hundreds of years, it's not a pressure at all. It's just Lin Yuan, this peculiar freak, whose advancement speed in a short period was too fast, leading to his wealth not being able to keep up. 4th level citizens have a 10 billion loan limit, plus my tournament winnings. Lin Yuan confirmed his identity information and purchased the 2 cosmic spiritual objects. The group stage of this tournament provided Lin Yuan with nearly 10 billion in prize money. As for the individual competition, since the individual competition has not yet ended, all prize money will be settled once it's over. Let's upload the 3rd rank chapter that was deduced from this traversal. Facing a decrease in his account balance, Lin Yuan made up his mind. Uploading the subsequent parts of the martial path evolutionary path has only benefits for Lin Yuan, no disadvantages. Firstly, it would result in a large amount of merit points. Freeemville.com. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, merit points are extremely important. Ordinary citizens primarily have 3 ways to earn merit points. One is to enlist in the army and fight with different species on the frontier. For every different species killed, you contribute to the whole human civilization, thus you can obtain corresponding merit points. Another way is to serve the human civilization, and based on the assessment of the 3 goddesses, one can also receive relevant merit points. Take the governor of Kanglan Star for example. If public satisfaction is high during his tenure, and he makes genuine contributions to the planet, he can receive corresponding merit points as a reward. Chapter 92, 25, Return. Global Top 10. Why So Weak, _2. Chapter 92, Chapter 25, Return. Global Top 10. Why So Weak, _2. The third aspect involves research and development and inventions, which include various novel discoveries, encompassing evolutionary paths and other types of technology. Beyond the aforementioned 3 categories, there are other ways to earn merit points. For example, accidentally discovering traces of different species or their conspiracies, and then reporting these to the goddess of wisdom, thus preventing human civilization from suffering losses. After which the goddess of wisdom would impartially determine the importance of this intel and award merit points accordingly. In Lin Yuan's mind, uploading evolutionary paths was undoubtedly the most cost-effective way to acquire merit points. As for killing different species, on the battlegrounds at the frontier, fraught with risks, Lin Yuan saw no need to take this risk. And serving the Cosmic Human Alliance, taking on a minor official position felt too troublesome and came with the pressure of making achievements. Moreover, perfecting the martial path evolutionary path had another advantage. That was to improve one's ranking on the Kanglan evolution ranking. You see, it's not as if once Lin Yuan uploaded the evolutionary path to the goddess of wisdom, it ceased to be his. Lin Yuan was still the founder of the evolutionary path. And within the Cosmic Human Alliance, every citizen who purchased the martial path evolutionary path for cultivation would result in Lin Yuan receiving 30% of the income. The higher the potential of the martial path evolutionary path, the higher it ranked on the evolution ranking, and the greater the promotion it received. The more wealth Lin Yuan would ultimately accumulate. Key point is, this source of income was continuous. And that was only the direct impact. Being the founder of a powerful evolutionary path, there were many indirect, hidden influences as well. Third rank chapter. Lin Yuan began to significantly modify the third-ranked chapter of the martial path evolutionary path with his Against Heaven's understanding, making it suitable for citizens of the main world to cultivate. 2 days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected 4th-level citizen Lin Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. Since being promoted to a 4th-level citizen, the Goddess of Wisdom had become increasingly gentler in her treatment of Lin Yuan. I want to upload the third-ranked chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan spoke. As for why there was no 4th-ranked chapter, Lin Yuan himself was still at the 4th-rank 9th stage, and had not fully completed this level, so there was no need to upload it in advance. Besides, the 3rd-ranked chapter was sufficient. The rule essence pathway Lin Yuan had chosen was already reflected in the 3rd-ranked chapter. Accompanied by Lin Yuan swiftly uploading the 3rd-ranked chapter content. In a mysterious space countless light years from Kanglan Star, massive screens flashed rapidly, as immense computational power frenetically assessed and deduced the value of the 3rd-ranked chapter of the martial path evolutionary system. The 3rd-ranked chapter uploaded by Lin Yuan was divided into Martial God Chapter and Heavenman Chapter. Detected, Martial God Chapter contains a higher-order method to forge the body. Detected, Heavenman Chapter involves the power of origin rules, beginning re-evaluation of the potential of the martial path evolutionary path. Evaluation complete. Current martial path evolutionary path has a 10% probability to promote to 5th rank evolution path, and a 60% probability to promote to 6th rank evolution path. Probability of the martial path evolutionary path promoting to 6th rank evolution path exceeding 50%, triggering the Charter Secrecy Protocol. Relevant contingency plans generated. Henceforth, all promotions concerning Human Citizen Code 123****** will be handled by the 3 goddesses, no other authorizations needed. Beginning valuation of the 3rd-ranked chapter. 40,000 merit points. Is there a need to seek nearby highest citizen authorization? No need. Shueyue Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Lin Yuan was adapting to his current, frail, physical body. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out. Respected 4th-level citizen Lin Yuan. So quickly. Lin Yuan appeared somewhat surprised. Compared to his previous uploads of evolutionary paths, the response from the Goddess of Wisdom was much quicker this time. After the final evaluation, your uploaded 3rd-ranked chapter is valued at 40,000 merit points. The Goddess of Wisdom provided the response. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. 40,000 merit points was not the value of the entire martial path evolutionary path, but specifically the value of the 3rd-ranked chapter. Too bad, still short some merit points to promote to a 5th-level citizen. Lin Yuan glanced at his merit points balance. A 4th-level citizen aiming to promote to a 5th-level citizen needed 50,000 merit points. Since Lin Yuan's promotion to 4th-level citizen had consumed 10,000 merit points, leaving him with 9,000 merit points. Now, with the newly acquired 40,000 merit points, he had a total of 49,000 merit points. Let's check the latest updates on the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered, and he summoned his evolutionary system panel. The extreme potential is still 6th rank. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. The 7th rank evolution path was much more difficult than he had imagined. And even the essence of many rules he had learned in the Divine Arms world could not give the martial path evolutionary path a sliver of possibility for advancing to the 7th rank. Perhaps, there are other constraints on the 7th rank evolution path. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then continued to look further. A full possibility of advancing to the 5th rank evolution system, and a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th rank evolution path. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If he remembered correctly, before he had uploaded the 3rd-rank chapter, the chance of the martial path evolutionary path advancing to the 6th-rank evolution path was only 10%. Now, surging to 60% was clearly due to the essence of the rules. Right. Now, where does the martial path evolutionary system rank on the Kanglan evolution ranking? Lin Yuan, somewhat curious, looked at the latest ranking of the martial path evolutionary path. Others would have to wait for the Kanglan evolution ranking to be updated to know the ranking of any evolutionary path in real time. But Lin Yuan, as the founder of the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path, naturally could check any real-time information about the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path. Marshall Path Evolutionary Path, Kanglin Evolution Ranking, First. Virtual World. Personal Room. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the environment of the personal room simulated being a vast desert. The hot air spread like wildfire. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Mr. Liao is looking for me. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered. The barren desert in front of him began to transform. It quickly formed into a manor-like setting, with bridges overflowing water, resembling a southern Chinese household. The next moment, Mr. Liao's figure appeared in the chair across from him. Mr. Lin. Mr. Liao was quite respectful toward Lin Yuan. After all, on the arena, the prowess Lin Yuan had demonstrated had shattered Mr. Liao's perceptions time and again. Now, he had even advanced to the top 10 in the individual competition. It's worth noting that the Kanglin Star Arena competition was open to all evolvers of Kanglin Star. That Lin Yuan could break into the top 10 in such an arena, what kind of favored son of heaven was this? Even without thinking, Mr. Liao knew that once this competition ended, Lin Yuan would soar to heights far beyond his reach. There's just over a week until the final battle for the top 10. Mr. Liao disclosed his purpose for coming. Although from previous records, it was easy to see that Lin Yuan's odds against the other monsters in the top 10 weren't high. Many speculated that Lin Yuan might be the weakest among them. But at the very least, there was still concern. After all, Lin Yuan had secured a top 10 ticket, the pride of Dongning City for thousands of years. Mr. Lin, this is what I've collected, videos of those top 10 evolvers fighting, including analyses from higher-level evolvers. I believe after watching these, you'll understand more. Mr. Liao immediately played a video. The fight itself wasn't rare, what mattered was the attached analysis of other evolvers. Because, like it or not, what different level evolvers see in the same battle often varies. High-level evolvers can spot the weaknesses and shortcomings of the combatants at a glance. If Lin Yuan could absorb the judgments in the analysis, he might have an advantage in the forthcoming top 10 showdown. While hoping for a top 5 or 3 might be too much, aiming for a 7th or 8th place was still hopeful. After all, to make it into the global top 10, the differences in strength between each were not substantial, perhaps that bit of understanding could play a crucial role. Please watch, Mr. Lin. Mr. Liao played the video. So powerful. Mr. Liao watched alongside Lin Yuan. Even after many views, Mr. Liao was still shocked. However, sitting beside him, watching the video with Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan seemed unconcerned. The pressure he felt before, from those evolvers standing in the global top 10. Now, to Lin Yuan, they seemed too weak. Chapter 93, 26 Climbing to the Top, Trending Rankings. Chapter 93, Chapter 26 Climbing to the Top, Trending Rankings. Among the top 10 global evolvers, the one most likely to clinch the title should be the evolver known as Fang Qing. Fang Qing's origins are unknown. He is suspected to have encountered a great opportunity, receiving the heritage of a high-rank evolver and cultivating the Ancient God evolutionary path. Moreover, the Ancient God evolutionary path refers to a category of incredibly powerful evolutionary paths as a collective term. Each Ancient God evolutionary path corresponds to an Ancient God in the depths of the starry sky. In terms of hierarchy, the Ancient God evolutionary path surpasses the 6th rank. Before Lin Yuan proceeded with his traversal, the one he most dreaded was this Fang Qing. With the power of the Taiji field at his disposal, if he were to go all out, Lin Yuan was confident he could compete with the other 8 evolvers. The only one he was uncertain about was Fang Qing. But that was before the traversal. After completing the 3rd traversal, Lin Yuan had transformed inside out. His strength had even reached the 4th rank, 9th segment. Under such circumstances, even though his Marshall Path evolutionary path's potential limit was still not as high as the Ancient God evolutionary path, the overwhelming difference at the Great Realm meant the two were simply not on the same level anymore. Now, Lin Yuan felt no interest in watching the battle videos of the other 9 evolvers. Not to mention feeling any pressure. Then I'll take my leave first, Mr. Liao said upon seeing Lin Yuan's lack of interest, promptly suggesting his departure. It seems Mr. Lin Yuan doesn't have much confidence in the upcoming competition for the top 10, Mr. Liao thought to himself as he returned to his personal room. Actually, it was only to be expected. One should see what the other 9 evolvers are like: the Thunder God, who can transform into lightning, the fortunate individual who awoke the 6th rank Fallen Star level bloodline, and Fang Qing, who cultivates the Ancient God evolutionary path. This lineup would be considered extravagant even in previous tournament rankings. Kanglin Star Virtual World, Central Plaza area. Because of the popularity of the tournament, this area became rather desolate, as most citizens had gathered around the tournament arenas. At dawn that day, the Kanglin Evolution ranking began to update its list of information. At first, not many people paid attention to it. But soon, some noticed something amiss. Damn, am I seeing things? Why has the evolutionary path, Purple Thunder, which was ranked first, moved to the 2nd position? I think I'm seeing things too. My God, the Martial Path evolutionary path has taken the top spot. In an instant, the Central Plaza area was in an uproar. Countless people were dumbfounded as they looked up at the word Martial Tao now at the very top of the evolution ranking. Everyone was familiar with the Martial Path evolutionary path, in fact, they knew it very well. From its initial entry into the top 100 to the top 10, it took only a year or two. Everyone thought that the Martial Path evolutionary path would lay low for a while because every evolutionary path in the top 10 of the ranking withstood the test of hundreds of thousands of years. Especially the Purple Thunder evolutionary path, which dominated the top position for 500,000 years. One of the hot favorites for the current tournament champion, Thunder God, follows the Purple Thunder evolutionary path. Only now, the myth of the Purple Thunder evolutionary path had been broken. What is the background of the Martial Path evolutionary path, and which great figure developed this path? I guess this path must be from a higher-ranked planet's great figure, deliberately placed on our Kanglin star. I agree, the rise of the Martial Path evolutionary path was too sudden. I have an elder who works at the Central Continent Evolvers Association, and I've never seen an evolutionary path similar to the Martial Path evolutionary path. The crowd discussed animatedly, sharing their speculations. In the end, they concluded that the Martial Path evolutionary path most likely originated from a higher-ranked planet, introduced by great figures on Kanglin star. After all, the creation and refinement of an evolutionary path not only depend on its founder but also require the participation of a large number of cultivators. Just like the Purple Thunder evolutionary path, in order to perfect this path, countless evolvers have contributed over hundreds of thousands of years. But what about the Martial Path evolutionary path? It came out of nowhere, without any sign of its emergence. Compared with the general onlookers, those who were previously displaced by a rank by the Martial Path evolutionary path were much more relaxed in their minds. When the Martial Path evolutionary path first appeared, it broke into the 93rd position on the evolving ranking. As a result, the original 93rd, 94th, 5th rank, etc., evolutionary paths naturally receded by one rank. Afterward, when the Martial Path evolutionary path rose to the 78th rank, the original 78th, 79th, 80th places also moved back by one rank. Latterly, when the Martial Path evolutionary path broke into the top 10, even more evolutionary paths moved back a rank. This had caused discontent among the cultivators following these evolutionary paths. But now, seeing the Martial Path evolutionary path ascend to the top, they didn't know why, but they felt somewhat happy. In short, it might be. If everyone moves back, it's as if no one has. Thunder Rain Star Region. Freewebble.com, inside the virtual world. Lolan he sat cross-legged. In his mind emerged the teachings of Lin Yuan. The way of Taiji, based on Taiyin and Taiyang, seamlessly boundless. The more Lolan he thought about it, the more confused he became, only briefly comprehending when feeling the trace of the Taiji power left by Lin Yuan within him. It was at that moment. A deep voice came through. Lolan he. Father. Lolan he was startled and quickly stood up, speaking respectfully. Compared to his gentle mother, Lolan, he feared his father even more. His father was not only the sky of the Lolan family but also a figure of authority in the Thunder Rain Star domain. Chapter 94, 26 Climbing, Hot Rankings _2. Chapter 94, Chapter 26 Climbing, Hot Rankings _2. A single sentence could determine the fate of hundreds, even thousands of life planets. The evolution path you're cultivating now has too low a probability of advancing to the 6th rank. Change to another one, a deep voice said. Ah. Change to another one. Lolan, he felt some reluctance. But father, I really like the martial Tao, and the founding teacher often gives me guidance, he said, mustering courage to argue. I said the probability of advancing to the 6th rank is too low, only 10%. Choose something with higher odds, Lolan Yu said, somewhat impatiently. Before coming here, Lolan Yu had naturally reviewed the martial path evolutionary path. With his insight, he could naturally discern the strengths and weaknesses of the martial path evolutionary path. Being able to accommodate both the extreme energies of Taiyin and Taiyang was indeed impressive. But that was all. Moreover, the martial path evolutionary path currently had only the first-tier chapter and second-layer chapter, and although it had the potential for a 6th rank, there was only a 10% chance. To Lolan Yu, this was far from enough. All right then. However, the martial path evolutionary path just updated with the 3rd rank chapter this morning, and I haven't even finished reading it, Lolan he said, feeling a bit aggrieved, but unable to go against his father's will. The 3rd rank chapter. Lolan Yu was slightly taken aback. He pulled up the information on the martial path evolutionary path and indeed saw the newly released 3rd rank chapter. Lolan Yu chose to purchase and quickly skimmed through the content of the 3rd rank chapter. This, Furubnal.com. The 3rd rank already touches upon the power of origin rules. There's a 60% chance of advancing to the 6th rank. Lolan Yu's expression became slightly more solemn. He looked again at the release times of the first-tier chapter, second-layer chapter, and 3rd rank chapter within the martial path evolutionary path. On average, each rank was released less than a year apart. It's not impossible to cultivate. Lolan Yu scanned his son Lolan He, who looked downcast, pondered for a moment, and then spoke, since you like this evolution path so much, continue with it. Really? Lolan He's eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen his father change his mind on his own. While the outside world was abuzz over the martial path evolutionary path topping the evolution charts, Lin Yuan had just received the 2 cosmic spiritual objects he had purchased. The Yin attributed and Yang attributed objects, valued at 1 billion and 200 million. These are the vermilion fruit and cold jade. Lin Yuan opened the alloy box, his spirit slightly stirred. The alloy box was large, divided into 2 layers. The top layer held a crimson fruit. The fruit was only the size of a baby's fist but radiated a surprising amount of heat, as if it were a miniature fireball. Lin Yuan knew that this vermilion fruit was the fruit of some special plants deep in the universe. They were classified by age: centennial vermilion fruit, millennial vermilion fruit, decamillennial vermilion fruit, centimillennial vermilion fruit. The vermilion fruit Lin Yuan purchased was a centennial vermilion fruit. Even so, it was valued at 700 million, and it came with the privileges of a 4th-level citizen. Carefully picking up the vermilion fruit and setting it aside, Lin Yuan looked at the other item in the alloy box. Cold jade. Though not as expensive as the vermilion fruit, it was still a cosmic spiritual object worth 500 million. After thoroughly inspecting the 2 cosmic spiritual objects to ensure there were no issues, Lin Yuan began the refining process. He started with the vermilion fruit. Lin Yuan handled it with extreme caution. Under the light, the vermilion fruit seemed to have a liquefied substance like magma flowing within it. Who knows what kind of special plant could bear such fruit, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He then sat down cross-legged and began to slowly absorb the energy within the vermilion fruit. There were 2 ways to use the vermilion fruit. One could eat it directly, but only if the user's strength was at least at the 4th rank. Only then could one withstand the terrifying energy burst that occurred the moment the vermilion fruit was swallowed. Beneath 4th rank, one had to absorb it slowly, as Lin Yuan was doing. Though Lin Yuan was indeed at the 4th rank 9th realm, he could barely refine the fruit if he swallowed it directly, but there was no need for such haste. Time passed. 1 day later. In front of Lin Yuan, only a thin layer of the fruit peel remained. The essence inside had been completely absorbed by Lin Yuan. Next was another cosmic spiritual object, Han Jade. Refining Han Jade was much easier than the fruit. Especially since he had fully refined the fruit and his strength had subtly broken into the 4th rank, refining Han Jade naturally became even easier. Half a day later, the entire piece of Han Jade disappeared. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his aura like a black hole as the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang turned into black and white, connecting with the universe. I've finally recovered to the 4th rank, 9th segment. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took a gentle breath. Deep within his Dantian Qi Si, the Taiyin powers formed a Taiji pattern like a miniature galaxy, constantly rotating and intertwining. Now, the Taiji field should be considered a real domain. With a thought, Lin Yuan easily covered all of Dongning City with the Taiji field. Moreover, if Lin Yuan wished, he could even spread it further. The power of the domain is something that only 4th and 5th rank evolvers could hope to grasp. But that's just wishful thinking. In reality, most of the 4th and 5th rank evolvers also cannot master the domain. This has nothing to do with combat strength or power, but with one's own cultivation system and talent. Take Lin Yuan, for example, with the Tao of Taiji as his foundation and a perfect fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang, which then extended to the domain. He had mastered the Taiji field at the 2nd layer, which is the embryonic form of the domain. Other evolvers practicing martial Tao, even if they don't have against heaven's understanding like Lin Yuan. If they follow the martial path evolutionary path and master the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang to form the Tao of Taiji, even if they do not condense the Taiji field at the 2nd layer, naturally they will master the Taiji domain by the 4th or 5th rank. This is the advantage of an evolutionary path. Continue cultivating. After restoring all his strength, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation and enlightenment. Possessing an against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan did not only cultivate by traversing worlds, he could also cultivate and seek enlightenment in the main world. It's just that, compared to the years, decades, or even 100 years spent in the traversing worlds, Lin Yuan's stay in the main world was short, which led to the illusion that most of his power was obtained through traversing. In fact, if Lin Yuan could spend decades or even centuries in the main world, he would similarly reach a terrifying height. As time edged closer, the heat of the tournament matches was rising. Especially the upcoming global top 10 matches, which attracted the attention of most citizens on Kanglan Star. Whether they were evolvers or ordinary citizens, they all wanted to know which evolver would win the final championship. In my opinion, Thunder God has a great chance of winning the championship. His evolution path is Kanglan Star's #1 evolutionary path. Well, now it's #2. Regardless, there's no problem with the evolution skill, and Thunder God himself, having survived lightning strikes and being able to incarnate as lightning, just this ability alone is enough. A well-known host began analyzing and releasing various videos to prove their point. Thunder God might be strong but he's only 3rd rank. That Yang Wei, who has awakened 6th rank bloodline, has the greatest chance to win the championship. 6th rank bloodline, do you understand what that means? Not only is the upper limit as high as 6th rank, but when at a lower rank, you can also awaken some innate abilities from the bloodline. Thunder God might be strong, but can he compare to a 6th rank fallen star? Another well-known up-host spoke out to refute and presented their own viewpoint. Hey, what does Thunder God amount to in front of Fong Qing? Do you understand the value of the ancient God evolution path? That's an evolution path with a great reputation even in the Qikuan star domain. If it weren't for the many limitations in cultivation, there wouldn't be any matter of the Purple Thunder evolution skill. And Yang Wei, so what if he's awakened a 6th rank bloodline? With such a diluted bloodline, what kind of talent can he get? A big shot in the field of science and popular knowledge spoke out sarcastically. Countless people on the internet argued, each supporting their favorite contestant. Finally, a host ranked the current 10 evolvers based on the number of supporters and the level of enthusiasm. 1st, Thunder God. 2nd, Fong Qing. 3rd, Yang Wei. 9th, Lin Yuan. 10th, Wan Du. Chapter 95, 27 Sweep, Crush, Global #1. Chapter 95, Chapter 27 Sweep, Crush, Global #1. Thunder God ranks 1st entirely because of his flashy fighting style. Summoning thunder, controlling thunder, transforming into thunder, especially transforming into thunder, apparently, it captivated countless fans. It led to him surpassing Fong Qing in popularity, securing the top spot in the rankings this time. Of course, such civilian rankings carry little authority. They are merely based on the past achievements of the top 10 evolvers, as well as their personal popularity. Even so, the rankings of these 10 evolvers do to some extent reflect the outcome of the final battle. The top 3, for example, whether it is Thunder God ranked first, or Fang Qing, or even Yang Wei. In any case, these 3 evolvers are clearly a tier above the remaining 7 in strength. Almost everyone believes the champion will emerge from these 3. As for which one it will be, only after the fights will we know. In order to ensure fairness in the competition, the official organizers have not yet allowed these 3 evolvers to encounter each other in the arena. Yang Wei is an exception. Before awakening a 6th-rank bloodline, he was once crushed by Thunder God. But once a 6th-rank bloodline is awakened, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Evolved beings constrained by their own bloodlines can nonetheless dominate their ranking once they awaken a powerful bloodline. The day before the global competition. Virtual world. The officials of the competition found Lin Yuan. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan, I am the official assistant for this arena competition," a woman with soft features and light purple pupils said with a smile. "Hello." Lin Yuan replied with a nod. "We need you to record a video, mainly your thoughts on the upcoming top 10 competition." The female assistant paused before continuing. "Of course, if Mr. Lin Yuan is unsure what to say, we can provide a script for you to read from." After speaking, the assistant brought out a stack of documents. Lin Yuan took them, skimmed through, and immediately understood that these scripts were meant for declaring war on the other 9 evolvers. Although the top 3 spots of this competition are almost already decided among Fang Qing, Thunder God, and Yang Wei. Regardless, one must not lose momentum. Even if one doesn't make it into the top 3, there is still 4th, 5th to 10th place. These pre-competition interviews are designed to provoke and thereby incite other contestants and the audience. I'll just speak for myself. After reading through the interview scripts, Lin Yuan felt they did not suit him. Ewenvel.com, if Mr. Lin Yuan has his own ideas, then there's naturally no need for a script. The female assistant spoke gently. Having followed more than one tournament, she knew that some evolvers get nervous before a competition, which is why she considerately prepared scripts. "Then let's." Lin Yuan's face lit up with a smile. "I wish everyone a pleasant competition." "Is that all?" the female assistant asked after hearing Lin Yuan's response, patiently waiting a moment longer. When she saw Lin Yuan looking at her, she realized he had finished speaking. "Isn't that enough? Or is there a time requirement for the video?" Lin Yuan inquired. "There's no time requirement," the assistant hurriedly replied, "it just seemed a bit brief." The assistant had another thought that she didn't vocalize. Lin Yuan's statement lacked impact. Merely wishing everyone a pleasant competition. But as an assistant for the competition, she could not dictate what Lin Yuan wanted to say. "Then I'll be leaving. Lastly, I hope Mr. Lin Yuan achieves a good ranking." With a smile, the female assistant vanished on the spot. That evening, Lin Yuan continued his usual practice. At that moment, his smart assistant informed him that the profit distribution from the Martial Dao evolutionary path had been settled. "Let's see how much money there is." Lin Yuan was interested. The revenue share was settled once a year. As of that day, Lin Yuan had already gone through one settlement. However, during that settlement, the Martial Dao evolutionary path had barely made it into the top 100 and had not been there long, so the final income was just under 10 million. From the last settlement to this one, the Martial Dao evolutionary path had been in the top 10 of the evolution rankings for nearly a year, which surely attracted many citizens to practice it. 1.536 billion. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised to see the final revenue share. This was just the income received. If one were to include the 70% taken by the officials and the taxes, wouldn't the total sales reach nearly 10 billion? Evolution Path, Martial Dao. Number of people practicing in 8 chapter, 7,893. Number of people practicing Grandmaster chapter, 2. Number of people practicing Great Grandmaster chapter, 0. Someone has reached the Grandmaster realm. Lin Yuan glanced over the related data of people cultivating the Martial Dao evolutionary path. This data came from the Cosmic Human Alliance official records, registered with the Evolvers Association. There might be discrepancies, such as Evolvers reaching the Grandmaster realm without registration. But it wouldn't be by much. Such cases like Lin Yuan, whose strength surged dramatically every 8 months, were extremely rare. These numbers don't add up. Lin Yuan looked again at the sales figures for each level of the martial Dao evolutionary path. Over 200 copies of the third-ranked chapter sold. Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished. To date, the martial Dao evolutionary path was divided into 3 chapters: first-ranked chapter, second-layer chapter, and third-ranked chapter. Lin Yuan set the price for these 3 stages as: first-ranked chapter, 10,000. Second-layer chapter, 500,000. Third-ranked chapter, 5 million. And the third-ranked chapter of the martial Dao evolutionary path hadn't been uploaded for long. Yet it had already sold over 200 copies. Considering the price of 5 million per copy, over 200 copies meant more than 10 billion. After deducting the 70% taken by the officials and the taxes, that would still amount to 3 to 4 billion. That was no small number. Chapter 96, 27 Sweep, Crush, World's Number 1_2. Chapter 96, Chapter 27 Sweep, Crush, World's Number 1_2. It must be a chain reaction caused by the martial path evolutionary path reaching its pinnacle. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before roughly clearing up the cause. After uploading the third rank section, it triggered the Goddess of Wisdom to re-evaluate the martial path evolutionary path, which then topped the Kanglin evolution ranking. In the entire Qikuan star domain, this might not be a big deal, but it was definitely going to cause an uproar in the circles of evolvers on Kanglin star. Those top evolvers spending over 5 million to buy the martial path evolutionary path to study was nothing out of the ordinary. 5 million might be a lifetime earning for ordinary citizens, but for third and fourth rank evolvers, it wasn't a huge sum. I've made back the investment just like that. Lin Yuan felt delighted as the wealth shrunk from purchasing the Ju fruit and Han jade, 2 cosmic spiritual objects, was immediately replenished. And he even gained a few billion extra. Next time I settle accounts, the income should be even more. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The influence of the martial path evolutionary path reaching its pinnacle had yet to fully ferment. As time went by, the future new birth evolvers of Kanglin star would inevitably consider the martial path evolutionary path as their first choice. After all, given nearly the same cost, one evolutionary path ranked first on the ranking, while others were second, third, fourth. Any sane person would know how to choose. The next day, the competition for the top 10 globally officially began. On an extremely large arena, a male and a female host appeared. These 2 hosts were the most famous on Kanglin star, responsible for the commentary of the top 10 finals. And the seats around the arena quickly filled with one audience member after another, while in the virtual world broadcast screen, it showed a large number of citizens watching. Fellow citizens, the moment everyone has been eagerly awaiting has finally arrived, the top 10 finals. I'm sure everyone is desperately curious to see who will emerge as the champion of this arena competition. The male host raised his hand and said loudly, "Let's not waste any more words, now please welcome our 10 evolvers to the stage." The camera zoomed in. Fang Qing, Thunder God, Yang Wei, Lin Yuan, and other 7 contestants stepped onto the stage in succession. Each time a contestant appeared, cheers resounded like tidal waves, especially for Fang Qing, Thunder God, and Yang Wei. As for the rest, they were largely overshadowed, since everyone was interested in the champion, and currently, Fang Qing, Thunder God, and Yang Wei seemed to have the greatest chances of winning. Lin Yuan, I love you. When it was Lin Yuan's turn, a portion of the audience got excited. Lin Yuan's unique fighting style, liking to torture his opponents, indeed attracted a group of uniquely interested, die-hard fans. All right. At this point, the male host started speaking again. It goes without saying, these 10 individuals are the finest young evolvers of our Kanglin star. They are the future of Kanglin star. But on the arena, a victor must still be determined. The male host's voice resonated. The competition begins now. First up is the scoring game. All 10 evolver contestants will appear on an island that is 100 miles long and wide. The goal for all contestants is to find these blue crystals on the island. The male host pointed with his right hand, and a palm-sized, deep blue crystal appeared in front of everyone. There are a total of 100 of these crystals, scattered in various hidden locations on the island. The scoring at the end of the game will be based on the number of crystals possessed," he said, pausing for a moment. "And let me remind you, combat between contestants is not prohibited in this scoring game." His words carried a hint of gunpowder. Not prohibiting combat meant that merely finding crystals wasn't enough, the most important thing was to keep them. Otherwise, you might find 100 crystals, but if you're killed and robbed by other evolvers, it's all in vain. "The competition starts now," said the male and female hosts together. Instantly, Fang Qing, Thunder God, and others appeared at various locations on the island. Above the grand arena, 10 screens appeared in the air. These 10 screens broadcasted the 10 evolver contestants. "Now, you may choose your favorite contestant's viewpoint, and you can switch viewpoints at any time," the male host reminded. No sooner had he spoken, many viewers started to choose their viewpoints. And the number of viewers for each screen updated in real time. After a moment, the viewership numbers for each of the 10 screens more or less settled down. The viewpoint for Thunder God had the most viewers, over 110 billion. Fang Qing came next, with just over 100 billion. Yang Wei had over 90 billion. The numbers on the screen constantly fluctuated, clearly indicating many viewers were switching between different viewpoints. "All right, the competition has started." The male host would switch between different viewpoints every so often, providing commentary. But most of the time, the focus was on Thunder God, Fang Qing, and Yang Wei. After all, these 3 contestants drew the most attention, and commenting on their fights attracted even greater responses from the audience. "Looking for stuff, that's not really my forte." Fang Qing appeared in a dense forest, a thoughtful expression on his face. "But maybe I could give it a try." Fang Qing closed his eyes, and behind him, an immense ancient god phantom vaguely surfaced. And with the aid of this ancient god phantom, Fang Qing's senses rapidly spread out. Blue crystals, frubnoel.com. Thunder God appeared at the edge of the island, his pupils subtly revealing flashes of blue lightning, eventually surrounded by purple thunder within 1,000 meters around him. Boom boom boom. One blue crystal after another was revealed by the collisions with the purple thunder, falling into Thunder God's hands. Let's see where the crystals are. Chapter 97, 27 Sweeping, Crushing, World's Number 1_3. Chapter 97, Chapter 27 Sweeping, Crushing, World's Number 1_3. Yang Wei was a man of stern appearance, his pupils subtly deepening. Bloodline talent, pupil of insight. In a flash, within Yang Wei's vision, trees, stones, and everything else became illusory. Only the blue crystals radiated an unusual color. "There's a crystal." Yang Wei saw a blue crystal and flew straight towards it. Above the enormous arena, the male commentator was providing rapid commentary. "Look at our contestant Fang Qing, directly summoning the ancient god's apparition to enhance perception, and he has already found 6 blue crystals." After the commentator finished his praise, he shifted the camera angle to Thunder God. "My goodness, Thunder God has also awakened a nascent domain, probably the nascent Thunder domain. Using this nascent form to search for blue crystals certainly gives him an advantage over the other contestants. And now our Thunder God has already found 11 crystals. The method Yang Wei uses to search for crystals is quite interesting. Can he directly know where the crystals are? Is he using some kind of ocular bloodline talent?" The male and female hosts were switching between 10 different camera views, commenting on each one in turn. Finally, the camera view switched to Lin Yuan. "Our contestant Lin Yuan is resting." The male commentator was a bit taken aback. In the previous 9 camera views, all contestants were frantically searching for crystals. Yet when it came to Lin Yuan, he appeared to be casually lying on a boulder, resting with his eyes closed. And this scene was seen by many viewers. On the screen, Lin Yuan was leisurely lying on a boulder. A stark contrast to the other contestants searching for crystals. No way, could it be that he's already given up the struggle? Right, with Lin Yuan's mastery of a nascent domain, he should be good at finding crystals, but finding crystals and holding onto them are 2 different things. With Lin Yuan's strength, even if he finds crystals, once he encounters powerhouses like Thunder God or Fang Qing, he'll probably have to hand them over obediently. Countless viewers were discussing heatedly, most believing that Lin Yuan had started to throw in the towel. After all, even if he didn't get a single crystal, he would still be ranked 10th in the world. It seems our contestant Lin Yuan is very adept at making choices. The male host pondered for a long time before finally coming up with a suitable phrase. Next, the male host switched camera views again. An attitude like Lin Yuan's passive approach to the competition was not supported by the official arena officials, as it lacked spectacle. Even if there was no hope, one had to struggle a bit, as this would spur much more discussion among viewers. Frubnovel.com. On a boulder on the island. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked around. It's about time. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The rules of this scoring match were to find 100 blue crystals scattered across the entire island. These blue crystals could be hidden anywhere on the island. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to search, it would still take time. Better to wait until the other 9 evolvers had gathered their share, then he could pick the peaches. After all, the rules of the competition did not prohibit snatching, and even encouraged combat and struggle. Let's see who's nearby. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly, and the Taiji domain rapidly expanded. 1 mile, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. 3 of them. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his figure vanishing on the spot. The 10th blue crystal. Yang Wei maintained his bloodline talent, pupil of insight, and was quick at finding blue crystals. It wasn't long before he found the 10th crystal. Keep in mind, there were only a total of 100 crystals scattered across the entire island. Spotted another one. Yang Wei scanned his surroundings, his eyes lit up, and he was about to proceed. Just then, an overwhelming pressure descended. What? Yang Wei's expression revealed horror. Immediately after, he saw darkness, and his entire being turned into nothingness. The next moment, Yang Wei appeared in the competition's resting area. Yang Wei's face showed disbelief. I died. Yang Wei's mind was a mess. Up until this moment, he didn't know how he had died. Keep in mind, even if he faced the strongest like Thunder God or Fang Qing, he had confidence that he could fight for a while. Even in defeat, it would be a close defeat. But to be instantly killed like this was too inconceivable. Meanwhile, high above the massive arena, the camera view belonging to Yang Wei suddenly blacked out. The nearly 100 million viewers watching Yang Wei's perspective were suddenly left without a home, and they exploded in uproar. Chapter 98:28, The End of the Arena Competition, the ultimate reward for being the world's #1. Please subscribe. Chapter 98, Chapter 28, The End of the Arena Competition, the ultimate reward for being the world's #1. Please subscribe. What the hell? What just happened? Why did Yang Wei's point of view screen go black? At first, the audience thought it was an isolated incident. Perhaps there was some problem with the network connection. But after discussing it with each other, they realized that everyone watching Yang Wei's point of view saw a black screen, which immediately caused an uproar. Up in the sky above the great arena, the male host clearly noticed the situation. Yang Wei, having awakened as a 6th-rank fallen star warrior, was one of the hot favorites to win this tournament, and even a host like him would pay extra attention to such a contender. Upon discovering the anomaly, the male host quickly took action. Let's see what happened in the last few seconds before Yang Wei left the stage. The male host, experienced as he was, knew that the sudden blackout had nothing to do with the network. After all, if it were truly a network issue, then the screens for all 10 perspectives would have problems simultaneously. Another possibility for the sudden blackout was that the contender had been eliminated. The audience knew this too, but with Yang Wei's popularity being so high and his strength so formidable, how could a 6th-rank fallen star warrior be eliminated so suddenly? Nobody wanted to believe it. As the male host operated the controls, Yang Wei's screen image began to rewind. It went back to 3 seconds before the blackout. The male host watched intently, and nearly 10 billion viewers did the same. A smile appeared on Yang Wei's face in the image. He must have located the position of the next blue crystal. The next moment. Boom. Yang Wei burst into a cloud of blood mist. His internal organs had long been shattered, and he disintegrated into nothingness. As the host had called up a god's eye view, the scene did not end there. People clearly saw that after Yang Wei's body exploded, the 9 blue crystals he carried fell to the ground. At that moment, a slender right hand caught the blue crystals. The camera angle shifted to reveal that the owner of this right hand was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pocketed the 9 crystals and once again vanished from the spot. And this scene instantly set all the viewers who witnessed it ablaze. Lin Yuan. Was it Lin Yuan who killed Yang Wei? How is this possible? Does Lin Yuan have that kind of strength? An uproar of discussion rose like a tidal wave among the countless viewers. In truth, even if Lin Yuan had defeated Yang Wei, or even killed him, it wouldn't be too surprising. It would just mean that Lin Yuan was the dark horse of this tournament, defying everyone's expectations. Every iteration of the tournament would occasionally have such incidents, where a competitor not favored by the audience suddenly burst forth. But there was supposed to be a fight, at least a few exchanges of blows. What did it mean for Lin Yuan to kill Yang Wei without Yang Wei even having a chance to react? So it was our Lin Yuan. Even the host, who had learned from backstage in advance that it was Lin Yuan who killed Yang Wei, forgot his lines for a moment. It was too incredible. Too unbelievable. Our Lin Yuan has been hiding his abilities deeply, the host said, breathing deeply. Just now, he must have used the power of his domain to crush Yang Wei completely. The male host took a deep breath, pulled up the data from backstage, and began explaining to the audience. In the resting area for the contestants. Frubnovel.com, Yang Wei, now eliminated. Also understood how he died through the host's replay and explanation. This Lin Yuan. Yang Wei clenched his fist, has been hiding his strength all along. Ever since he awakened his 6th-rank bloodline, a dedicated team had approached him to analyze the other competitors. According to their analysis, Yang Wei only needed to pay attention to Thunder God and Fang Qing. As for Lin Yuan, Yang Wei had also studied Lin Yuan's battle videos. He didn't think he needed to be overly concerned. But now, as Yang Wei was eliminated, the number of viewers watching Lin Yuan's perspective increased rapidly. From the original tens of millions, it surged to hundreds of millions, tens of billions, over 100 billion. After all, nearly 10 billion viewers were watching Yang Wei, and with Yang Wei eliminated, this part of the audience naturally switched to Lin Yuan's perspective. Even the male host began to commentate from Lin Yuan's perspective. I must say, our Lin Yuan's speed. Just as the male host was marveling, Lin Yuan in the camera found another evolver. Buzz. This contestant was a woman with somewhat curved eyebrows, her smile resembling a crescent moon. Her name was Fan Yu, and despite her delicate appearance, she was a very strong competitor. On the unofficial leaderboard, Fan Yu was ranked 4th, trailing only behind Fang Qing, Thunder God, and Yang Wei. But in the next moment, Fan Yu turned into a blood mist, disintegrated into nothingness. The 6 blue crystals she carried were also caught by Lin Yuan. Cries of shock once again emanated from the spectator stands. If when Yang Wei was killed, most of the audience didn't react in time and their focus was on Yang Wei, not knowing how Lin Yuan made his move. This time, many viewers were focused on Lin Yuan, witnessing the entire process of Fan Yu's death. It could be summarized in 2 words. Overwhelming. It was as if some invisible force suppressed Fan Yu, and within 10 meters of Lin Yuan, she was crushed to nothingness. Lin Yuan then arrived just in time to scoop up the falling blue crystals. The whole process was seamless, without any pause or hindrance. Fan Yu seemed to cooperate without any struggle. Following that, under the watchful eyes of all the viewers, the 3rd one, the 4th one, the 5th one after another, contenders were inexplicably crushed, and the viewers' screens naturally switched to Lin Yuan's perspective. This led to an increasing number of viewers watching Lin Yuan. After a brief silence, hundreds of billions of viewers went into a frenzy, utterly losing their minds. Is this Lin Yuan? He's so powerful. Which idiot ranked Lin Yuan 9th? Chapter 99, 28, The End of the Arena Competition, the ultimate reward for being the world's #1, subscription request, _2. Chapter 99, Chapter 28, The End of the Arena Competition, the ultimate reward for being the world's #1, subscription request, _2. His current strength, 4th rank. More and more spectators switched to Lin Yuan's perspective, even the fans of Thunder God and Fang Qing gathered around, discussing fervently. In this tournament, or perhaps in the history of such tournaments, it was rare to see an evolver like Lin Yuan who easily crushed other contestants. After all, the precondition for participating in the tournament was being under 100 years old, typically only showcasing third-rank beginners at best. As for stronger ones, they were probably picked up by other star system level powers and participated in more prestigious tournaments at the star system and star domain levels. From the spectator stand. Damn, I thought I could beat him. Bing Yan looked towards Lin Yuan on the battlefield, who seemed like a god or devil. He was also one of the top 20 evolvers in this tournament, with third-rank strength, and had fought against Lin Yuan. Back then, Lin Yuan had not revealed such terrifying combat power, so Bing Yan thought he had a chance to win. But now, looking back, his own thoughts seemed rather ridiculous. Holy shit, is Brother Lin's strength that strong? Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and others had their eyes wide open. Mr. Liao next to them also showed an incredulous look. Particularly Mr. Liao had sent other contestants' combat videos to Lin Yuan, thinking he wasn't interested because he felt he couldn't win. Now it seemed, Lin Yuan really wasn't interested at all. On the island, around Thunder God, within a few hundred meters, there was a purple thunder encircling. He himself was also sprinting at an extremely fast speed towards a certain direction. With the help of the nascent Thunder Domain, Thunder God had already collected 15 blue crystals. Thunder God suddenly stopped in his tracks. The spreading nascent Thunder Domain around him suddenly faced some terrifying suppression and instantly dissipated. Are you Lin Yuan? Thunder God's pupils contracted as he looked towards a figure that had appeared nearby without him noticing. It's me. Lin Yuan was also sizing up Thunder God. Unlike other evolvers, Thunder God's physique had undergone the baptism of thunder, making it extremely unique, thus, Lin Yuan did not immediately suppress him. Instead, he planned to study for a while. Now Lin Yuan was at 9th segment of the 4th rank, and other 3rd rank evolvers could be understood just by observing a few times. Only Thunder God and that Fong Qing required a bit more observation. You. Thunder God glanced towards Lin Yuan, tension evident in his gaze. At this moment, he faintly sensed a powerful and vast suppressive force emanating from all around Lin Yuan, far surpassing his nascent Thunder Domain. Instinct told Thunder God that Lin Yuan was too strong, so strong that it was beyond his resistance. Just like moments earlier, his nascent Thunder Domain was instantly crushed. You can attack me. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered as he spoke. To attack you? Thunder God's mouth twitched, with Lin Yuan feeling to him like a towering mountain. And he, Thunder God, was merely an ordinary person. Now, the towering mountain was telling him, Thunder God, to strike him. How to strike? With what to strike? No. I am Thunder God. I can lose, but cannot fear. Thunder God took a deep breath. His skin, his flesh, his internal organs, his bones, almost in an instant, transformed into purple thunder. Incarnation as thunder. Faced with other opponents, Thunder God rarely used this ability immediately. But the pressure from Lin Yuan was too great. So great that if he did not transform into thunder, he would have likely conceded. Physical energy transformation. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. This ability was extremely rare, at least since the tournament began. Lin Yuan had encountered many evolvers, but only Thunder God possessed it. Boom. Thunder God, transformed into purple thunder, charged directly towards Lin Yuan. Buzz. The purple thunder exploded violently when it came within 10 meters of Lin Yuan. Finally, countless fine purple thunders converged and reformed into Thunder God's figure again. Good, good. Lin Yuan nodded. Again. Thunder God spat out a mouthful of blood and transformed into thunder again. This continued 3 times. The last time Thunder God forcibly transformed into thunder caused his physical body to collapse, leading him to die willingly in front of Lin Yuan. So, transforming into thunder, this ability can be used up to 3 times in a short period. Lin Yuan mused to himself. However, by watching Thunder God transform into thunder 3 times, Lin Yuan gained quite a lot, collecting the fallen blue crystals and then went to find the next evolver. Too strong. Lin Yuan, I love you. Thunder God is already very strong, but in front of Lin Yuan, he's like a child. True, I guess if Lin Yuan hadn't been interested in tormenting people, the fight would have ended much earlier, just like with Yang Wei. The chatter of countless spectators arose, Previously everyone was debating which evolver was stronger. Now everyone is arguing. Lin Yuan is too strong. There's no way around it, given the strength Lin Yuan has exhibited. It's on a completely different level compared to other evolvers. It's like a father beating his son. Why is it so quiet? At a location on the island, Fong Qing appeared slightly surprised. Behind him, a grand, ancient god shadow stood tall, constantly releasing its senses in all directions. The ancient god shadow's precise range of perception was about 2 or 3 miles around itself. Within these 2 or 3 miles, every little detail would emerge in Fong Qing's mind. As for areas beyond 2 or 3 miles, the ancient god shadow also had vague perceptions, such as the general auras of other evolvers, and so forth. But now, Fong Qing suddenly felt as if the entire island had fallen into a sort of silence. As if he were the only one moving. What's happened? Fong Qing wondered. However, since it was currently competition time, he couldn't contact the outside world. A moment later, in the competition's rest area, Fong Qing's figure appeared. Me. Fong Qing's face showed an extremely complicated expression, along with a hint of fear. Just now, he had encountered Lin Yuan, or rather, Lin Yuan had found him. What followed was a fight where he was repeatedly toyed with, no matter how Fong Qing resisted or struggled. No matter how exquisite the techniques from the ancient god evolution path were, facing Lin Yuan meant constant suppression. What made Fong Qing even more baffled was, with Lin Yuan's strength, he could have ended his life quickly, but he didn't. This behavior made Fong Qing absolutely certain that Lin Yuan indeed enjoyed tormenting his opponents. You all have been eliminated. Fong Qing quickly realized, not just him but Thunder God, Yang Wei, and 8 other evolvers were there too. That Lin Yuan. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. He wanted to say Lin Yuan was bullying the weak, but then remembered according to the competition rules, Lin Yuan might not even be older than him. As Fong Qing looked around, he suddenly understood. It turns out they had all been eliminated by Lin Yuan. Fanboy, look carefully, that Lin Yuan must be 4th rank, and even higher than 9 segments, mastering a complete domain. His talent throws you 9 streets behind. A palm-sized elderly man with a white beard suddenly appeared on Fong Qing's shoulder. At this moment, this white-bearded old man was watching the video of the recent point match, his words showing disdain for Fong Qing. 4th rank, higher than 9 segments. Fong Qing shrank his head. Even though he had received his teacher's heritage and had the intelligent life of a white-bearded old man, breaking through to the 4th rank would take him at least a century. Let alone reaching a high segment. When all 9 competitors including Fong Qing were eliminated, Lin Yuan naturally became the final victor on the island. This point match, compared to previous editions, was way too unpredictable. Fong Qing, Thunder God, and Yang Wei, in previous tournaments, all had the potential to win the championship. Yet, in this edition, they appeared at the same time. That alone was unexpected, but then emerged a monster like Lin Yuan. He alone overwhelmed and crushed the other 9 competitors with his power, turning an otherwise exciting point match into a dull and uniform event. All everyone needed to do was watch Lin Yuan perform, the other evolvers were merely there for setting the scene. After the point match ended, the combat competitions began. However, Fong Qing and a few other evolvers, as soon as they were matched with Lin Yuan, didn't even think about it and immediately conceded. What a joke, why not concede and wait to be tortured? This actually disappointed Lin Yuan. He had originally planned to continue experiencing the transformation of thunder and the ancient god evolution skill. Several days later, the individual rankings for the combat tournament were finalized. Lin Yuan was ranked 1st, the champion of Kanglan Star. The individual competitions concluded. The tournament officials then began to distribute the rewards. Firstly, was the reward for the global champion. These. Lin Yuan looked at the reward list in front of him, his expression slightly changing. Chapter 101, Choosing Rewards, Different Species, please subscribe. Chapter 100, Chapter 1, Choosing Rewards, Different Species, please subscribe. Compared to the team competition rewards, the individual competition rewards were much more generous, not only in quantity, but also in quality. far surpassing those of the team competition. Especially for Lin Yuan, who had achieved the #1 ranking globally, the rewards were considerable. Mr. Lin Yuan, if there is anything on the reward list that you do not understand, you can ask me. Standing beside him was a woman dressed in a pink skirt. Her graceful demeanor made one feel amiable towards her. On the reward list, there were 50 items. There were high-tech weapons, battleships, spaceships, and the like. There were also inheritances of evolution paths, including the Purple Thunder evolution path practiced by Thunder God, which was once a top-ranking evolution path on Kanglan Star. There were also some cosmic, rare treasures, treasures of the starry sky, and uncommon, spiritual objects, and so on. As the champion of the individual competition, Lin Yuan could select 5 items from the list and had the right of first choice. That is to say, the 50 items on the list would only be available for other evolvers to select from after Lin Yuan had made his choices. According to the competition rules, the first place could select 5 items. The second and third places could select 3 items. From the 4th to the 10th place, they could select 1 item. Which 5 should I choose? Lin Yuan was thinking rapidly. To be honest, Lin Yuan wanted all 50 items on the reward list. After all, each one was extraordinarily valuable, worth billions, and one couldn't simply buy them with money. They also required citizen rights and other restrictions. Even if Lin Yuan himself didn't need them, he knew many would pay a premium price for them. 3rd rank Gene Potion. I don't need it. 4th rank Orbital Cannon, also not needed. Lin Yuan continued to eliminate options until he had decided on 5. 1. 4th rank Life Fruit. This cosmic rare treasure contained an enormous amount of life force, allowing evolvers below the 5th rank to recover quickly from even the most severe injuries, as long as their soul remained. It was a treasure for preserving life. Even a 4th rank life fruit had a certain effect on 5th rank evolvers, remaining effective as long as the injuries were not fatal. Lin Yuan chose the life fruit purely as a precaution against extreme situations, ensuring he had it on hand should he sustain any injuries. Furthermore, within the Cosmic Human Alliance, the life fruit was highly sought after and always in short supply. Even if Lin Yuan didn't need it, he could monetize it later on. 2. The Soul Defense Treasure, Soul Suppressing Bell. The Soul Suppressing Bell could guard one's soul and effectively defend against other soul attacks or soul disturbances. The soul is crucial for life. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, whether one is classified as human race is not determined by the physical body, but by the soul. For example, some cosmic prodigies with great fortunes seize the bodies of some innate powerful special life forms. Would that cosmic prodigy still count as part of the human race? Or would the offspring of some great figures who switch to a body with superior aptitudes still be considered the descendants of those figures? The first one counts. The second one counts as well. As long as the soul is unique, that is enough. 3. Jiuli Liquid. This liquid could enhance one's physical base strength to a certain extent and was only effective for evolvers of the 4th rank and below. The soul may be important, but the physical body is essential. In the Cosmic Human Alliance's commercial app, Jiuli Liquid can only be hoped to be purchased for 50 billion. And that is only a hope. As soon as it appears, it is often snapped up immediately. 4. Soul Nourishing Jade. Wearing this jade over a long period can subtly increase soul strength. As for the 5th item, he chose a 6th rank evolution skill. This 6th rank evolution skill, from another life planet, seemed from its description to complement Lin Yuan's martial Tao cultivation system significantly. If Lin Yuan were to purchase it directly, each evolution skill would also cost tens of billions. This 6th rank evolution skill was almost top tier among the 50 items. That will be all. Lin Yuan returned the reward list to the lady in the pink skirt. Understood. The lady's eyes were gentle. Before she left, she suddenly mentioned, by the way, Mr. Lin Yuan, there might be news from the Chiquin Star domain after a while. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Freebnol.com, before the 3rd teleportation. Lin Yuan had learned from the Goddess of Wisdom that the current platform competition might catch the eye of the Chiquin Star Lord. The Chiquin Star Lord was a supreme figure who ruled over an entire star domain. Currently, Kanglan Star was also under the jurisdiction of the Chiquin Star domain, one of the million life planets within its domain. Of course, the explanation from the goddess of wisdom was very vague. She only mentioned that it was possible to draw the attention of the Chiquin Star Lord and that even if he did, it might not necessarily lead to any reaction. After Lin Yuan had selected his rewards, the other evolvers began to choose in turn. I pick these 3. Fang Qing said, his tone somewhat dejected. In this competition, he had secured second place. He was only second to Lin Yuan. Nevertheless, Fang Qing still felt somewhat inadequate. Mainly because the gap in strength between him and Lin Yuan was too great. If either Thunder God or Yang Wei had secured second place, he would have accepted it, feeling that he had hope of catching up. The white-bearded old man sitting on his shoulder then shook his head and said, Fang kid, you really don't need to reproach yourself. That Lin Yuan kid may have some talent indeed, but the evolution path he practices surely can't compare to the ancient god evolution path. He might be ahead of you now, and perhaps he will lead you in 10 years, or even several decades, but after 100 or several hundred years, he will certainly not catch up to you. Chapter 101, 1. Choosing Rewards, Different Species, Please subscribe, _2. Chapter 101, Chapter 1, Choosing Rewards, Different Species, Please subscribe, _2. You have the qualifications to cultivate the ancient god evolution path, and with my guidance, there's a great hope you can step into the 6th rank. What about Lin Yuan? He's likely to be stuck at the 6th rank bottleneck forever. At that point, you can beat him up again to vent your anger. The bearded old man consoled. In fact, if he had a choice, he really wished he could switch his heir. Lin Yuan wasn't bad at all. But once an heir for the ancient god evolution path was determined, it couldn't be changed. This meant that the bearded old man could only stick to this path until the end. Thus, he could only comfort Fang Qing, this inadequate successor. Right. What's it matter if you're stronger than me now? What I want is the future, what I want is later on. Being able to step into the 6th rank, travel the starry sea, and strike down a fallen star, wouldn't that be far more exhilarating than now? Fang Qing took a deep breath and suddenly felt that his future was bright. Time passed. The process of the Kanglan Star Tournament was quickly spreading to the surrounding life planets. This time, Kanglan Star had produced a 4th rank evolver, a phenomenon not seen in hundreds of thousands of years. For a middle-grade life planet like Kanglan Star, the probability of a 4th rank evolver emerging before the age of 100 was almost 0. Only those higher-grade life planets, even Star Domain's main planets, had a higher chance of producing a 4th rank under 100 years old. Kanglan Star Spacecraft Landing Area. A beautiful woman stepped out. FreeWebNov.com, in the interstellar era, regardless of gender, appearances were never bad. Not to mention genetic correction, even the cosmetic medical treatments available could easily and safely alter appearances. However, this beautiful woman was not only stunningly beautiful but also possessed a unique charisma that made men uncontrollably wish to conquer her. Who would have thought that such a remote planet could also produce a 4th rank under 100 years old? As soon as the beautiful woman stepped off the ship, a special hovercar came to pick her up. The task for this trip is to seduce this 4th rank genius, get him to join our race, and influence him as much as possible. The beautiful woman thought quickly. A direct assassination would be too costly. After all, to assassinate a 4th rank, you'd need at least the ability of a 5th rank. If it were another 4th rank, and they couldn't kill instantly, allowing the target just a second or two to fight back, the planetary defense system's energy cannon would arrive. Only a 5th rank was reliable. And after assassinating a target, a 5th rank would certainly be shredded by the subsequent planetary defense systems, as well as the arriving human race's powerful warriors. That is, wanting to assassinate a 4th rank human genius required the sacrifice of a 5th rank warrior. And this 5th rank warrior also had to infiltrate the human race internally, possessing a complete and legal identity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter Kanglan Star or get close to the target. Achieving this would probably be 100 or 1,000 times more difficult than cultivating a 5th rank strong warrior. The human race's 3 goddesses were not to be trifled with. To escape their information blockade, no matter which different species, would require a great sacrifice. Therefore, unless it's those founders of high-grade evolutionary paths, different species would not easily attempt assassination. Assassination is a desperate choice. Besides assassination, there are myriad other methods available. Shueiyue Residential Complex. House number 32. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the content of the Pagoda Evolution Path continually surfacing in his mind. The Pagoda Evolution Path, a 6th-rank evolution path, originated from a high-grade life planet called Pagoda Star. This evolution path, precisely the one Lin Yuan chose for the tournament. Truly profound. Lin Yuan comprehended the evolution path. Your against heaven's understanding is refining the understanding of the Pagoda evolution path, continuously perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is refining the understanding of the Pagoda evolution path, continuously perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Your against heaven's understanding is refining the understanding of the Pagoda evolution path, continuously perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was progressing every moment, exploring other advanced evolution paths, significantly speeding up the process. What a pity, even with such a splendid evolution path, there's still no surpassing the 6th rank limit. Lin Yuan sighed. From 6th rank to 7th rank is a huge bottleneck, a huge shackling. The same goes for evolvers and evolution paths. Forget it. Let's go outside, take a walk, and clear my mind. Lin Yuan stood up and left the underground training ground, planning to stroll through the garden at Shueiyue Residential Complex. As a high-end luxury residential area, the garden at Shueiyue Residential Complex was planted with seasonal flowers year-round, delighting the eyes of those who walked through it. Since it was early morning, the garden was relatively empty, which made it feel more intimate. Suddenly, a beautiful woman approached from the opposite direction. She seemed to be a resident of Shueiyue Residential Complex too. Lin Yuan felt as if he was being watched, so he couldn't help but take several more looks at the beautiful woman. One look. Another look. Yet another look. Lin Yuan even stopped walking and stared at the beautiful woman's retreating figure. Typical of men. Although the beautiful woman didn't look back, she felt Lin Yuan's gaze on her. She had deliberately encountered him during this time to make a few appearances in front of Lin Yuan. Her race practiced a special charm technique that could naturally evoke a favorable impression from the opposite sex. Just now, as she walked by, she had subconsciously deployed this charm technique, and that 4th-rank genius was so bewitched that he stopped in his tracks. This gave the beautiful woman even more confidence in her next actions. Wearing down the fighting spirit of these young human geniuses was the best way to defeat them. It was much easier than directly assassinating them and also gave her a greater sense of achievement. Your understanding is against heaven. You have observed an unknown life form and comprehended an unknown charm technique. Unknown charm technique. Lin Yuan thought for a while and immediately realized that this charm technique was not something the human race could perform. If it's not a charm technique that the human race can perform, how did that woman use it? Lin Yuan was puzzled. He could affirm that the beautiful woman had used this unknown charm technique when she passed him by, otherwise, his against heaven's understanding wouldn't have perceived and completely understood it. When in doubt, consult the goddess. Lin Yuan didn't bother to think further and, once he returned to his residence, directly connected with the goddess of wisdom. He uploaded this unknown charm technique there. In no time, he received a reply from the goddess of wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, this charm technique comes from the floral deity race, a high-level charm technique formed by leveraging the race's special talents inherent in their bloodlines, combined with secret techniques capable of beguiling the mind. The goddess of wisdom explained clearly. Floral deity race. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This species, a plant-based life form, was one of the enemies of the human races. Because they were adept at camouflage and familiar with bewitching minds, they often infiltrated human civilization, acting as covert spies. That woman must be from a different species, the floral deity race. Lin Yuan thought of the beautiful woman he had just encountered in the garden. With so many life planets in the Cosmic Human Alliance and many high-end residential areas, this different species appearing near Lin Yuan was likely targeting him. Is it because of the exposure from the arena match? Lin Yuan silently pondered. In the arena match, displaying 4th-rank combat power was a decision Lin Yuan had made after consulting the goddess of wisdom. The explanation from the goddess of wisdom was that while a 4th-rank human genius under 100 years old would attract the attention of different species, it was only attention and would not lead to assassination list. At most, he would face attempts to corrupt or sway him, but as long as Lin Yuan was prepared, nothing would happen. And displaying fourth-rank combat power could possibly catch the Qikuan Star Lord's attention, potentially bringing great opportunities and benefits. The risk was small. The opportunity was great. Taking everything into consideration, Lin Yuan had chosen to reveal his strength and overwhelmingly dominate the past. I've actually discovered a different species. Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. Well utilized, this different species could bring many benefits to Lin Yuan. For instance, by following the traces of this different species, more of them might be revealed. And since different species infiltrating human civilization would certainly carry many treasures, Lin Yuan fishing in troubled waters would certainly yield some results. Forget it. No need to mix up with these rats from the gutter. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and directly connected with the Goddess of Wisdom. Goddess of Wisdom, I have something to report. Chapter 102, Why did you take me away when I did nothing? Chapter 102, Chapter 2, Why did you take me away when I did nothing? The Cosmic Human Alliance as well as the three digital goddesses, all encouraged citizens to report. The reporting here includes anything. Unfair officials, discovering other citizens committing crimes, corporate tax evasion, different species information, and so forth. And it wasn't a report without compensation. Afterwards, the goddess would determine the impact of the report and then provide rewards. The rewards included cash, positions, cosmic rare treasures, starry sea spiritual objects, merit points, and so on. As for the method of reporting, it was extremely simple, with no need for any complex procedures. One could connect directly with the Goddess of Wisdom. Theoretically speaking, even a first-class citizen had the power and ability to report a planetary governor. Of course, the goddess supported reporting but did not support reckless reporting. If the investigation afterwards found that the report was completely fictitious and fabricated, it would lower the citizen's evaluation in the eyes of the goddess. If this citizen insisted on their report, then they could release their privacy permissions, allowing specifically illusionary realm evolvers to review their memories. Lin Yuan reporting that beautiful woman as a member of a different species to the Goddess of Wisdom was the most trouble-free method. With his current status, there was absolutely no need to have any contact with those shady different species. He simply left it to the Goddess of Wisdom to handle. He would also receive a reporting reward. Citizen Lin Yuan, please speak. Upon hearing Lin Yuan wanted to report, the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom became slightly more solemn. I was out for a walk just now and encountered a woman. I think she might be from a different species. Lin Yuan did not explain the real reason for his suspicion, nor did he list any evidence. This would involve his, against heaven's understanding. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's current citizen rank, even if he were talking nonsense, the Goddess of Wisdom would still investigate several times. Furthermore, that beautiful woman truly was from a different species. How could she withstand such scrutiny from the Goddess of Wisdom? Is this the person citizen Lin Yuan is referring to? In front of Lin Yuan, an ethereal screen appeared, showing a video of Lin Yuan walking in the garden from earlier. A tall, beautiful woman walked past Lin Yuan in the footage. The video zoomed in and paused, focusing on the tall, beautiful woman. It is her. Lin Yuan nodded. No sooner had the words left his mouth than all information about this beautiful woman, from her birth till now, including generations of her ancestors, was pulled up. Name, Yao Qingqing. Age, 92-year-old. Strength, 2nd layer, 7th rank. Birth planet. After minutes of massive computational power investigation by the Goddess of Wisdom, a suspicion about this Yao Qingqing soon arose. At the age of 28, she appeared to have been switched. Subsequently, behavior analysis began to diverge from before she turned 28. Suspicion chain closed, evolvers have been dispatched to capture Yao Qingqing. Since Lin Yuan was the reporter and his citizen rank reached 4th level, the Goddess of Wisdom did not avoid him. Floral deity race. Just as the Goddess of Wisdom was taking action, Lin Yuan's mind was flooded with information related to the floral deity race. The floral deity race belonged to the insect race, a member of the Strength of the Insect Race Alliance. For over 2 million years in the Starry Sea era, human civilization spanned all directions, forcing neighboring different species to unite. Among them, the Insect Race Alliance was a coalition of different species headed by the insect race. The strength of the insect race was very strong, by no means weaker than the human race. This group was too united. At the bidding of the hive, all insect race warriors fearlessly faced death. Wherever the swarm passed was a disaster for all life. In the early stages of expansion, human civilization also suffered at the hands of the insect race a few times, but later adapted and mostly gained more victories than losses. A coffee shop outside the Shuiyue residential complex. Yao Qingqing was sitting there, in a good mood. Through the recent contact, she judged that Lin Yuan probably had no resistance against her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped to stare at her silhouette. What a pity, it has to be done slowly, otherwise. Yao Qingqing glanced at the nearby Shuiyue residential complex, as she had almost stopped walking and directly approached Lin Yuan just now. This mission should be a sure shot, an accidental meeting a few more times, and I can officially get to know him, then I can firmly grasp this genius human race evolver in my hands. Yao Qingqing mused to herself, her expression involuntarily revealing a hint of self-satisfaction. She had undergone many missions, but such an easy one like the current was rare. Yao Qingqing surmised that mainly because Lin Yuan was too young and inexperienced, which is why he couldn't resist her. To quietly lead a genius of the human race to fall, I wonder what rewards I can obtain. Yao Qingqing thought with a pleased mind. At this moment, most of Yao Qingqing's attention was on the nearby Shuiyue residential complex. Therefore, she did not notice that the coffee shop she was in had become deserted. No staff were to be seen. Yao Qingqing felt suddenly alarmed. She scanned around without leaving any trace. Upon finding not a single person, her face immediately turned ugly. Damn it. How was I discovered? As a seasoned spy, Yao Qingqing never believed in coincidences. When she entered, the coffee shop was still quite crowded, but now it was completely empty, clearly indicating that her whereabouts had been exposed and discovered by human officials. Considering this, Yao Qingqing steadied herself and prepared to leave. For now, Yao Qingqing hoped that human officials were merely suspicious of her, or perhaps had underestimated her strength, so the forces deployed against her wouldn't be substantial. On the surface, Yao Qingqing was a second layer, 7th rank. But in reality, Yao Qingqing had already evolved to 3rd rank, 11th level. Chapter 103, 2 I didn't do anything, and you took me away, _2. Chapter 103, Chapter 2 I didn't do anything, and you took me away, _2. As long as Human Alliance officials didn't dispatch a 3rd rank, level 12 evolver, or even a 4th rank evolver, Yao Qingqing still had a chance to escape. However, Yao Qingqing had hardly taken a few steps when a man, whose smile was as bright as the sunshine, walked into the entrance of the coffee shop. Hello. The man smiled at Yao Qingqing. In an instant, Yao Qingqing felt the world spin around her. Is this a 5th rank evolver, or a soul illusion type of the 5th rank? Despair filled Yao Qingqing's heart. A 5th rank evolver was already considered one of the strongest life forms on the surface, and on a middle-grade life planet like Kanglin Star, there were only about 3 or 4 5th rank evolvers. These 3 or 4 individuals held important positions and couldn't easily make a move. And now such a 5th rank evolver had come looking for her. Moreover, this 5th rank evolver was of the soul illusion type. In front of such an evolver, Yao Qingqing didn't even possess the ability to kill herself. A mere glance was enough to trap her in an illusion, unable to extricate herself. As her consciousness began to sink, Yao Qingqing's mind was flooded with everything that had happened since her arrival on Kanglin Star. She had come to Kanglin Star under the guise of a business trip. All her actions had been inconspicuous, even when she entered Shuiyue residential complex under the pretext of buying a residence, allowing the staff to take her inside. After accidentally encountering Lin Yuan, she hadn't spoken a single word to him. At most, she just secretly deployed a seductive charm, but this secret technique of the floral deity race could only induce a favorable impression and wouldn't leave any traces. How was she discovered? Could it be that Lin Yuan noticed something unusual about her? Even so, having reported by this human genius, the goddess of wisdom surely wouldn't need a 5th rank evolver to capture her, right? As her thoughts drifted, Yao Qingqing had already sunk into sleep. Done. At the entrance of the coffee shop, the man whose smile was like sunshine snapped his fingers, and immediately a group of people walked in and carried Yao Qingqing out. Such a small fish, why did the goddess of wisdom want me to make a move? This 5th rank evolver was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that she has some other value? After some thought, the men still didn't understand and decided to turn around and leave. Shueyue Residential Complex. The 32nd house's balcony. Lin Yuan leaned on the balcony, looking into the distance. This mental fluctuation. Lin Yuan was startled. Just then, he had faintly felt an extremely profound mental fluctuation. This mental fluctuation was far beyond the 4th rank. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, we have completed the capture of that different species spy. The solemn and cold voice of the goddess of wisdom came through. Oh. Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. He guessed that the mental fluctuation he just felt must have been during the capture of Yao Qingqing. Is this Yao Qingqing very strong? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Merely based on the mental fluctuation he had remotely sensed, Lin Yuan was certain that the capturer's strength was at least at the 5th rank. From what we can see, she has hidden some of her strength. Her true strength is at the 3rd rank. The goddess of wisdom replied. A 3rd rank of a different species, using a 5th rank evolver. Lin Yuan was astounded. Is the cosmic human alliance now so abundant with powerful beings? Respected citizen Lin Yuan, your importance to humanity justifies this action. The goddess of wisdom responded earnestly. For the goddess of wisdom, Lin Yuan's 4th level citizenship or his genius talent as a 4th rank evolver under 100 years old. None of that mattered much. What truly impressed the goddess of wisdom was the martial path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan had created. A martial path evolutionary path, which had a high probability of advancing to the 6th rank. Encountering a member of a different species had instilled a certain sense of crisis in Lin Yuan. Although according to the goddess of wisdom, as long as Lin Yuan did not reveal his identity as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, a 4th rank human genius under 100 years old wouldn't be worth the price a different species would pay to target him. At most, it would be a covert seduction and guidance, just like what Yao Qingqing had done. But what if? Lin Yuan was not willing to risk his life on the different species. Move. Move now. Although the Shueyue residential complex was a high-end area, it was only so for ordinary citizens. For the current Lin Yuan, it clearly was no longer suitable. After winning the individual championship of the ring competition, the officials of Kanglan Star had gifted the top 10 evolvers with a manor each, free of charge. The manor was located at the highest point of the central mainland, right in the core of the Kanglan Star planetary defense system. It could be said that living there, even if a 5th rank different species came to assassinate him, it would be useless. The moment they made a move, they would be locked on by the planetary defense system, without needing any reaction time. Furthermore, there were specific evolvers patrolling around the manor all the time, making it impossible for outsiders to get in. At his parents' house, Lin Yuan, Lin Shoucheng, and Lu Qiong stood outside the house. His sister, Lin Yi, was also there, looking eagerly at the house before her. This was the house the Hua family had gifted, and since Lin Yuan had chosen to move, he naturally planned to bring his parents with him. After all, the residence in central mainland was very spacious, enough to accommodate dozens of people. A moment later, 2 men in uniform walked over, bowed to Lin Yuan, and then respectfully said, "Mr. Lin, we are here to help you move." "Thank you," Lin Yuan said with a nod and a smile. In fact, there wasn't much to move, mainly the memorable items his parents had accumulated over the past decades. As for other things like furniture and appliances, the manor was already well equipped. "What's the matter? Can't bear to leave?" Lin Yuan glanced at his sister Lin Yi and casually said. "I am a bit reluctant," Lin Yi nodded. Although she hadn't lived here for very long, compared to their old home, this place was undeniably like heaven. "Let's go, the new house will be even better," Lin Yuan said, then turned and sat in the aircraft. From Dongning City to central mainland, it was almost half a planet apart, naturally requiring a spaceship for transportation. Of course, with Lin Yuan's capabilities, he could have flown there himself, but there was no need. Half a day later, the aircraft landed at the highest point of central mainland. "This is your future residence, manor number 66, said the uniformed man as he walked ahead and introduced. The entire manor covers 100 acres and includes a main building and 6 auxiliary buildings, and there's a specialized training ground underground. Other areas can also accommodate some orchards and flower gardens." Lin Yuan had already seen videos of the manor beforehand and was not surprised, but his parents and sister couldn't blink their eyes away. Especially his sister Lin Yi, who swept her previous reluctance away and looked around with shining eyes. This manor, it's bigger than a regular residential area, isn't it? Lin Xiaoqing exclaimed, considering central mainland as the core of Kanglan Star, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that every inch of land was like gold. And yet such a huge manor was built here. This was simply. Lin Yuan walked alongside his parents. This manor was a symbol of status, something that couldn't be bought even with a lot of money. It was specifically reserved by the Kanglan Star government for enticing evolvers like Lin Yuan with boundless potential. Not just Lin Yuan, even the other 9 evolvers, who were young but already had 3rd rank capabilities, with good prospects of entering the 4th rank and not without hope for the 5th rank, it would be foolish not to entice them. After moving into the manor, it was undeniable that Lin Yuan would reside in the main building. No matter how modest he tried to be, Lin Xiaoqing and Lu Qiong wouldn't accept otherwise. His sister Lin Yi, seeing Lin Yuan and their parents arguing, cheekily suggested that neither of them should fight and that she would move into the main building. Resultantly, she was slapped by Lu Qiong and went off to sulk on her own. The next day, Lin Yuan just finished his training. The robotic butler then entered, dragging a half-human-height alloy box. It's the ring match prize. Lin Yuan's spirit was jolted. The ring match had 5 prizes in total, 4 of which were tangible items. Therefore, they couldn't be distributed like the pagoda evolution skill right away. Instead, they were delayed a few days for doorstep delivery. Lin Yuan, after moving to the new manor, updated his new address. Today, the prizes were finally delivered. After verifying his identity, Lin Yuan opened the alloy box before him. First thing to catch his eye was a palm-sized, pitch-black bell. Chapter 104, 3, Qikuan Star Lord. Chapter 104, Chapter 3, Qikuan Star Lord. Soul-suppressing bell. Lin Yuan picked up the small black bell and examined it over and over. Among the 50 prizes for this tournament, the soul-suppressing bell was the most valuable. Soul defense weapons were already extremely rare, and with the soul-suppressing bell reaching 4th rank, it was almost a natural nemesis to 4th rank soul illusion class evolvers. Lin Yuan caressed the small black bell, his mind stirred, and he infused his soul power into it, beginning the refining process. Before long, the soul-suppressing bell vanished and appeared in the sea of consciousness. Not bad at all, he nodded slightly to himself. Among the many evolution paths, the soul illusion type was the most unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Especially soul attacks, which ignored physical defenses and targeted the soul directly. If one didn't have a soul-class defense weapon or a secret technique to protect the soul, one could only bear soul attacks with sheer resilience. Bear it and live. Fail to bear it and die. With the soul-suppressing bell, Lin Yuan's sense of security had greatly increased. Though the martial path evolutionary path had measures to protect the soul, having an extra soul-suppressing bell for protection was naturally a good thing. Moreover, Lin Yuan chose the soul-suppressing bell to use it in combination with the life fruit. If one day Lin Yuan's physical body were shattered, leaving only his soul protected by the soul-suppressing bell, at that time, consuming the life fruit, with its tremendous vitality energy, could rapidly restore Lin Yuan's physical body, akin to having an extra life. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward another item. It was a wooden box, and inside was the very life fruit. Lin Yuan picked up the box and gently opened it. In an instant, a terrifying vitality spread outwards in all directions. An intoxicating fragrance filled the air, all of which originated from inside the box, from that infant fist-sized green fruit. I really want to eat it. Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva. Instinct told him that eating this life fruit would be of great benefit. But that was just instinct after all. According to the description of the life fruit, in the period after eating it, every cell of the body would be engulfed by inexhaustible life energy. During that time, no matter what injuries one sustained, they would recover at a terrifying speed. But that was only for that period, after which the effects of the life fruit would dissipate, and everything would revert to its original state. Clap. Lin Yuan immediately closed the wooden box. Keeping the life fruit open to the air would cause its vitality to dissipate at some rate. Lin Yuan glanced around. The rich fragrance that lingered when the box was open was also a manifestation of the life force. I inhale. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. With his constitution, all the air around, including the fragrance emanating from the life fruit, was drawn into his chest. The fragrance was then fully absorbed, the faint vitality lingering around him, giving Lin Yuan a sensation of floating on air. Lin Yuan savored the experience for a moment, then put away the wooden box. Soul-nourishing jade. Lin Yuan picked up the third item. It was a jade pendant, nearly transparent, that when touched to the skin, allowed a slight energy to fuse into the body, nurturing the soul at an incredibly slow rate. Although slow, the effect was continuous. As long as Lin Yuan wore it, it would not cease. Even if he advanced to 5th rank, the effect would only weaken. What a fabulous treasure! Lin Yuan carried the soul-nourishing jade close to his body. Jiuli liquid. Lin Yuan turned his attention to the last item. Jiuli originated from a barbaric wilderness planet. When the Cosmic Human Alliance conquered this planet, they discovered the natives, using some kind of ritual, produced Jiuli holy water, which had a good enhancement effect on the physical body. Later, some scholars from human civilization improved it, and thus, Jiuli liquid was born. Compared to Jiuli holy water, the effects of Jiuli liquid were much stronger and had no side effects. Lin Yuan picked up the Jiuli liquid. It was a test tube filled with a light silver liquid that looked quite beautiful and dazzling. Jiuli liquid worth 5 billion, and also on limited sale. Not available for purchase by citizens below level 3. Lin Yuan examined it closely. The highest value he had purchased before was only a single fruit worth 7 billion. And one vial of Jiuli liquid could purchase 7 of those fruits. The correct way to use Jiuli liquid is not to swallow it directly or refine it. Instead, it is to be diluted and used to soak the entire body. Lin Yuan went to the bath, adjusted the water level to 2/3 full, then stripped off his clothes and immersed himself. They say that using Jiuli liquid is agonizing, and initially, not everyone on that barbaric wilderness planet could bear the baptism of Jiuli holy water. Lin Yuan opened the tube and slowly poured the silver liquid into the bath. Almost the next second, Lin Yuan felt his skin start to heat up. Is it taking effect? He quickly poured the remaining Jiuli liquid into the bath. Then he closed his eyes and began to slowly register the changes in his body. It started with an intense heat. From the skin, to the flesh, to the organs, to the bones. Layer by layer, the temperature rose steadily. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. This level of pain was nothing to him. To others, Lin Yuan was just a 20-something-year-old genius evolver. But in reality, Lin Yuan had lived through 3 lifetimes, totaling more than 200 years. Though he was still far younger than the average age among 4th-rank evolvers, adapting to the pain inflicted by Jiuli water was naturally easy for him. Hiss, hiss. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.